Poštovane dame i gospodo, uvaženi gosti, dobar dan, dobrodošli. Lijepo vas je ponovno vidjeti na To Be Secure forumu u Crnoj Gori u prelijepoj Budvi. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to Be Secure Forum Montenegro.
Čast nam je i zadovoljstvo da vas u ime domaćina Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore pozdravimo, poželimo vam dobrodošlicu evo na 14. TBS forum. Ja sam Adnan Rondić, a ovo je Jasmina Kos.
Kao novinari, naravno kao i svi vi, svakodnevno pratimo događaje koji nam mijenjaju svijet, naprosto nepovratno. Ali teme poput geopolitike i sigurnosti više nisu rezervirane samo za konferencije poput ove. One su naprosto postale svakodnevna tema među građanima. Eto, od Ukrajine i Rusije, Bliskoga istoka, preko predsjedničkih izbora u Americi do, na kraju krajeva, uvođenja obveznog vojnog roka u zemljama regije.
Evo nekako na tragu ovoga što je Jasmina rekla, ovog ćemo petka zapravo uroniti duboko, kako u lokalnu, domaću, tako i globalnu stvarnost i to u razne svjetove. Govorit ćemo o budućnosti i sigurnosti Balkana, slušati odjeke ratišta u razlomljenom svijetu. Pomenula je Jasmina, teme su nam i posljedice američkih izbora, kao i strategija svijeta NATO alijanse.
Uvodimo i nove formate. TBS foruma In the Spotlight i Forum Chat. Aktualni i bivši predsjednici, premijeri, ambasadori, visoki dužnosnici NATO-a, ministri, euro i parlamentarci, parlamentarni zastupnici, sigurnosni stručnjaci, analitičari, naši su gosti i naša publika.
TBS forum, tako evo, iz godine u godinu, 14. put rekli smo, pokazuje i dokazuje da je vodeća konferencija Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore i bitan, ma ja smijem reći, najbitniji međunarodni forum u jugoistočnoj Europi, a to, dakako omogućuje i podrška partnera i sponzora.
Upravo tako, u ime organizatora Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore zahvaljujemo prije svega dugogodišnjim strateškim partnerima, a to su NATO i ambasada SAD-a u Podgorici. Pokrovitelj ovogodišnjeg foruma je vlada Crne Gore, a zahvalnost dugujemo i partnerskoj organizaciji Konrad Adenauer Stiftung.
Glavni sponzor ovog foruma su Montenegro Stars Hotel Grupa i Hotel Splendid. Također, zahvalnost upućujemo, dugujemo drugim sponzorima koji su pomogli da TBS forum bude organiziran upravo na ovoj razini. Vinarija Tikveš, Barovo, Bela voda, kompanije G3 Spirits, Water Group sa vodama Suza i Rada, Coca-Cola, Čikom, Tudor, sa ove godine i nacionalna turistička organizacija.
Bez medijskih partnera ništa ne bi izašlo iz ove dvorane, tako ove godine posebno hvala televiziji E koja će i ove godine uživo prenositi dijelove ovih panel rasprava u svome programu, potom novinama i portalu Vijesti te agenciji Mina. Hvala i kompaniji Represent Communications koja pruža posebnu podršku PR i medijskom timu TBS foruma.
A sve panele u cijelosti moći ćete pratiti na YouTube kanalu. Ako želite pregledati program konferencije, fotografije s panel rasprava, cjelokupnu atmosferu, zapravo skenirajte QR kod, evo Jasmina pokazuje, koji imate na svojim akreditacijama, fotografije, potičemo vas, kao i svoje dojmove, posebno vas potičemo u tom pravcu, slobodno podijelite na društvenim mrežama, ne zaboravite koristiti hashtag TBS forum 2024.
Vrijeme je u ovom trenutku da ga i službeno otvorimo, to zadovoljstvo ima Milica Pejanović-Đurišić, predsjednica Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore.
Vaša je govornica, Milica, izvolite.
Predsjedniče Milatoviću, ekscelencije, dame i gospodo. Čast mi je i zadovoljstvo da vas pozdravim u ime Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore i da vam poželim dobrodošlicu na 14. izdanje To Be Secure foruma. konferencije koja je prethodnih 13 godina postala sinonim za konstruktivni dijalog o najvažnijim pitanjima nacionalne, regionalne i globalne bezbjednosti. Kao predsjednica Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore želim da zahvalim svim našim partnerima i prijateljima koji iz godine u godinu podržavaju organizaciju ovog događaja. Ove godine je i vlada Crne Gore odlučila da nastavi sa podrškom forumu, prepoznajući značaj ovog skupa kao i značaj partnerstva u afirmaciji ciljeva i interesa Crne Gore. I ovaj forum održavamo u vremenu koje je obilježeno brojnim izazovima na globalnoj geopolitičkoj sceni, ali i na regionalnom nivou na prostoru Zapadnog Balkana. Tema ovogodišnjeg foruma World in Disorder, Turning Adversity into Opportunity najbolje odslikava našu stvarnost. Na globalnom nivou suočavamo se sa velikim promjenama, uslovljenim kako ratovima koji se vode na evropskom kontinentu i na Bliskom istoku, tako i ostalim brojnim, a manje vidljivim konfliktima u svijetu, što sve zahtijeva brzo prilagođavanje i čvršću saradnju transatlantskih partnera. S druge strane, već dobro poznati regionalni izazovi ponovo dobijaju na intenzitetu i predstavljaju značajno opterećenje za Zapadni Balkan, usporavajući napredak u evropskim integracijama, pa i ukupan razvoj. Evropa se suočava sa jednim od najsloženijih perioda u novijoj istoriji. Ruska agresija na Ukrajinu ušla je u 3. godinu, a njeni efekti se jednako snažno osjećaju kao i na početku rata. Nećemo prestati da ponavljamo da ovaj sukob nije samo vojna konfrontacija, već predstavlja i direktan izazov posthladno-ratovskom međunarodnom poretku i temeljnim principima međunarodnog prava. Ukrajinski otpor zato je postao simbol globalne borbe za očuvanje suvereniteta i teritorijalnog integriteta svake nezavisne države na svijetu, ali i odbranu demokratskih vrijednosti od totalitarnih tendencija. U tom svijetlu NATO je na samitu u Vašingtonu održanom na 75. godišnjicu od osnivanja alijanse reafirmisao svoju posvećenost zaštiti slobode i bezbjednosti svojih članica, te definisao strateške ciljeve koji će oblikovati budućnost ovog saveza. Dogovoreno je preuzimanje koordinacije ukupne međunarodne pomoći i podrške Ukrajini uz formiranje posebne komande i logističkih tačaka na istočnom dijelu alijanse. Partneri su jedinstveni u namjeri da nastave vojnu podršku Ukrajini, što ne može dovesti u pitanje niti nedavno saopštena revidirana nuklearna doktrina Rusije. Na samitu su dogovoreni i uslovi za dalju transformaciju alijanse uz naglasak na čvršćoj industrijskoj saradnji, nastavku investicije u cilju jačanja funkcija odvraćanja i odbrane i intenziviranju globalnih partnerskih odnosa zasnovanih na zajedničkim vrijednostima, kako bi se osigurali adekvatni odgovori na terorizam, sajber napade i ostale neželjene efekte implementacije novih tehnologija. O svemu ovome biće riječi i na našem forumu, uz naravno poseban aspekt foruma koji se odnosi na refleksije globalnih geopolitičkih dešavanja na Zapadni Balkan, koji se i dalje suočava sa ozbiljnim unutrašnjim i vanjskim izazovima. Kosovo i Bosna i Hercegovina ostaju dvije ključne tačke potencijalne eskalacije, o čemu stiže sve više upozorenja sa relevantnih međunarodnih adresa. Propaganda i dezinformacione kampanje, koje iz Moskve često dolaze preko Beograda pa i Banja Luke, ciljaju na destabilizaciju regiona, raspirivanje međuetničkih tenzija i usporavanje evropskih integracija. S druge strane, kineski ekonomski uticaj ostaje dio geopolitičkog pritiska koji dodatno komplikuje našu regionalnu dinamiku. Za Crnu Goru ove tendencije znače da moramo biti oprezniji nego ikad. Kao članica NATO-a i najozbiljniji kandidat za članstvo u Evropskoj uniji, naša zemlja se nalazi na kritičnoj tački koja će odrediti njenu budućnost. U zemlji koja je čvrsto opredjeljena za evroatlantski put, ne smije se dozvoliti zanemarivanje izazova koji dolaze s polja i koji veoma lako mogu prerasti unutrašnje probleme. Politička polarizacija, etnonacionalizam i ranjivost na strani maligni uticaj predstavljaju mnogo ozbiljnije prijetnje našem demokratskom razvoju i napretku ka punoj integraciji u evropske strukture, nego što sa domaćih najviših adresa su spremni da priznaju i prepoznaju i saglasno tome izvrše odgovarajuća prilagođavanja javnih politika. Ne treba posebno ilustrovati činjenicu da je crnogorsko društvo izloženo ogromnom pritisku u cilju slabljenja kohezije zasnovane na građanskim, sekularnim, evropskim vrijednostima, a na račun nacionalističkih i populističkih neodgovornih manipulacija kojima se dodatno slabe nedovoljno izgrađene institucije, čime se onda posledično ugrožava i stabilnost sistema u svim njegovim segmentima. Međutim, svi ovi izazovi nisu nepremostivi. Oni istovremeno predstavljaju priliku da se ojačaju te iste institucije, da se unaprijede procesi i pokaže otpornost našeg građanskog društva. Put ka Evropskoj uniji, iako izazovan, mora da ostane strateški cilj i ključni faktor unutrašnje kohezije i stabilnosti. Atlantski savez Crne Gore, kao jedan od vodećih zagovornika evroatlantskih vrijednosti u zemlji, nastavit će da bude partner svima koji rade na jačanju ovih procesa. U tom smislu se nadam da je iskazana podrška vlade Crne Gore ne samo forumu, već i održavanju strateškog dijaloga nakon foruma, znači spremnost da se prevaziđe zastoj u promovisanju i usvajanju evroatlantskih vrijednosti i principa. Na kraju, želim još jednom da istaknem značaj TBS foruma kao platforme koja već 14 godina doprinosi regionalnoj stabilnosti kreirajući prostor za otvoreni dijalog i saradnju. Naše panel diskusije, tematski događaji i bilateralni susreti pružaju priliku za razmjenu ideja, dugoročno planiranje i jačanje regionalne saradnje. Takođe, forum igra neprocijenjivu ulogu u jačanju partnerstva između Crne Gore i međunarodnih institucija poput NATO i Evropske unije, te u promovisanju interesa Crne Gore na međunarodnoj sceni. Forum je ukratko mjesto susreta različitih perspektiva, razmjene ideja i novih strategija za suočavanje sa najkompleksnijim izazovima našeg vremena. Dame i gospodo, u tom duhu želim da vas pozovem da aktivno doprinosite našim diskusijama kako bi identifikovali ne samo izazove, već što je još i važnije, prilike koje nas očekuju u budućnosti. Na nama je da iskoristimo sve mehanizme koji su nam na raspolaganju i da osiguramo stabilnost, mir i prosperitet za našu zemlju i region, jer naš cilj nije samo da analiziramo probleme, već da aktivno radimo i na njihovom rešavanju. Dok otvaramo ovaj forum, pozivam vas da razmišljate kreativno, da budete otvoreni za nove ideje i da aktivno tražimo zajedno načine kako pretvoriti te izazove u stvarne prilike, jer upravo u periodima poput ovog u kom živimo leže i najveće mogućnosti za pozitivne promjene. Želim vam u tom duhu uspješan rad tokom današnjeg dana i imajući u vidu da su Sjedinjene Američke Države i ambasada Sjedinjenih Američkih Država u Crnoj Gori naš partner od prvog dana, želim da pozovem gospođu ambasadorku Judy Rising-Reinke da uzme učešće takođe u ovom dijelu našeg foruma. Judy, izvolite.
Thank you, Milica. Appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. Dobro jutro. Over the past 6 years, I've had the honor to join my friends at the Atlantic Council of Montenegro and many of you here today to open the To Be Secure conference, and I'm delighted to be with you all once again. I found every edition of this amazing conference to be enlightening, educational, and invigorating. I'd like to thank you, Milica, Azra, and the whole team, the whole team of the Atlantic Council for organizing this outstanding, essential forum for and for the government of Montenegro for your support of this event. One of the things I like most about the forum is that To Be Secure is a community. It's a community of problem solvers who haven't met a puzzle they didn't want to solve. It's a community of relentless workaholics who won't stop until that problem is resolved. It's a community of optimists who deflect naysayers and conspiracy theorists to prove that there is a better way forward. In short, for those of you who are new to the forum, let me say you're in the right place. But before I dive further into my speech, I'd like to share the context during which this forum is taking place and why the stakes in the security sphere have never been higher, and Milica made reference to this. Russia's continued brutal war of aggression against Ukraine has now been grinding away for 2.5 years. The Wall Street Journal reported last month that approximately 1 million people have been killed or wounded in that conflict so far. And that, of course, is significantly more than the population of Montenegro. It's 75% of the population of fellow NATO member Estonia. And on top of that, more than 10 million people have been displaced. That's equivalent to the entire population of Greece. Those numbers are as sad as they are staggering. The human toll in an insecure world can be catastrophic. Security, stability, and prosperity in the region and in Montenegro are thus paramount and why we're here today. Now, while this forum will address the most pressing issues facing the entire Western Balkan region, you can imagine that my focus as U.S. ambassador remains on Montenegro. Montenegro, the beautiful jewel of the Adriatic. Montenegro, what we're now calling the first next member of the European Union. And Montenegro, where tradition meets the future, the heart of a warrior, and the soul of a philosopher. I am so honored to have the opportunity to represent the United States in this beautiful country. And the United States is not alone in applauding Montenegro's significant progress on its journey towards EU accession. Montenegro took critical steps leading to a positive report this past June, recognizing the completion of internal benchmarks in 2 key negotiating chapters relating to the rule of law. This hard work is noteworthy, and yet the way forward is not necessarily smooth. In fact, a reshuffle of the government immediately after achieving this positive I-bar has been accompanied by a rise in unhelpful rhetoric, divisive, nationalistic, ethnic rhetoric. It has rattled citizens. It's strained relations with neighbors. And when the country needs to focus on the ambitious goal of closing all negotiating chapters by the end of 2026, these kind of distractions threaten progress. Because of this, we, that is the United States, are still concerned about the inclusion within the government of some who historically have not shared the goals of the majority of the Montenegrin people. My friends in Montenegro, now more than ever, this country needs to put aside divisive issues and the ghosts of the past in order to prepare for a better future. There's a lot of work to do to achieve the laser-focused EU work plan that you've set out for yourself. Much of that hard work to join the EU started when Montenegro joined NATO. The reforms made over the last decade and the institutions built to become part of the alliance enabled Montenegro to become part of the alliance as the 29th member in 2017. They also set the stage for eventual EU membership. After all, there's a lot more to NATO than guns and bullets. Certainly, Montenegro has taken seriously its defense modernization responsibilities as a member of the greatest security alliance in history. This past year, the country fully met its Wales Summit pledge to commit 2% of GDP to defense spending and to ensure over 20% of those funds were directed to new equipment and defense modernization. Thanks to Montenegro and the other allies who have and continue to work towards that goal, NATO is stronger than ever and able to enhance the security of all alliance members. But it's more than that. During the process leading up to eventual NATO membership, Montenegro established various institutions. The Agency for the Prevention of Corruption is one, as well as the Office of the Special State Prosecutor, set up to address the most serious crimes, such as war crimes, corruption, and organized crime. Montenegro has worked to strengthen these institutions in subsequent years, and I'm proud of the role my embassy has played in providing expertise and equipment and supporting training to enhance Montenegro's capability to curb corruption and organized crime. I think it's worth noting that preparations for Montenegro's NATO accession help build the solid foundation for applying rule of law in support of the country's EU aspirations now. So in the process of strengthening rule of law, it didn't stop with just establishing the institution or even carrying out the reforms needed to achieve the EU interim benchmarks this past year. Rather, this must continue now and into the future with a renewed effort if this country is going to be a full EU member. And happily, real progress is being made. During his recent visit to Montenegro, the chief prosecutor of the UN Interim Residual Mechanism for Criminal Tribunals, Serge Brammertz, said, and this I quote, he welcomed the new dynamic in Montenegro with respect to war crime justice. That's important. And he did note that there are high expectations for investigations and prosecutions in the future. I met with him during his visit, and I found his visit encouraging, an indication that Montenegro intends to address those tragic and lingering past cruelties within its own borders and among its own citizens. This is important for the region. Doing so is an essential part of social healing and another step towards strengthening the security of Montenegro. Ensuring widespread and inclusive economic growth and prosperity is another element of security and resilience, both here and in the region. It's another area where I've seen progress during my tenure in Montenegro. First and foremost, the desire of Montenegrin citizens to join the European Union is clear, and I've made reference to that. It's also a goal of the United States. The laws and procedures Montenegro is currently putting in place are reforms that businesses have been eagerly anticipating as they consider investing here. Improved transparency, clarity in competition and procurement law, and predictability in commercial and dispute resolution are important for all businesses, foreign and domestic, and will help improve the business climate, attract new investment, and grow the economy. In short, by focusing on completing the hard work of EU accession, which I return to, the government of Montenegro will be strengthening the economic security of the country, another key to being truly secure. If people are worried about their jobs or their future or where their next meal is coming from, they're susceptible to rumors, disinformation, and manipulation. But when citizens enjoy a sense of economic well-being and a confidence that the future holds opportunities for their children, they're more resilient and the country will flourish. Again, this applies to all countries in the Western Balkans. Together with our international partners, we contribute to strengthening the country's business environment in many ways. We train judges on commercial law and ethics. We share expertise on investment screening, cybersecurity, and procurement law. And I'm happy to say we support women entrepreneurs, women leaders, and women innovators. Much of the work is carried out under the umbrella of a bilateral U.S.-Montenegro economic dialogue, a powerful platform to address open issues, share expertise, and explore new opportunities. I'm proud to announce that we will hold a senior-level meeting of the dialogue in Washington, D.C. later this month with the goal of unlocking new opportunities for deepening our bilateral economic relation and to enhance Montenegro's economic security even further. So to recap, certainly professional and capable defense institutions play a critical role in securing Montenegro and other allies from overt threats to their sovereignty. Likewise, investments needed to ensure the future security of the nation will need to be supported by a durable and robust economy. Economic security, defense security, but frankly, this is not enough. Identity politics, fomented and manipulated by malign actors and their proxies, creates a climate of division that could handicap this country and any other country where all members of diverse groups are not respected or embraced. I want to be clear. The responsibility for putting aside the damaging impact of identity politics is solidly in the hands of elected leaders. we encourage political elites to make decisive progress on regional reconciliation, supporting the implementation of reforms, and the reconciliation process is critical to ensuring prosperity to people across the Balkans. As the region faces demographic challenges exacerbated by youth emigration, reconciliation is crucial so that youth are encouraged to stay in their homelands and embrace a shared future, including in a united Montenegro. Corrosive debates over past wrongs or intentional fraying of relationships with neighbors and allies diverts the Parliament and the government from their focus on the reform agenda needed to achieve EU membership. The responsibilities of both elected officials and government public servants are to the betterment of all citizens, regardless of their ethnic or religious background. At the same time, I have a final word. I want to emphasize that the power of genuine reconciliation is in the hands of people, real people. Each and every citizen has the power of respect, tolerance, inclusion, forgiveness, and the ability to reject provocations. There are plenty of examples of this through history, and it can be done. Think back just 35 years when the world was stunned and thrilled as the Berlin Wall suddenly and thoroughly breached, allowing hundreds of thousands of German citizens to surge to freedom. That wall was torn down, not by politicians, not by treaties, not by negotiations, not by violence. It was taken down by the hands and the hammers of people, people demanding their freedom, opportunity, and a better future for their children. Therefore, the power really is in the hands of people. And here in Montenegro and throughout the Western Balkans, spreading tolerance, forgiveness, and respect is one of the main keys to unlock a secure and peaceful future. During To Be Secure, we will talk about a lot of important strategies to achieve a better future in the Balkans. And I anticipate deep insights, meaningful debates, policy recommendations that will help us work together towards a better, more secure, more prosperous Western Balkan region. However, as I conclude my remarks, I'd like to challenge every one of us, every one of you, to unlock the power of tolerance, forgiveness, and respect. As I look back on the entirety of my career, I'm convinced that these are more powerful than guns, bullets, and even economic opportunity in ensuring that this region and this country have a more stable, prosperous future. And so with that, thank you for your time, thank you for your attention, and I look forward to joining all of you in listening to today's program. Thank you very much.
Hvala uvaženoj ambasadorici Sjedinjenih Američkih Država u Crnoj Gori. Dame i gospodo, ja vas molim da pozdravite predsjednika Crne Gore, gospodina Jakova Milatovića. Gospodine Milatoviću, kako ste? Da vas pitam jednom onako i pitanje koje nije najpolitičnije, je li tako da kažem?
Dobro sam, hvala na pitanju.
Dakle, kad govorimo o ovih proteklih 12 mjeseci, konkretno mislim i na naš posljednji susret ovdje prije godinu, da probamo za početak ovih naših 30 minuta koji su nam na raspolaganju, da nekako taksativno pobrojimo najvažnije stvari koje su se u vašoj zemlji dešavale u proteklih 12 mjeseci, a onda ih možemo dakako i razrađivati, tokom ovog našeg razgovora. Izvolite.
Pa evo, na početku da kažem da mi je zaista veliko zadovoljstvo što sam danas ovdje sa vama. Zahvaljujem domaćinu i na pozivu. Mislim da je ovo jedan važan skup i za Crnu Goru. Pozdravljam naravno organizatora što stavlja u fokus ove vrlo važne teme, pogotovo teme bezbjednosti. Znate da bezbjednost je tema koja izlazi iz okvira nacionalnog, državnog da je ona regionalna tema, globalna tema, tako da evo, radujem se i diskusijama u tom smislu u okviru ovog foruma. Ono što bih mogao da kažem u proteklih godinu dana kada je u pitanju Crna Gora je sledeće. Crna Gora je imala 3 vlade u prethodnih godinu dana od trenutka kad smo se vidjeli ovdje do danas. Znači, Crna Gora je imala 3 vlade. Po prvi put sada ima političku vladu nakon 2020. godine. Znate da su 3 vlade prije ove 4. koja je danas u funkciji bile manjinske vlade. Tako da postojao je jedan, može se slobodno reći, dinamičan politički proces u zemlji. Ja duboko smatram da je Crna Gora i u okviru tog procesa dodatno postala demokratičnije društvo. Mislim da su to pokazali i ovi izbori koji su bili prije par dana u našem glavnom gradu, da zaista sada smo ušli u jedan proces i u jedan stepen demokratskog razvoja gdje su izbori prosto jedna mjera gdje građani su slobodni da izađu, da ne izađu, da daju svoj glas onima za koje smatraju da su najbolji. Tako da u tom smislu smatram da je Crna Gora zaista na jednom pravom putu u odnosu na ono što je nekada bio slučaj u Crnoj Gori. Smatram da je Crna Gora također napravila jedan krupan korak naprijed kad su u pitanju naše evropske integracije. Bez obzira na neku svakodnevnicu političke dinamike u Crnoj Gori, ja mislim da se oko toga moramo složiti. I mislim da ovdje želim da vrlo jasno kažem da su za to zaslužni i vlada, ali boga mi i jedan dio opozicije. Znate da je krupan korak u parlamentu prije svega napravljen krajem i početkom ove godine, krajem prošle i početkom ove godine u smislu okupljanja oko postavljenja u pravosuđu, za koje je trebala 2/3 većina u Skupštini Crne Gore ili tropetinska, sve zavisi u odnosu na glasanje, ali svakako super većina u crnogorskom parlamentu. I kao rezultat toga Crna Gora je napravila taj korak koji nas je čekao više godina, a to je taj korak dobijanja pozitivnog IBAR izvještaja koji je sada Crnoj Gori opet otvorio vrata narednom koraku, a to je korak koji je svakako zahtjevniji od ovoga prethodnog, koji će u narednom periodu zahtijevati dodatno značajniju odgovornost svih donosilaca odluka u Crnoj Gori, a to je korak zatvaranja pregovaračkih poglavlja. Tako da čini mi se da je drugi veliki napredak upravo ovaj koji se tiče evropskih integracija. Tako da mislim da u tom smislu izdvojio bih te dvije velike stvari, jedan demokratski trend koji je dobar i također trend evropskih integracija koji je dobar. Mislim da je to najvažnija stvar koja se desila u Crnoj Gori u prethodnom periodu. Opet kažem, bez obzira na neku svakodnevnu politiku, na razmirice koje nesumnjivo postoje u Crnoj Gori i u svim zemljama svijeta, i to je na nešto što sam i ja kao predsjednik Crne Gore najviše ponosan kad je Crna Gora u pitanju.
Sad, da poneke stvari raščlanimo. Ima jedna reklama, zapravo bila je nekad, onako vrlo popularna reklama o jednoj kafi. I u toj kafi, u toj reklami o kafi, ključnu ulogu imao poznati bosansko-hercegovački pjevač Halid Bešlić. Ima jedna tamo rečenica koja kaže: bez nje nema priče. Kad su rezultati izbora u Podgorici posrijedi, čini mi se da nema priče bez vaše koalicije. S jedne strane. S druge strane, zanimljivo autorsko pismo koje je jutros objavljeno u medijima, vaše autorsko pismo na kojem inzistirate na promjeni obrasca i kažete nisam biran da bi bio dio vladajuće elite koja je smijenila staru da bi vladala na isti način. Vrijeme za novu generaciju političara nastavljate, insistirate, ponavljam, na promjeni obrasca. Je li ovo zapravo najava onoga što se evo u političkoj teoriji i praksi može nazvati trećim putem?
Pa ja mislim da je najveći politički rezultat ovih podgoričkih izbora oživljavanje tog trećeg puta. To je put građanskog centra i čini mi se u političkom smislu da je to najveći doprinos ovih izbora. Ali prije nego što dodatno elaboriram tu tezu, želio bih da ovdje podijelim sa svima dva važna zapažanja. Prvo je ono što sam već rekao, a to je prosto dan izbora koji je protekao u jednom više manje normalnom smislu, bez bilo kakvih tenzija, pristojnom smislu i tako dalje. I to je zaista jedna važna tekovina današnje Crne Gore. I ja mislim da moramo svi biti ponosni zbog toga. Druga poruka ovih izbora je mala izlaznost. Znači, mi sada već imali smo to prvi put u Crnoj Gori na parlamentarnim izborima prošle godine. Mislili smo u tom trenutku da je to bio izuzetak. Sada smo, čini mi se, sigurniji da to postaje pravilo.
A možda je kao i u Bosni i Hercegovini zapravo činjenica da izlaznost onih koji žive u Crnoj Gori nije toliko mala. Znate kakvi su naši birački spiskovi? Puni ljudi koji više ne žive ni u Bosni i Hercegovini ni u Crnoj Gori. Razumijem princip o kojem govorimo.
Može biti ispravna hipoteza, međutim, ukoliko se sjećate, recimo prošle godine smo imali predsjedničke izbore 2 mjeseca prije parlamentarnih i na tim predsjedničkim izborima izlaznost bila skoro 80%.
Je došao svijet.
A na parlamentarnim je bila nekih 56, 57, što je bio slučaj i na ovim izborima u glavnom gradu. Nesumnjivo je da su izbori u glavnom gradu, kao u svakom glavnom gradu, mali nacionalni izbori, mali državni izbori.
Trećina
biračkog tijela živi u Podgorici, ali ono što želim da kažem je sljedeće, znači da je to još jedna važna poruka. Da prosto i na taj način čini mi se da ne postoje teme koje dodatno motivišu građane da izađu i mislim da će u narednom periodu to biti definitivno jedan važan fokus političkog djelovanja u Crnoj Gori. Prosto animiranje građana da budu aktivni učesnici izbornog procesa.
Ono što slijedi je formiranje vlasti. Ono što ja moram da vas pitam, šta god vi meni odgovorili, gdje će vaša politička opcija uz uvažavanje svega ovoga što ste napisali u autorskom pismu, gdje će vaša koalicija s obzirom i na, hajde da kažemo, zanimljive odnose i unutar koalicije, Elio, koja u nazivu ima i vaše ime, hoću da kažem kako zapravo ovo što u autorskom tekstu jeste napisali sprovoditi u djelo, u praksi, na primjeru rezultata podgoričkih izbora.
Vidite, ja ću biti tamo gdje sam uvijek bio.
Dobro.
Od trenutka kada sam ušao u crnogorsku politiku, kad je moje političko djelovanje u pitanju, ja mislim da se tu prepoznaje jedan kontinuitet tog djelovanja.
Dobro.
To je djelovanje za ovo što sam i rekao jutros u svom autorskom tekstu, za suštinske promjene. Ono u čemu se možda trenutno politički akteri na crnogorskoj političkoj sceni razlikuju je shvatanje samog simbola 30. avgusta 2020. godine i šta je on značio za Crnu Goru. On je morao biti i to apsolutno smatram da je u očima građana prosto značio jednu nadu u promjenu. Nažalost, nakon recimo dobijanja Ibara vidjeli smo karakter vlade koji nije bio istinski posvećen promjenama. Vidjeli smo 3 crte vlasti koje se mogu karakterisati na sljedeći način. Pod broj 1, i ovo vam pričam vrlo onako analitički u odnosu na djela, ne u odnosu na neku percepciju koju ja možda kao predsjednik imam ili koju neko drugi ima. Znači, vidjeli smo donošenje zakona u Crnogorskoj skupštini bez bilo kakve javne rasprave i konsultacija sa našim strateškim partnerom, Evropskom unijom. Zakona koji su u velikoj mjeri pokušavali, to jest ne samo pokušavali, nego vraćali političku kontrolu nad ključnim dijelovima crnogorskog društva. Ovdje mislim na zakon o radioteleviziji Crne Gore. Mislim da je sada svakom u Crnoj Gori jasno da je taj zakon imao, izmjene i promjene tog zakona imao za cilj da se medijska kuća svih građana stavi pod političku kontrolu. Imali smo zakon o obrazovanju, gdje smo nakon kritika prethodnih loših praksi i politizacije naših škola opet došli na isto i oblikovali zakonsko rješenje dajući izbor direktora škola opet u ruke ministra obrazovanja, to jest vlade. Imali smo istu situaciju kad je u pitanju Uprava za inspekcijske poslove. Znate, inspekcija je jedan veliki štab države u odnosu na građana i na privredu, koja se zakonima nakon 10 godina značajnog ulaganja sredstava od strane naših partnera iz Europske unije vraća u ruke političara. Znači, razbija se jedna Uprava za inspekcijske poslove i 20 inspekcija se vraća u ruke ministara. Možete zamisliti šta će to značiti u narednom periodu u kontekstu ovako već jednog paterna koji već opisujem. Imate sljedeću situaciju u policiji. Zakon o izmjenama i dopunama Zakona o unutrašnjim poslovima također dodatno otvara prostor za politizaciju kadriranja u policiji. Također imate situaciju koja se tiče sada formiranja razvojne banke, koja kao jedan lex specialis izdvaja razvojnu banku iz Zakona o kreditnim institucijama i jasno pokazuje budući karakter te važne institucije u smislu financijske podrške privredi, građanima itd. Znači, imate jedan jasan primjer pokušaja kroz zakonski okvir političke kontrole nezavisnih institucija. To je pod broj 1. I pod broj 2, samo da zaokružim ovdje tezu, imate jedno nesumnjivo zatezanje, evo iskoristit ću jedan blagi rečnik, odnosa sa susjedima. Pazite, imate trenutnu situaciju, ne ulazeći da li je odluka susjeda ispravna ili neispravna. Možemo o tome diskutovati, ali imate visoke državne funkcionere, najviše u Crnoj Gori, koji trenutno su proglašeni personama non grata od strane našeg NATO saveznika i jedinog susjeda koji je član Europske unije. Da ne pominjem protestne note iz Bosne i Hercegovine, odnos vlade prema bugarskom predsjedniku, odnos vlade prema recimo sada jednom važnom regionalnom samitu kakav je proces Brdo-Brioni. Evo vidim ovdje bivšeg predsjednika Slovenije, gospodina Pahora, koji je jedan i od osnivača tog procesa, za koji vlada kaže ne može da podrži okupljanje 10 predsjednika pazite, zemalja regiona u Crnoj Gori je nešto što vlada Crne Gore ne podržava. Ja ovoga puta želim da se zahvalim i opštini Kotor i opštini Tivat i Porto Montenegru koji su uz pomoć naravno službe predsjednika države na kraju zaokružili cijeli proces, tako da ćemo mi u ponedeljak i utorak po prvi put nakon 2015. godine biti domaćin jednog prestižnog regionalnog samita koji okuplja toliki broj lidera zemalja okruženja.
Teče nam vrijeme, a imamo još puno pitanja. Odnos Srbije prema Crnoj Gori.
I ovdje još samo jednu stvar koju, onako treća kategorija koju sam negdje preskočio, imate jedan neprihvatljiv ekonomski populizam.
Dobro. Je li pitanje nerealnih obećanja ili...
Pa vidite, imate jedno donošenje odluka bez ikakve inkluzije, imate donošenje odluka koje, ponavljam, nije prošlo diskusiju sa našim partnerima, u ovom smislu Europskom unijom, koje nije dovoljno jasno argumentovano, koje se donosi ad hoc, koje jede naš ekonomski potencijal i budućnost građana Crne Gore, pokušavajući da na neki način zadrži jedan značajan pad političkog legitimiteta određenih političkih subjekata. I prosto uz dodatnu retoriku, mislim da je neko ovdje već spominjao, koja postaje snažno desna i koja opet vraća u prvi plan teme identitetske koje na neki način dijele naše društvo, imate jednu izuzetno komplikovanu političku situaciju. I zato kažem da je bilo vrlo važno da ovi podgorički izbori ožive taj treći put, koji je izgubljen bio u ovih prethodnih pola godine i koji je potpunosti bio poklopljen od strane jednog drugog političkog subjekta. Ja smatram da će sada u ovom narednom periodu biti dovoljno zrelosti, mudrosti i odgovornosti. Prije svega ovdje, među novom generacijom crnogorskih političara, građanskog centra, da se spusti lopta. Da se spusti lopta i da se zemlja jasno usmjeri ka onome što je ključni prioritet. A ključni prioritet je Crna Gora kao 28. članica Europske unije 2028. godine.
Kad smo kod identitetskih pitanja, kažete da ta pitanja dijele društvo u Bosni i Hercegovini, no s vaše strane dolazi podrška, rekao bih, izgradnji spomenika mitropolitu Amfilohiju Radoviću. Treba reći da je riječ o čovjeku koji je muslimane nazvao lažnim ljudima lažne vjere. 20% populacije Crne Gore su ili muslimani vjernici ili koji dolaze iz muslimanskih obitelji i porodica, pa u kontekstu etničkog crnogorstva od njega smo mogli čuti termine volovi, kopilad. Kad govorimo o Crnogorskoj pravoslavnoj crkvi, za njega je to bila kancerogena tvorevina, nekrofilna organizacija. Vi imate pravo da ga poštujete, ali kao predsjednik Crne Gore, predsjednik svih građana, kad se sabere broj onih na koje se ove kvalifikacije, na koje sam podsjetio, odnosi, pome veliki je to procenat stanovništva ove zemlje.
Ja sam već jednom govorio, kada sam prije par dana, čini mi se, odgovarao na pitanje novinara. Ja mislim da je mitropolit Crnogorsko-primorski, gospodin Amfilohije, značajna ličnost koji je nesumnjivo imao posebno važnu ulogu u 30. avgustu 2020. godine. I znate kako, sigurno da je svaka osoba slojevita osoba, ne ulazeći naravno u stvari o kojima ste govorili.
Moramo ulaziti u stvari.
I znate da ja svim svojim političkim djelovanjem se trudim da od Crne Gore zaista napravim jednu zemlju koja je zajednička kuća svih nas.
Je li podizanje spomenika Amfilohiju Radoviću dobar put pravljenja Crne Gore zajedničkom kućom za sve vas?
Vidite, ja smatram da je mitropolit Amfilohije, kao što sam rekao, značajna ličnost, tako da ja u tom smislu nemam dilemu da on kao takav zaslužuje spomenik.
Ovakve konstrukcije, konstatacije, pazite, za njega sam ja lažni čovjek lažne vjere.
A vidite, znate kako, sada kada...
Pazite, i tu nema nikakve priče da je to izvađeno iz konteksta. Kontekst je vrlo jasan.
Sada kada biste vi pokušali da vadite iz konteksta stvari političarima, ja sam siguran da biste i meni...
Očekujemo više od vjerskih velikodostojnika, o tome se radi.
I meni mogli da izvadite sigurno puno nekih stvari, ali ono što je vrlo važno je sljedeće. Ja zaista posmatram Crnu Goru kao zajedničku kuću svih nas, koja je u odnosu na druge možda države regiona zadržala svoj građanski karakter. Da bez obzira na to kako se ko u Crnoj Gori nacionalno osjeća, a ima ljudi koji se osjećaju kao Crnogorci, kao Srbi, kao Bošnjaci, kao muslimani, kao Hrvati, Albanci, Romi i tako dalje, da prosto moramo napraviti zemlju koja ljude ne dijeli po tim osnovama.
Ali ovo što je izrečeno, oprostite, molim vas, upravo utjecala na uvrijeđenost najvećeg dijela onih koje ste nabrojali.
I vidite, a u Crnoj Gori su država i crkva odvojene. Ja mislim da je tu vrlo jasna situacija.
Slatko vam se publika nasmijala na to.
A vidite, možemo mi da se slažemo ili ne slažemo kod nekih stvari.
Znate, kažu sada će ovo oko Podgorice Srpska pravoslavna crkva sve da riješi. Kako? Kaže Srpska pravoslavna crkva. Kažu, zato ti Jakov neće odgovoriti na to pitanje. S kim će?
Ja u tom smislu mislim da stvari...
Prilično ste jasni bili u pismu. Mora se priznati.
Ali ovdje također želim da vam kažem sljedeću stvar. Mitropolija Crnogorsko-Primorska je nesumnjivo institucija koja ima jedno od najvećih povjerenja među ljudima koji žive u Crnoj Gori. I to je fakat. Način na koji svako od nas posmatra odnos sa religijom je intimna stvar. I mislim da su moji stavovi u tom smislu jasni.
Nemamo još puno vremena.
Da je država odvojena od crkve.
Samo jednu stvar, dakle, vi ne mislite da sam ja lažni čovjek lažne vjere, vi ne mislite da su etnički Crnogorci Brozova Kopilad, vi ne mislite da je Crnogorska pravoslavna crkva nekrofilna organizacija. Jel' tako? Ništa od ovoga ne mislite.
A ja mislim da je to jasno.
I pritome podržavate izgradnju spomenika, iskazujete poštovanje vrlo važnoj osobi koja je obilježila ključno više od bilo kojeg političara ili bar u istoj ravni s jednim političarem zadnjih 30 godina u Crnoj Gori. To mi je kontradiktorno, prosto, eto, to sam želio da kažem.
I sigurno da je taj čovjek, recimo, 2006. godine imao neki drugačiji stav u odnosu na crnogorsku nezavisnost, da možda do nje ne bi došlo. I sigurno da je tada... Samo vidite, stvari su puno kompleksnije u odnosu na pitanja koja postavljate. Ja opet kažem, ono što je vrlo važno, da trenutno imamo jednu zemlju koja je u veoma komplikovanom geografskom prostoru pokazala jedan zaista snažan demokratski razvoj, koja je pokazala, bez obzira na neke dileme i svakodnevnicu političkih odnosa, napredak kad je u pitanju naš evropski put. I ja mislim da su to nesumnjivo dva važna primjera koja treba dodatno, kako da kažem, da su važna i za regionalne okvire. Zato što, ovdje ću da zaokružim, i ja mislim da je uloga mitropolita Crnogorsko-Primorskog 30. avgusta da se dođe do ovih stvari do kojih je danas došlo, bila ključna. Bila ključna.
Ali što nam to govori o odnosu Srpske pravoslavne crkve u kreiranju političkih odluka u državi?
Vidite, vraćajući se na onaj period, ja mislim da je tada kroz jedan bunt, da je taj građanski otpor pokazan pokazan na način da je on trasirao ovaj put koji danas imamo. Ja mislim da je to važno. I sada ću zaokružiti u kontekstu onoga što mislim da je regionalno važno. Ja mislim da je u ovom smislu demokratskog razvoja i u smislu evropskih integracija ključna agenda Crne Gore da postane zemlja članica Europske unije 2028. godine, zato što je to priča koja je, uslovno rečeno, veća od Crne Gore. Zato što bi to bio primjer zemljama regiona da je proširenje živo, da je ono moguće. I ja mislim da u tom smislu da bi to bio zaista jedan veliki game changer za cijel region Zapadnog Balkana.
Da se kratko vratimo na odnose Srbije i Crne Gore. Šta ih karakterizira u ovom momentu? Niste više, pa dobro, nisam ja ni siguran da ste bili najomiljeniji u političkom establishmentu od Srbije, jeli, vladajuće, od početka, mada su negdje računali na vas. Sad, čini mi se, više ne računaju baš toliko, čini mi se, ali evo, moramo govoriti kroz ove, rekao bih, lične primjere. Kad ste rekli, moje pitanje je jednostavno u smislu širine konteksta, važnosti ove kompleksnosti teme, trebaju nam jednostavni odgovori prosto zbog publike, ne publike u ovoj sali, dakako, već javnosti koja nas prati. Kako, evo, u 3 rečenice zapravo objasniti u ovom momentu odnos Srbije prije prema Crnoj Gori nego, evo, Crne Gore prema Srbiji ili...
Vidite, meni je žao da postoje politički subjekti u Crnoj Gori i njihovi predstavnici koji posmatraju Srbiju na način da je ona važnija njima od Crne Gore.
Postoje?
I to, vidite, možda ljudi zbog toga, odnosno političari imaju problem sa mnom, zato što ja zaista svoj put ne mijenjam. On je vrlo jasan, transparentan i direktan. I u tom smislu ja ni 30. avgust ne posmatram na način da je sada trebao da dođe neko drugi na vlast koji će da marginalizuje ovaj jedan drugi dio našeg stanovništva koji je marginalizovao ovaj neki u prethodnom periodu. Ja mislim da ta uloga zamjena, a ne suštinskih promjena, je problem naše političke elite. Ja sam negdje rekao i ranije da bi Crna Gora bila bolja, partije moraju biti bolje. U odnosu na to, ja mislim da ja nemam drugu državu bez Crnu Goru. Ja je nemam. Ja mislim da je Srbija prijateljska zemlja, da je Srbija važan ekonomski partner i da je zemlja sa kojom dijelimo istoriju, prošlost i sasvim sigurno neophodno zbog svih nas na Balkanu, zemlja sa kojom ćemo morati da dijelimo zajedničku evropsku budućnost. I ja mislim da je to u interesu Crne Gore i u interesu stabilnosti svih na Balkanu. Tako da u tom smislu ja apsolutno nemam dilemu. Mislim da ono što sam malo prije rekao, da se situacija sa Republikom Hrvatskom što prije mora normalizovati i vratiti u onaj neki okvir koji je postojao ranije. Znate, ja sam sa prethodnim vlastima snažan oponent politički i vjerovatno da na političkoj sceni nema čovjeka koji im je zadao veći udarac od mene i u Podgorici 2022. godine i u odnosu na pobjedu na predsjedničkim izborima protiv gospodina Đukanovića. Ali ja mislim da neke stvari koje su dobre bile u prošlosti, poput odnosa sa Republikom Hrvatskom, moramo sačuvati. A da one loše prakse koje su nesumnjivo postojale, da se razumijemo ovdje, uticaj određenih kriminalnih struktura, način vođenja države, način vođenja državnih preduzeća, da to prosto ne smije postati dio prakse novih političkih struktura koje su sada na vlasti.
Ali vi ste zapravo rekli da faktički jeste.
Pa vidite, nije sam to ja rekao, ja mislim da su to dodatno rekli i građani. Nažalost, mislim da sam argumentovao stvari koje ja vidim.
U tom smislu, da. Iznijeli ste vaše argumente.
I zato smatram, zato sam ja i u ovom jutrošnjem autorskom tekstu rekao, Crnoj Gori su potrebne suštinske promjene. Znači, Demokratska partija socijalista nije maknuta sa vlasti zato što se zvala Demokratska partija socijalista, nego zato što je bila simbol određenih loših praksi. Nemojte sada da ponavljamo te stvari u okviru nečega što se zove PES ili u okviru nečega što se zove Demokratski front ili u okviru nečega što se na kraju zove Jakov Milatović. Ako ja griješim negdje, dozvolite da ja ispravim te svoje greške. Svi smo ljudi na kraju krajeva. I zato smatram da zaista, ja sam čovjek koji je živio u nekih 5-6 zemalja i nigdje nisam vidio jednu zajednicu koja je bez obzira na naše razlike, vjerske, nacionalne, jezičke, evo uvažen potpredsjednik Skupštine, tu i ministar, homogena, kulturološki homogena u načinu strukture naših porodica, svjetonazora. Vjerujte, ne postoji homogenija struktura u Evropi, zajednica u Evropi od ove naše. I nemojte non stop, evo vi ste
Nismo ni mi u Bosni daleko od strukture porodice.
Ali ono što smo mi u Crnoj Gori sačuvali je taj građanski karakter. To što ako se ja zovem ovako ili sam ove vjeroispovijesti, ne treba da mi daje bilo kakvu prednost u odnosu na onoga ako se zove drugačije, govori drugačijim jezikom.
Dobro je čuti od predsjednika da misli da je zemlja sačuvala
građanski
karakter.
To je Crna Gora zaista za koju se ja borim i za kakve principe ću stati u odbranu dok god sam predsjednik Crne Gore i dok god naravno na kraju živim. Zato što ja iskreno vjerujem u to. Jer ja podjednako, ajde tako da kažem, osjećam posvećenost svih nas koji ovdje žive nečemu što bi trebalo da bude neka naša zajednička kuća koja je prosperitetnija, koja je pravednija. Ne zaboravite, recimo, i nismo se dotakli vladavine prava. Vi ste imali u Crnoj Gori u prethodnom periodu, ovo je vrlo važno da se kaže, ljude u našem pravosuđu koji su trebali u ime građana Crne Gore da se bore protiv organizovanog kriminala i korupcije, a koji se sada ispostavlja su bili dio organizovanog kriminala i korupcije. Znači, distribucija pravde u ovoj državi mora da postane vidljiva. Najgora pravda je ona selektivna pravda. I zato zaista mislim da je velika odgovornost sada i na tužilaštvu, i na sudovima, da konačno pravda u Crnoj Gori, bez obzira ko je na vlasti, Jakov Milatović, Dragan Krapović, Maraš Dukaj, Danijel Živković, bude podjednaka za sve.
4 minute smo probili vrijeme. Imali bi mi o čemu pričati i o dvojnom državljanstvu između Srbije i Crne Gore i o potencijalnoj smjeni.
Tu dozvolite jednu rečenicu kod dvojnog državljanstva, jer mislim da je vrlo važno. Postoje ljudi u Crnoj Gori koji su svoju sudbinu vezali za Crnu Goru, a koji nemaju državljanstvo. Ima ih puno. Ja mislim da moramo nešto da uradimo kad su ti ljudi u pitanju, kako ne bi više bili građani drugoga reda.
Dobro.
I postoje ljudi koji žive van Crne Gore, a koji osjećaju neku vrstu pripadnosti Crnoj Gori. I to je to pitanje koje negdje ima određene izazove i rizike u smislu njegovog rješavanja. Ja mislim da je vrlo važno da se pronađe zajednički jezik između pozicije i opozicije, predsjednika, da uključimo, evo ga ovdje i gospodin Lajčak, da uključimo partnere iz Europske unije i da vidimo na koji način
da, oni su već rekli otprilike,
možemo da dođemo do jedne mjere da se na neki način izađe u susret ljudima koji s pravom žele da imaju neku vrstu formalnog papira pripadnosti ovoj matici. A sa druge strane, da zaista onako spriječimo bilo kakvu vrstu političkog inženjeringa.
Govorimo upravo o političkom inženjeringu.
Koji samo da dozvolite, koji nije stvar koju je izmislila, koji je potencijalno sada možda negdje stvar koja će se pripisivati Demokratskom frontu. Dozvolite, koju je izmislila Demokratska partija socijalista još davno kada je pokušala da promijeni vlast u Herceg-Novom. Znači, postoje mnoge stvari koje su puno kompleksnije nego što su onako na prvi pogled. Ja ovdje zaista pozivam na odgovornost. Mislim da nam je svima u zajedničkom interesu da o sudbini Crne Gore odlučuju ljudi koji žive u Crnoj Gori. I to je princip za koji se ja zalažem i to je stav predsjednika Crne Gore Jakova Milatovića. Pozivam Evropsku uniju da na neki način se uključi aktivno i da prosto pomogne u tom smislu da se dođe do jedne mjere kompromisa gdje će se minimizovati potencijalni rizici, a opet na neki način omogućiti ljudima koji žele neku vrstu formalne pripadnosti Crnoj Gori.
Moramo da završimo, ali ja ne mogu izaći odavde da vas najdirektnije ne pitam, znate kako je, s kim ćete vi u Podgorici?
Mislim da je važnije pitanje ko će sa ovim principima o kojima ja pričam, od kojih ja odustati neću. Znači, princip građanske, evropske Crne Gore koja je istinski posvećena promjenama i ja pozivam, evo koristim ovu priliku, pogotovo lidere, nažalost, izgubljenog građanskog centra, da se probude. Da se probude, da ukapiraju kakva je situacija.
Hoćete li voditi računa i o procentu građana koji su određenoj političkoj opciji dali svoje povjerenje u glavnom gradu?
Vidite, ja jedino o čemu vodim računa su principi za kojih stojim. I platforma koju sam vrlo jasno trenutno ispred vas i prošle godine i ove ovdje elaborirao. Uvažavam naravno legitimitet svih. Mislim da kao predsjednik države imam otvorenu komunikaciju sa svim političkim akterima, ali principi politički iza kojih ja stojim su oni od kojih ja neću odustati. Znači, za koje sam dobio snažan mandat od građana Crne Gore i dok god sam predsjednik Crne Gore, ja ću se voditi isključivo tim principima iza kojih stojim.
Hvala vam lijepa, hvala lijepa za ovaj razgovor, hvala lijepa za otvorenost. Bili smo blaži ove godine, ali dobro, upoznali smo se u međuvremenu, jeli?
Naredne ćemo tek da budemo naredne će biti limunada.
Limunada, nećemo mi, ali limunada zna da bude slatka, nije ni to loše. Pitao sam vas prošli puta ko je Jakov Milatović, onu večer kad je bilo jasno da je predsjednik države, pa onu večer kad je bila onaj dan kad je bila predsjednička inauguracija, Jakov sad, ja bih ovo nazvao zapravo jednim prirodnim procesom u političkom sazrijevanju. Evo, da vam komplimentiram, jeli, na kraju ovog razgovora.
Hvala puno.
Hvala lijepa, hvala vama. Jasmina.
Za naš sljedeći panel. It's a back-to-back program today. Welcome to 2BS Forum Chat on Priorities and Challenges for the Western Balkans. We'll get straight to it. Please give a warm welcome to our speakers on this panel. One last time here on 2BS, at least in the capacity of an EU Special Representative for Belgrade-Pristina Dialogue and other Western Balkan issues, Mr. Miroslav Lajčák. Dobrodošli. Evo, ovdje volim se. A dobrodošlicu želim i ministru obrane Crne Gore, Draganu Krapoviću. Dobrodošli. Evo, ovdje ću vas smjestiti. Molim vas, ovo je vaše mjesto. So this will be a multilingual chat, so please prepare your headphones if needed. Now, we have 30 minutes, 2 speakers, and a region that needs no introduction. It's famous for its challenges, so we'll get right on it. Mr. Lajčák, to start the conversation briefly, we are talking about the Western Balkans and its priorities and challenges. So can you tell us region-wide, what are these?
This region, of course, is always full of challenges, but also full of opportunities. And this year is a special year because I think there are more opportunities than challenges. And the main opportunity is the opportunity for a real European integration. We did not have this for like 15 years. Now the momentum is here, the door has been open, and Montenegro has the best chance to enter. But also the rest of the region. European Union realizes that we owe this to the region, and whoever will show the commitment to enter will make it. Another opportunity is regional cooperation. We have many regional formats. We don't have that much of regional cooperation, and I think it's really important to invest in it, because if you want to prove that you can exist in the family of European nations, you should demonstrate it in being able to exist with your neighbors. And good neighborly relations, as we see, they can, if in the absence of those, we can have a real problem, and I think North Macedonia can be a testimony to it. Challenges, as I see them, we have not overcome, or the region has not overcome, the legacy of Yugoslav wars. It's still too much past in the present life, and too many politicians are building their careers on interpreting the past rather than preparing for the future. And there is no feeling of reconciliation and justice. And also, from where I sit, I think it's too much of ethnic and religious elements in the political life, which is also hindering the progress towards Europe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lajčák, for now. Gospodine Krapoviću, slažete li se s ovim? Pitanje za vas ipak možda fokusiranije na Crnu Goru. Koje prioritete, ali i izazove vidite pred ovom zemljom?
Dobro, prije svega želim da se zahvalim Atlantskom savezu na pozivu da participiramo u godišnjem To Be Secure forumu i svakako što se tiče 44. vlade Crne Gore, mi vidimo kao prioritete prije svega na unutrašnjem planu nešto što je borba protiv organizovanog kriminala i korupcije. Dakle, to je, ajde da kažem, glavni prioritet 44. vlade i on u kontinuitetu se sprovodi, ja bih rekao, na adekvatan način i danas imamo situaciju da imamo, ajde da kažem, mnogo veći stepen vladavine prava u Crnoj Gori nego što je to bio slučaj u godinama za nama. Dakle, podvlačim, vladavine prava, a ne pojedinaca i političkih subjekata. Da li su stvari idealne? Nisu. Ja ne želim da idealizujem ni rad vlade, ni ponašanje većine, međutim, stoji činjenica da je u tom segmentu koji je krucijalan za Crnu Goru stanje mnogo bolje nego što je to bilo prije 30. augusta 2020. godine. Sa druge strane, kada se radi o spoljnopolitičkim prioritetima, apsolutni spoljnopolitički prioritet i 44. vjerujem, ajde da kažem, deklarativno više i nekih vlada prije, ali 44. vlade svakako punopravno članstvo u EU i sprovođenje svih onih neophodnih reformi koje su dovele, evo, u ovom konkretnom slučaju vlade koju predstavljam, do ispunjenosti pozitivnog izvještaja IBAR-a za poglavlja 23 i 24 i svakako nam dali onako jedan zamah da dalje nastavimo svakako sa zahtjevnim zadatkom i reformama koje će rezultirati, ja vjerujem, već krajem ove godine zatvaranjem minimum 4 pregovaračka poglavlja, što znači da će proces proširenja, odnosno pristupanja Crne Gore Europskoj uniji značajno ubrzati. Pored toga, to je naravno i nešto što je, ajde, možda u mom segmentu i domenu i najviše, uz naravno Ministarstvo vanjskih poslova, to je kredibilno članstvo unutar NATO saveza i mislim da smo i na tom planu, ispunjavajući sve ono što je, evo, i pomenula uvažena ambasadorka Reising-Reinke, dakle vezano za zaključke prethodnih samita NATO-a, ispunili i dostigli možda i po prvi put u punoj mjeri što se tiče Crne Gore i samim tim potvrdili da nosimo svoj dio tereta unutar alijanse, a kada ne nosite svoj dio tereta znači da mora da ga nosi neko drugi i naravno onda gubite na kredibilitetu. Ja bih rekao da je 44. vlada održala maksimalno kredibilitet članstva Crne Gore unutar NATO saveza I naravno treći prioritet su svakako regionalni i dobrosusjedski odnosi i naravno i u tom dijelu mi jesmo napravili određene napore, bilo je i nekih setbackova, naravno pričat ćemo vjerovatno o tome, tako da to je ono što su prioriteti. Što se tiče izazova, ja ih prije svega vidim, ajde da kažem, na unutrašnjem planu i mislim da tu je posebno jedna od prijetnji eventualna politička nestabilnost unutar Crne Gore, institucionalna nestabilnost kojom smo, ajde da kažem, svjedočili u zadnje 3-4 godine, jer jednostavno po prvi put smo se susreli s nečim što je zaista demokratija, što je zaista pluralizam, što je recimo mirna tranzicija vlasti putem izbora. Nije to u onim okvirima kako je to bilo ranije, dakle okvirima partijskim u kojem je neko ko je na vrhu partijske nomenklature izdavao naređenje i ona su se sprovodila po defaultu. Sad imamo zaista jedan pluralizam koji može na momente da izgleda nekome ovako ili onako, ali to jeste demokratija i mislim da smo, ajde da kažem, taj negdje izazov prevazišli činjenicom da sada imamo vladu, odnosno izvršnu vlast koju podržava praktično 2/3 poslanika u crnogorskom parlamentu, što je svakako najinkluzivnija izvršna vlast i najheterogenija izvršna vlast u istoriji Crne Gore. Također, kao drugi izazov vidim maligne uticaje trećih strana. Dakle, tu je jasno odakle oni dolaze, prije svega tu se radi o Ruskoj federaciji i onome što su njeni interesi na Balkanu, tu se radi o refleksijama u odnosu na ono što je agresija Rusije na Ukrajinu i u tim nekim refleksijama u regionima poput Zapadnog Balkana otvara se prostor da se oni manifestuju i efektuiraju i naravno ne donose ništa dobro. Opet tu pozivam i Evropsku uniju i posebno NATO savez da ostanu fokusirani na ono što je Zapadni Balkan, da ostanu prisutni i da Zapadni Balkan ostane visoko na agendi oba dvije organizacije, jer je to jedini odgovor. Ukoliko ostavimo vakum, taj vakum će biti ispunjen od strane trećih strana i naravno također kao što je i prioritet, tako i izazov razvoj odnosa u kontekstu regionalnih odnosa i svega onoga što je nasljeđe nekih prethodnih bližih ili daljih sukoba kojih je nažalost bilo mnogo na prostoru Zapadnog Balkana i danas opterećuju odnose na Zapadnom Balkanu.
Tu se slažete sa gospodinom Lajčakom. Mr. Lajčak, a year ago, right here in Budva, you said that the most strategic challenge in the Western Balkans is the relation between Kosovo and Serbia because it has an impact on the entire region and it is slowing it down on its EU path. That is a direct quote. How do you view the actions of Pristina over the past year and Belgrade's response in regards to the normalization process?
Well, I continue believing that the relationship between Serbia and Kosovo represent the most strategic challenge for the region and have an impact on everything, starting with regional cooperation and ending with European integration. Last year we achieved something very important, agreement on the path to normalization, which gives a very clear and forward-looking trajectory for the normalization of relations between Serbia and Kosovo. Unfortunately, today, 18 months later, we have seen very little of implementation of this agreement, which is disappointing by itself. What we see instead is the government of Kosovo's effort to enforce the rule of law in the north of Kosovo. Everyone supports the rule of law. Unfortunately, this is done in a way that generates objections from the side of the international community and frustration by the affected local community. So instead we have less normalization and more tensions. And therefore, it's very simple. We need to get back to the implementation of the agreement because the process I'm responsible for is called normalization. And my question is, what's alternative to normalization? Confrontation, tensions, who is benefiting from it? Certainly not the citizens, certainly not Kosovo and Serbia, and certainly not the region. So I believe we have given the answer to a question what needs to be done.
Yeah.
And the question which we are facing now is why not to do it now?
Yeah. Well, it's been more than a year after the Banjska attack. The judicial process haven't even started. It was supposed to start and then it was postponed. Did this open the door even more for worsening of the relations?
Well, Banjska had a very detrimental impact on the atmosphere of the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. And the European Union has been very clear that those who are responsible must be held accountable, and we know who these people are. Some of them even claimed responsibility. So it's very regrettable that we have not seen any accountability, and European Union will continue to call for the accountability, because things like Banska simply must not go without consequences, without punishment for those people who are responsible. It was a grave attack on the regional atmosphere, on good relations, and on the rule of law.
You have just a few more minutes, months, well, not minutes, but months left on this position. Do you see any possibility of things changing in this short period of time? Not really.
Look, let's be realistic. Kosovo is going into parliamentary elections in February. European Union is in the transition process, so I was asked to extend my mandate exactly to guarantee the continuity during this transition process. And the process continues. We are meeting at the level of chief negotiators. But I mean, our experience, political and personal, shows that you cannot expect breakthrough just before the election. But we are preparing the ground for rapid progress right after the election.
Gospodine Krapoviću, spomenuli ste pod izazovima i prioritetima dva vrlo bitna i povezana na kraju krajeva. Jedan je europski put Crne Gore, a drugi su dobrosusjedski odnosi koji su, evo kako je gospodin Lajčak rekao, vidimo na primjeru Sjeverne Makedonije, iznimno bitni u svemu tome. No Crna Gora je odlučila sama sebi stvoriti jednu zanimljivu rupu na tom europskom putu izglasavanjem rezolucije o Jasenovcu. Zagreb je vrlo konkretno rekao da to može značajno usporiti put Crne Gore u Uniju, da je to štetno i opterećujuće za dobrosusjedske odnose koji su jedan od ključnih elemenata proširenja. I ovo su također citati i to čelnika, dakle premijera i predsjednika Hrvatske, koji nisu bili nakon izglasavanja nego unaprijed kao svojevrsno upozorenje što će se dogoditi. Kako to da je Crna Gora svjesno išla narušiti odnose sa najbližom članicom Unije u ovakvom trenutku svojevrsnog ubrzanja puta prema članstvu u Europskoj uniji?
Dobro, dosta je bilo priče naravno o toj rezoluciji. Nije to jedina rezolucija koja se našla na dnevnom redu Crnogorskog parlamenta u prethodnom periodu. Svakako, ja vjerujem da sve ono što radi većina i ono što radi vlada Crne Gore i odluke koje donose je usmjereno na dobrobit i pomirenje unutar crnogorskog društva. Kada se radi o ovoj konkretnoj odluci, ali i o svim drugima, ja mislim da na tom našem EU putu i na tom našem pristupu koji se tiče dobrobiti crnogorskog društva, koji se tiče prihvatanja određenih tamnih stranica istorije i njihovo tretiranje na adekvatan način, nijedna odluka nije donešena sa namjerom da se bilo kome nanese bilo kakva šteta, pogotovo ne članicama Evropske unije, pogotovo ne Hrvatskoj kao jednoj od naših, ajde kažem, najbližih saveznika, s obzirom da smo dijelili jedan dio zajedničke istorije, da imamo veoma bliske odnose, ali i niz otvorenih pitanja koje, podsjetit ću vas, nisu riješene na nekom prethodnom periodu. Ministar spoljnih poslova Hrvatske, Gordan Grlić-Radman, je prije neki dan u Hrvatskom parlamentu rekao da 32 godine nije riješeno ni jedno otvoreno pitanje između Crne Gore i Hrvatske. Tako da nije to baš ekskluzivitet, ajde da kažem, ove većine, nego je to nešto što je nasljeđe nekih pređašnjih vremena. Kao što sam rekao, ovo nije bilo usmjereno na štetu Hrvatskoj, niti je to bila namjera. Ovdje je bio cilj i naša namjera isključivo, ajde da kažem, kao iskaz demokratske zrelosti Crne Gore u smislu pomirenja i zatvaranja tih nekih tamnih stranica na adekvatan način i naše spremnosti da makar simbolički svakoj od tih tamnih stranica koje se tiče ovih prostora, bilo da je na teritoriji Crne Gore, bilo da je šire na teritoriji Zapadnog Balkana, damo adekvatan karakter i okvir. Rekao bih da je to u jednom dijelu i principijelno ponašanje, posebno, evo ako mogu da kažem, ne pričam samo u ime vlade Crne Gore, nego evo i u ime partije koju predstavljam u samoj vladi, dakle da se svaki zločin, svaki genocid koji se desio na ovim prostorima nazove pravim imenom.
Govorili ste o demokratskoj zrelosti, spomenuli ste to. Premijer hrvatski, dakle Andrej Plenković, ima ponešto drugačije viđenje cijele ove situacije. On, evo da ga opet citiram, i ovo je nakon što je rezolucija izglasana, da je to instrumentalizacija jedne druge države u regiji s ciljem narušavanja odnosa Zagreba i Podgorice. I u Crnoj Gori mogli smo čuti komentare dijela javnosti o štetnom utjecaju Srbije upravo na ovom primjeru, koja nije sama donijela tu rezoluciju, već je govore iskoristila Crnu Goru. Kako tu vidite situaciju?
U tom dijelu ja vam mogu reći ono što je moj stav i što je stav partije koju predstavljam. Nas u potpunosti, odnosno uopšte nas ne interesuje, ajde da kažem, što misle o tome u Srbiji, što su o tome uradili u Srbiji ili bilo kojoj drugoj državi. Mislim da u Crnoj Gori mi treba da donosimo samostalne odluke. Mislim da je ovo bila odluka Crnogorskog parlamenta i nemam tome što da dodam. Što se tiče doživljaja uvaženog premijera Plenkovića, dozvoljavam naravno da i on ima pravo na njega. Ovo je moj doživljaj pomenute odluke i ja živim u uvjerenju da ona nije usmjerena protiv Hrvatske. Kažem vam opet, radi se o principijelnom ponašanju i svaki zločin i genocid se mora nazvati pravim imenom. Možemo li mu ime dati tako što ćemo to nametnuti bilo kojem etnosu, bilo kojoj naciji? Mislim da ne. Mislim da treba da idemo ka tome da te rezolucije i ono što su pravosnažne presude krivicu individualizuju, da se jasno suočimo s javnošću, da ne gledamo u tuđe, ajde da kažem, dvorište što se nas tiče u Crnoj Gori. Međutim, kada se takva jedna tema nađe na dnevnom redu, ona je, ajde da kažem, vrednosnog karaktera, desilo se da su u ovom trenutku nešto, vjerovatno voljom određenih političkih subjekata, da budemo jasni. Ali kad se nađe vrednostna tema takvog ranga, vi morate dati odgovor na nju, vrlo jasno.
Mr. Lečak, talking about internal challenges and foreign influences, last year you said you deeply disagree with what Milorad Dodik is doing, that you see no logic in it than to make damage for the Bosnian and Herzegovinian EU path. Now, 1 year later, not much has changed. Whatever progress the country has done on its EU path, it has done so despite Milorad Dodik. What's to be done?
Well, as I said at the beginning, we have a new situation. We have a real momentum, real European momentum for the Western Balkans. And this is an opportunity for all those politicians who are declaring their commitment to European future of their countries to prove it in action. And the European process is a process that transforms the society. So Bosnia and Herzegovina was given a candidate status, was invited to start accession negotiations, which is a huge move on the side of the European Union. It should be reciprocated by the concrete steps and activities by the politicians. Bosnia and Herzegovina is, of course, a very complex and complicated country, facing many challenges. Milorad Dodik is one of them, but definitely not the only one. And for me, the crucial question is, of course, how to modernize the constitution, because clearly Dayton is not compatible with European values, with European integration process. We have a number of decisions of European courts that are proving this, and I think that this should be the priority for the politicians, how to maintain the multi-ethnic nature of Bosnia and Herzegovina without discrimination on ethnic basis, and how to amend the constitution so that it will help to move forward. And I have been part of my own country's European integration process, and I know that we entered in it, we were kept busy with meeting the criteria, closing chapters, and we ended the process being a different country, being a different society. So I do believe in transformative process of European integration.
Now, we have been mentioning foreign influences. When it comes to Republika Srpska, we are talking mostly about Russian foreign influence, but one more influence is very interesting in the past few months and years. For example, the Hungarian Minister of Foreign Affairs called Dodik recently a regional leader of stability. Now, this is an interesting view of actions and the character of Milorad Dodik. How do you view Hungary's support and influence in the region through its relationship with Milorad Dodik and Aleksandar Vučić and Christian Mickoski in the latest? Is it kind of building the pre-admission coalition, if we can say it like that?
I don't want to enter into any speculations. The fact is that the European integration process is a process which is firmly in the hands of the European Union and 27 member states. That's number one. Second, we do have this momentum. 3, Hungary being so geographically close to the Western Balkans, has been an authentic and honest supporter of European integration of the Western Balkans. And it's not one country that sets the criteria or defines the criteria. That's it. It's the consensual decision by the European Council. And let's, okay, it's okay for you, for journalists to speculate, but I think for politicians, for diplomats, it's really about the substance, about making sure that the European acquis are being implemented by all member states, and then that we do not allow bilateralization of integration process.
Is there a discrepancy between the diplomatic and political view and the reality in the Western Balkans? Because sometimes it seems to be two different worlds we are talking about when we are talking from diplomatic standpoint and then what we are seeing happening in reality.
Well, there has been a discrepancy in recent years when the European Union was saying that we are committed to European future of the region, but that was not the prevailing feeling in the European capitals. But this has changed. This has changed, and like a year ago, we had problems to convince the region that this time it's for real, and you remember that. Now there are no doubts that it is for real, and the question is how many of the Western Balkan countries will use this momentum and will turn it into a new quality, into membership. Montenegro is best positioned because it's most advanced of all, but this process will not be completed on autopilot by default. It really requires full commitment, all eyes on the ball, and delivery.
Gospodine Krapoviću, spomenuli ste ispunjavanje obveza koje proizlaze iz NATO članstva. Mnogo se i često govori, kad već govorimo o stranim utjecajima u Crnoj Gori, a u vlasti zemlje članice NATO-a su stranke sa prosrpskim i proruskim karakteristikama uz ostale, mnogi se pitaju otežava li to ispunjavanje obveza iz NATO članstva? Zanimljiva je i ta perspektiva.
Pa prije svega kada se radi o ispunjavanju obveza iz NATO članstva, ona se, ajde da kažem, više odnosi što se tiče Crne Gore na ispunjavanje, možda i održavanje ugleda u okviru NATO kolektivnog sistema bezbjednosti prije nego obaveza. Jednostavno NATO, ajde da kažem, ne funkcioniše na takav način, jer jednostavno ako ne ispuniš obaveza, logično bi bilo da iza toga slijedi neka vrsta kazne, a to se naravno u NATO do sad nije desilo, niko nije isključen iz NATO-a, međutim postoji naravno ono o čemu sam pričao negdje na otvaranju, a to je kredibilitet jedne članice i postoji nešto što se zove princip podjele tereta. Dakle, u okviru toga Crna Gora nosi svoj teret, ja bih rekao, u punoj mjeri onoga što im je zadato unutar NATO saveza, jača svoje sopstvene kapacitete, naravno iz svojih potreba, ali svakako iz potrebe doprinosa kolektivnom sistemu bezbjednosti i rekao bih da je to što se tiče mandata 44. vlade, ukoliko nije pretenciozno, jer ja vodim taj segment, urađeno na jako dobar način. Evo da se na tome zadrži. Mislim da je to prepoznato i u strane stranih zvaničnika i da Crna Gora mora da ponese svoj dio tereta i ona to radi i rekao sam vam, u tome je ništa ne ometa, bez obzira na određene uticaje koje postoje unutar regiona koji jesu refleksija agresije Ruske federacije.
Ključevi NATO-a su sigurni u Crnoj Gori. Ključevi NATO-a sigurni su u Crnoj Gori, jel?
Apsolutno. Mi stajemo kredibilna članica NATO, kao što sam rekao, poštujemo i čuli ste i ono što je ambasadorka iznijela i što se tiče zaključaka i što se tiče jačanja sopstvenih kapaciteta i što se tiče podrške politikama NATO-a, stavovima i strateškim opredeljenjima, apsolutno je Crna Gora na liniji 100%. Također, notorna je činjenica da je usklađena 100% sa spoljnom i bezbjednostnom politikom Evropske unije, što je jedan, da kažemo, od preduslova da proces napreduje.
We have 3 more minutes for the end of this panel. The time goes by quickly. Mr. Lajčák, we cannot not mention North Macedonia, as we already have a country that even changed its name to progress on its EU path. What's next for this country after the EU Council decoupled its accession path with Albania?
What's next is well known. The constitutional changes, which will open the door for the second intergovernmental conference and the beginning of accession negotiations in earnest. So it's what is really important is to stop dreaming about renegotiating the deal. The deal is what it is. It's not ideal, most likely not fair, but this is what it is, and this needs to be done. And second, make sure you do not worsen relations with other European partners. You don't challenge the PRESPA agreements, for example. And I really believe that the constitutional changes represent the last hurdle before the real process and real negotiations will start. And this needs to be done sooner rather than later.
What to do with this no thanks that the Macedonian Prime Minister said? He said we should no longer accept terms based on national concessions without guarantees. If this is the case, then no thanks.
What's the alternative? I mean, there are no guarantees. No country has guarantees until the day you join the European Union. There are no guarantees it will happen. You are building guarantees by being a credible partner, but by showing your commitment. No one will ever give you guarantees, but you will get the certificate and membership once you have completed the process. So focus on what is in front of you, and in case of North Macedonia, what is in front of the country is the constitutional changes. So do it.
Imamo još 2 minute do kraja, gospodine Krapoviću, završna riječ za vas. Crna Gora u svom susjedstvu, na svom europskom putu, može li si regija dopustiti da ne surađuje još bolje na tome putu?
Ne, naravno da ne može sebi dopustiti i negdje sam to htio da i kažem, prekinuli ste me u onom zadnjem dijelu kada smo govorili o rezoluciji i regionalnim odnosima. Apsolutno 44. vlada je spremna da ono što je narušeni odnos, kako ga god ko doživljavao u regionu, revitalizuje i ispravi kroz dijalog, kroz, rekao bih, prijateljski, saveznički pristup i u tom pravcu ja vjerujem da će se to vrlo brzo i desiti. Što se tiče uticaja u odnosu regiona u ovom trenutku, on naravno prolazi jednu refleksiju sukoba u Ukrajini, svakako rata u Ukrajini, naravno on se reflektuje, kao što sam rekao, u različitim regionima svijeta, ali posebno u regionima gdje ne postoje dovoljno nacionalne otpornosti, zajedničkog stava i jedinstva, recimo kada se radi o agresiji Ruske federacije na Ukrajinu, gdje nema jedinstva u tim stavovima. Naravno, tradicionalna Rusija vidi svoju interesnu sferu na Zapadnom Balkanu i mi smo negdje na meti tih uticaja i rekao bih da je prije svega odgovor ne samo unutra, nego i onome što je angažman Evropske unije i NATO saveza na samom Zapadnom Balkanu i fokus te dvije organizacije na Zapadni Balkan, ali svakako i fokus nas sa Zapadnog Balkana na te dvije organizacije
i na rješavanje vlastitih unutarnjih poteškoća.
I eventualno učlanjenje. Mislim da taj odnos Zapadnog Balkana, posebno država, kada se radi o Crnoj Gori, mora se učiniti jasno vidljivim taj odnos između Evropske unije i NATO svim ostalim međunarodnim partnerima, da ne bi, odnosno međunarodnim akterima, da ne bi došli do onog vakuma o kojem smo pričali.
To je svakako i vaš posao u opisu vašeg mandata. Hvala vam mnogo, gospodine Krapoviću. Thank you so much, Mr. Lajčak. Up next, it's time to hear a message from NATO, Rebecca Obstler. After that, short coffee break, but please be here at 10 past noon. Molim vas, budite ovdje ponovno u 12 sati i 10 minuta kada nastavljamo s našim programom. Thank you so much. Hvala, thank you.
Dear President Milatovic, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends from ATA Montenegro, it is an honor for me to address such a distinguished audience, and I hope that next time we will be able to come to beautiful Montenegro and meet in person. We at NATO value our excellent, long-lasting cooperation with ATA Montenegro. ATA organizes the To Be Secure Forum every year in close cooperation with our team. This forum is an excellent example of the civil society partnerships we rely on to help build relationships and communicate with our great allied audiences. The conversation is especially important for us this year as we celebrate NATO's 75th anniversary, a remarkable occasion and one of which we are very proud. NATO has a long and successful history of safeguarding the freedom of our community, a community that now includes 32 allies and their 1 billion citizens on both sides of the Atlantic, including most of the Western Balkans. Allies choose to join NATO and work together in the alliance because they see that NATO is the best way to deter and defend against old and new threats, and to protect their freedom and sovereignty. And our alliance is stronger and more secure because Montenegro is an ally. Among its contributions, Montenegro supports our shared security by deploying troops to our longest and largest mission, KFOR, which is key to regional stability, and to our advising and capacity building mission in Iraq. Montenegro also contributes personnel to our battle groups in Bulgaria and Latvia, helping to deter Russian aggression. This year, we were very honored to welcome President Milatovic to our flagship event, the NATO Youth Summit in Miami. He spoke about the hopes and aspirations of the Montenegrin people as they watched the enlargements of the European Union and NATO. He described what joining NATO in 2017 has meant for Montenegro's national security and sense of identity. This very open and authentic message resonated deeply with youth audiences from around the world, engaging them in what NATO means today for each ally that has decided to join our Euro-Atlantic family. This anniversary year has been an important one for NATO, a year of reflection and of aspiration for the community we have created, a community based on our shared values, democracy, freedom, and the rule of law, a community that has stood together to face challenges in the past and stands united to face challenges before us. Foremost among these challenges, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has shaken Euro-Atlantic and global security. Now, more than ever, we stand strong in the face of aggression with the sense of purpose that has maintained the Euro-Atlantic bond for 75 years. NATO has two main tasks when it comes to Russia's war against Ukraine: to strengthen our own deterrence and defense to prevent the war from escalating beyond Ukraine's territory, and to support Ukraine's right to self-defense, enshrined in the UN Charter. NATO allies take these tasks very seriously. We are ensuring we have the capabilities to protect against any threat, and we are providing unprecedented financial and military assistance to support Ukraine. We are all well aware that this brutal invasion is not only a war at our doorstep, it is a conflict that has implications for the security of other areas of the continent and the alliance. This includes the Western Balkans, a region of strategic importance for our alliance, as reaffirmed by our heads of state and government at their summit in Washington this July, and by our acting Deputy Secretary General on his recent trip to Podgorica. We are closely monitoring developments in this region, as these directly affect stability in the region and our collective security. I will focus on one pernicious threat to the region: foreign malign interference, including disinformation. Information manipulation can have a direct impact on the security of the alliance and that of our partners. We know that this is an issue of concern for Montenegro as well as many other allies. Hostile information attacks are, of course, not new. Russia, China, and other state and non-state actors are continuously using tactics to manipulate the information environment for a variety of reasons. But Russia has intensified its efforts in parallel to and as part of its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, including using information manipulation strategically as part of the preparation and execution of its war. At the summit in Washington, the heads of state and government recognized this threat. They committed to continue to develop our individual and collective capacity to analyze and counter hostile information to protect the values at the core of our alliance. In an increasingly complex and contested geopolitical context, characterized by polarization and conflict, NATO must convey its messages, objectives, and actions to audiences successfully. Our Public Diplomacy Division has redoubled its work to combat hostile information, including intensifying our partnerships in this shared fight. Here are some ways we are tackling this challenge. First, investing in technology. We are adapting to the changes in the security environment as well as to advancements in technology used to communicate. We are investing in tools that will help us understand and track bad actors who operate outside the international rules-based order, and tools that allow us to leverage our own communication to reach and build resilience among our populations. Second, ramping up coordination. Within the alliance, we identify threats, alert each other, consider response options, and examine interlinkages with other threat domains. We cooperate with international partners, including the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism, the EU, the UN, and the OSCE. And last, but certainly not least, joining forces. Because on such an asymmetrical battlefield, fighting information threats is everybody's business. We stand with individual countries as well as civil society institutions and partners to build resilience. We invest in and engage with our partner institutions like ATA Montenegro. We stand with and support an independent and free media, including independent Russian media. We communicate together to reach people across the information space as well as in person. We tell the truth together. The challenge is deep and much work remains to be done, but our joined approach is always greater than the sum of its parts. I once again thank ATA Montenegro and all of you for your participation in this conversation and the critically important work of furthering Euro-Atlantic integration in the region. We have achieved much over the last decades. And as a community of like-minded nations, united under common values, like the principles of democracy and the rule of law, I'm confident we will meet the challenges ahead. I wish you a successful and fruitful discussion. We are with you in spirit, if not in body, and hope to be able to visit soon. Thank you.
Yeah, probably a bit better than it was before. All the lights are on us. Yeah. So people are still on their coffee break, and if they can hear me, we are about to begin. So please take your seats for us to be able to begin our second part of the program. And this panel is called Fractured World, Battleground Echoes. It really describes the world as it is today, fractured, with battleground that echoes globally. To make some sense of it all, we have our speakers, our esteemed panelists. Victoria Vdovichenko is the Program Director for Security Studies at the Center for Defense Strategies, offering us a deep analytical perspective on defense strategy, especially with regard to Ukraine. James Scher is a Senior Fellow at the International Center for Defense and Security in Tallinn, specializing in Russian foreign defense and security policies. Martin Sklenar is a Distinguished Fellow at Globsec and the former Minister of Defense of the Slovak Republic, experienced in defense policy and NATO relations also. And Reinhold Lopatka is a member of European Parliament from Austria's People's Party, a member of EPP Group. Welcome, dear panelists. Now, the global order is undergoing seismic shifts with these two major conflicts unfolding. Ukraine-Russia war has tested the resilience of European security architecture, and the Israel-Gaza war that now spread to Lebanon and with Iran involved reignited deeply rooted tensions in the Middle East, and it's just an unavoidable topic for us today. The ripple effects from both of these conflicts are felt globally, as we all know. This panel will explore how these battleground echoes are shaping the global geopolitical scene and landscape, but also defense, security, and diplomatic strategies worldwide. Now, if you are okay with it, can we use first names on this panel? Yeah, sure. So, Martin, let's begin with the Middle East. The conflict is heavily escalating now in Lebanon, with Iran involved, as we approach a one-year mark of Hamas's attack on Israel and the ongoing Israeli war in Gaza. How do you see the situation evolving from this point onward? We hear multiple scenarios, and it seems that one is worse than the other. What is your view?
Obviously, I mean, we are in the situation where we expect, what will be happening next, right? We know that there's these exchanges going on, and in a way we are following what we believe or what we perceive as, escalation, retaliation, this kind of tit for tat kind of dynamics, which is unfortunate, right? I mean, we used to be used to something different. To something where countries and representatives would be looking for ways for exit ramps. Basically, now they are looking for some kind of reasons and arguments why to continue this. I would say, and I would expect, and while it is unfortunate, it is something that reflects the current setup. And as you mentioned, I mean, the world order is undergoing such a immense change that this is to be expected. I mean, countries feel they need to be strong, they need to be seen as, being able to protect their interests and not to show any kind of weakness or willingness to negotiate might be seen as something that is a compromise, something where you cannot really show your strength, especially in a such polarized and tense region as is the Middle East. And I mean, this is probably one of the most complicated regions in the world. We have also other powers and countries, being part of this, even though it's quite a regional situation. What strikes me most also as we look at this in comparison to the Ukraine situation, and especially with the latest exchange between Iran and Israel, or the attack, the escalation from Iran towards Israel, and the involvement of countries, U.S., UK, even France. They say they come out very, very quickly and actually without any hesitation in saying that we were there with Israel, protecting Israelis from the Iranian rockets, and for me, this is something that I don't really reconcile with the situation in Ukraine, how vastly different the approaches of these countries are to the two conflicts where countries on the west, especially the countries on the border with Ukraine, are not really involved or taking any steps to protect Ukrainians, but also their own populations, right? I mean, we have Romania and parts of Romania being used as trajectories for Russian missiles, and we are hesitant to even get involved into protecting our own populations and our own territory.
Yep. We'll continue talking about Ukraine and Russia just in a short few moments. Reinhold, the major powers that Martin mentioned, like US, Russia, EU, all, let's say, helped to create this situation in the Middle East and to shape it. What role could or should they play in this moment from now on? Martin said about this attitude of let's continue on the fight. Is there any plan for the peace in the Middle East that you might see?
I hope at the end of the day that there is a plan for peace, but nowadays it's the opposite, how I see it. And the European Union remains a diplomatic player there. But to be realistic, we have to see that the United States by far the most important player. And of course also Russia is there. If you look to Syria or via Iran, they are directly involved. And we have to see, on the one hand, you have here the United States, but we don't have United States of Europe. We are far away from this. When you look how the German or the Austrian government qualifies the fight of Israel against the terrorists of Hamas, and you compare it with Spain or Ireland, it's not the same.
So European Union doesn't have one voice even in this conflict in the Middle East?
You see it when you have votes in the United Nations. That's the problem.
Can it be a real diplomatic security strategic player in the world conflicts without having one voice?
That's the huge problem, but not being too pessimistic. For the next commission, I'm more optimistic because we have here two central figures with the High Representative of the European Union, and for the first time we have a Commissioner for Defense and Space. Both are experienced politicians, both are former prime ministers, both know Russia, coming from the Baltic countries. So I think the European Union can play a stronger role as it did and as it is doing nowadays.
Right now, yeah. James, we see the US and West helping Israel, and then we see Hezbollah in Lebanon helping Gaza, then Iran helping Lebanon, and then on and on and on it goes. You are an expert for Russia. What is Russia's perspective on this war and its wider interest in the Middle East?
Thank you, Jasmina. Let me, if I may, make 3 points. The first is that during the long era of Vladimir Putin, Russia established a reputation in the Middle East as an actor that pursued its policy aims very professionally, methodically, competently, and unideologically, which meant effectively it could cultivate every country and its own worst enemy. And this explains the very productive Russia-Israel relationship that existed until comparatively recently, and the emergence of an increasingly comprehensive relationship between Russia and Hamas, beginning in 2006. My second point is that here, as in other areas of the world, the expansion of the Ukraine war in February 2022 changed everything. Russia's relationship with Germany was sacrificed. Russia's relationship with Israel has now been sacrificed. Why? Well, one factor that would have concerned them in any case is the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords, the wisdom and beauty of them is that without dropping a bomb, without lifting a finger, this was a dynamic that over time was clearly going to render Hamas and later Hezbollah irrelevant to what was going to take place in the Middle East. And Russia, as much as Hamas, wanted it stopped. And Russia, as much as Hamas, understood the Israelis and understood the Israelis are completely predictable. The people of Israel, for reasons we all understand, their view is turning the other cheek is a recipe for extinction. We don't do this. So after those attacks, it was clear what Israel was going to do. This was a classic example of what the Russians call reflexive control. Israel did absolutely what was expected, upended the Abraham Accords, created a totally different situation. Moreover, in these new circumstances, Russia firmly needed Iran fully on its side as a leading weapons supplier and supporter in the war in Ukraine, and it's achieved that. And here, as well as elsewhere, we see Russia doing everything to try to divert the United States and the power of the United States from Ukraine by opening this new front and this new theater of hostilities. So that's where we still are. That's how we got here, and that's where we are.
How do we go on from here? What is your view? We were very pessimistic before. I mean, the whole world is really pessimistic when we see what is going on and the mindset that is in play here. How do you see this evolving?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not encouraged, frankly, by any policies I see in the West with regard to this, because they keep emphasizing trying to achieve success out of failure. I'm speaking outside my brief, but I'm sorry, I do not think it is realistic to keep pressuring Israel to conclude a ceasefire in Gaza. It's not going to happen. Let's stop investing in outcomes that are not going to happen. Something is going to happen between Israel and Iran.
Hopefully,
it could be
not the thing we fear the most.
It could be more disturbing and with possibly some positives, or it could be even more disturbing.
Okay. Hopefully it won't come
to
that.
You know, this is for all of us to speculate about, but we don't know.
Victoria, we see the conflicts are, we just cannot view them as these isolated points in time. They are all connected, as we said. I know this is not part of your expertise, but you are a security expert, so what is your view on this?
Well, definitely attention is a part of currency of geopolitics, as we say, and definitely focusing now both on the Middle East area as well as the Black Sea area, Azov area, let's not forget about that, Mediterranean Sea. This is something what we see triggers and pulls hours of the threats that authoritarian regimes are pulling on us and actually triggering us for some reactive modus operandi, unfortunately. So definitely there is no easy solution, and your question will be the risk of escalation is really high in all of the theaters as we are talking to. Of course, we cannot rely on yesterday tactics to fight the wars of the future. So we have, and that's what we are here to talk about, to be secure as the name of the forum. But we are definitely already in a different modus operandi. We are absolutely not secure in anything. And let's start as a background of that. So actually my point will be here. Of course, we heard today that European Union is preparing to impose a package of sanctions against Iran to supply ballistic missiles to Russia. Ukrainians are asking, why only now? Ukrainians are differently asking that there is this modus operandi of the peacetime still in many decisive or decision-making options or framework is pulling triggers to us. We definitely think about how to save our lives. We have to. We are in a survival mode. We also have to think about the future. And this future, to be secure, as the name of the forum, is definitely not secure if we are not changing this modus operandi.
How do you see the latest President Zelensky's push for the victory plan and his visit to the United States?
Well, definitely that's last week was what we say, a lot of international events happening at the same fora. And of course, the victory plan is something that President Zelensky voiced, announced, presented to the US leadership, but not only to the US leadership. And it's something to be discussed during Ramstein meeting the upcoming week, which is very important because they're going to be also President Joe Biden's tour now in Europe. And of course, there will be what we say, we're expecting the legacy of the United States, to preserve. And of course, yesterday's visit of Mark Rutte to Kyiv is something really important for us. It's a message for understanding that North Atlantic Treaty Association is standing with us. And it's not only about leadership or strong voice that we are applying or make it applicable for. We just have to understand unity is the new modus operandi if you want to survive. Mm-hmm. And if NATO wants to survive, you should back us. We want to survive, and we are relying on your trust. We don't want any more Budapest memorandums. We relied on you guys a lot. And unfortunately, let's try to, rearm, and let's say time to be in a solidarity and unity mood in order to not only to survive, but prosper.
Mm-hmm. Martin, diplomatic efforts to end the war in Ukraine remain divided in terms that some European countries favor military victory while others advocate for negotiated settlement. How might this changing dynamics that Victoria is talking about and modus operandi, but also the changes that we anticipate, like the coming US elections might bring, influence this Europe's stance on dealing with this issue?
Well, I strongly believe that Europe has learned the lesson, and the February in 2022 has been the 9/11 moment for Europe, if you want to call it that. I mean, the kind of engagement and the commitment that we have seen from the European Union strongly resembles, I mean, the changes that were there after 9/11. And so I hope it's not going to change at all, no matter the outcome of the US election or anything. What I strongly believe is necessary right now, and I think President Zelensky made, or I would expect him to make the case in the United States, is that the EU needs to work with Ukraine and with the others on two specific things. And one is making Ukraine strong as possible, delivering not only military support for as long as it's necessary, but as much as it takes, I mean, for Ukraine to win. This is a change that there needs to be seen in European, but also in US support towards Ukraine. Make it strong, make it clear that Ukraine and the West is ready to win this, not only fight as long as necessary. So that's one. That's military, but also financial support. And Anders Aslund made a very good piece on this recently. And the second one is even more important, I would say, for President Zelensky, and that's lifting the limitations on Ukrainian weapons. This is not Western weapons. This is Ukrainian weapons. Once they are donated, it's Ukrainians. I understand there might be political issues with this, but what is very important to see right now, that Ukraine is strongly making the case that we use the weapons responsibly. I mean, we see ammunition, warehouses and fuel warehouses burning, and it's not civilian buildings and others. You should not be concerned. This is what you need to do right now to make sure that Ukraine can actually take this to Russia, as it has shown also in the Kursk incursion, and then start the negotiations. And I mean, this is what everybody wants. This is what it needs to come to a negotiated settlement of this that comes at a moment when Ukraine is okay with it and feels strong in its position, and when there's and when Russia feels that it needs to make any kind of compromises.
How close or far away are we from that moment?
Well, if we decide on the two, we make Ukraine as strong as possible, and we lift the limitations. I think we can get there very, very quickly. And then countries like even the Hungaries and Slovakias in the West will make an argument, or will be probably more this will go into their direction of thinking. Now it's time for the negotiations, but let's get Ukraine to a position of strength where it can negotiate a just peace agreement.
Reinhold, coming back to the diverging views among EU members on Ukraine in this moment, how can the EU maintain cohesion and really dedication to this issue, to the war in Ukraine? How can it maintain cohesion in its foreign policy and defense strategies? We see really two sides of the spectrum of how to come to this solution.
Yeah. First, I only want to reply. I think this war will last longer, and I don't see a quick solution, as you mentioned it. I have an opposite view. First thing. Second, the European Union was much stronger, and the cohesion was much stronger than Putin expected after the invasion.
Yeah.
Because until now, even Hungary supported all the EU decisions. But it is hard work to have this cohesion and to have a long brief to continue with the support for Ukraine. The in June elected European Parliament started its work with 2 resolutions in the European Union dealing with Ukraine, and they were very clear that Europe needs to spend more money. Europe needs to be very clear that we see the future of Ukraine in the European Union, of course, as we see it in NATO. Having said that, the biggest group in the European Parliament, EPP, I'm a member of this group. We passed last week a new document, a strong document on European defense. It's entitled Europe That Protects, Building a True European Defense Union. And here it is very clear that we see it not as a quick solution, but that we have to spend much more money as we did in the past. 23 out of the 27 member countries of the European Union are in NATO, but also neutral countries. I'm coming from a neutral country, Austria. We can be here in line because we have this obligation of solidarity. Of course, we cannot directly support Ukraine with weapons, but there are a lot of other fields where we can show our full solidarity.
Talking about these strategic decisions, how do you see, and what is your opinion on lifting the limitations on using the weapons donated to Ukraine?
You know,
from a European standpoint.
Yeah, as a member of a neutral country, not supporting military, I'm not that one who wants to give some advice. So,
from a position of a member of European Parliament, as
the position is very
EU's
clear.
Policy,
the position is very clear. The European Parliament is here more outspoken as the national governments are in favor of Ukraine to give them the whole range, to use it.
James, despite these excessive sanctions to Russia and the military support to Ukraine, the war has persisted longer than many anticipated, at least in the beginning of it. Do you believe the West has underestimated, in some terms, Russia's long-term resilience? Did we all have this opinion that, okay, we can do something rather quickly about this?
Not all, and not right, but let me just say the following. Russia's strategy now, as much as in 2022, Russia's aims are to crush Ukraine's ability to resist at every level, to make Ukraine both uninhabitable and unsustainable, and to inflict lasting damage on the West. These aims have not changed, and I believe that as long as Russia is governed by the kind of people who govern Russia now, those objectives are unalterable. The question, and here I come back to the point that Martin raised, is whether Russia will have the capacity to do these things. And that does not depend upon Russia. And this brings your question in as well. That depends upon Ukraine and ourselves. The problem is that our current policy, because of all the mixed intentions and confusions and ambivalences, The current policy is one that would oblige Ukraine to lose the war slowly. And the interesting thing is that the Ukrainians are aware of it, Zelensky and his top commanders are aware of it, and they have decided to defy it. And that is why it's not just that the Kursk operation took place. The Kursk operation occupies more area than Russia has succeeded in regaining since January this year, but it took place without any consultation with the United States.
That's right.
And that is also true for many of the long-range strikes we see. And that is what is absolutely necessary. They understand, General Syrski, his predecessor General Zaluzhny, that Ukraine can only position itself, put itself in a position to win this war through asymmetric measures. And that's what it's doing. If it plays by Russia's rules, and frankly, if it plays by the rules of Washington, it will lose. So Ukraine's interest in what they're doing is changing the game. But the question is, what is our attitude going to be towards this? And I can't answer that.
How much of a game changer would it be if Donald Trump wins an office again?
Well, I'm certainly not going to try to answer that. But
I mean, in this pressuring on Ukraine to follow Washington's lead.
Yeah, but you see, you should all be aware, there are various individuals in the United States, cottage industries, that are trying to suggest in various ways, with various degrees of plausibility, that the real Trump, the real thinking of Trump, is a lot more realistic and a lot more responsible than the campaign rhetoric suggests. I'm not convinced by that. But maybe, and it would be a good thing too, but we don't know. What I do fear is that if the current lot of people in the States are broadly speaking re-elected because Kamala Harris inherits all the same people, we're in for more of the same that we've experienced.
Victoria, well, the war has been going on, as we mentioned a few times in this forum, for 2 years and 7 months now. What do you see maybe as the biggest strategic missteps made by the West? But were there also strategic missteps made by the Ukraine itself?
Yes, Mina, thank you for this question. One of the strategic missteps is just how it is narrated by you guys. You say 2 years and 7 months. We say almost 11 years.
Yeah.
That's one of the very important things. That we literally, and we continue to narrate that the war is not something that, there is a bug here, sorry, they're coming into. That's most importantly how we present in the information. When there was an illegal annexation of Crimea, we raised alarm, and unfortunately we were not perceived. When of course, the first attacks and so-called green men appeared, not only in Crimea, but in Donetsk, Lugansk area, we raised alarm. Yes, but we're talking about secondary sanctions that are still not working, which allow Russia to regroup, actually, with the new authoritarian regime, something that we talked about already. There are 142 combat engagements on various fronts now, kinetically as we speak. But Russia actually is catching you guys informationally or in the cyberspace. And the most important is...
This flight really likes you.
Yeah, they like me.
This is my favorite person. I'm going to fly all over her face.
That's not a problem. We can also, continue narrating in difficult challenges like this one for a moment. The most important now is, for me, as the expert in the hybrid warfare and specifically in strategic communication, literally to understand it's not about what were the missteps, what can we do now. And I literally wrote a small short, let's say 3 points, address personally what I think is important. We talk about insufficient amount of weaponry. Ukraine already was not only relying on Western support, which we were really much thankful, but we also relied on our own production lines. And that's one of the solutions. So it's not only for the American companies, for other companies who are opening now the production lines or granting the R&D, let's say, or technological advancement. We definitely understand it's one of the, what we say, temporary, but still necessary solution to be doing that. And please prioritize that when you're advising your governments. Secondly, of course, taking into account, we definitely have to talk about this NATO membership blockade. It's something that we are raising each and every time importance. There is no other umbrella as we're speaking now. We definitely can talk about 26 security assurances that Ukraine signed. But it's a political statement. There is no other umbrella that literally makes us sure that we are safe and secure in order to prosper. With point number 3, we as Ukrainians understand that you guys do not still believe, or not all of us, all of you believe about the strategy of victory. The fighting, what Martin said, the fighting the war is not the same as winning the war, or even have a victory in the war. This is something I definitely understand is crucial. And we, of course, understand that kinetically, again, and I'm repeating myself, the battlefield is happening on Ukrainian territory, but informationally, cyber, because we are talking about election waves, let's say, going not only locally, nationally, or internationally, the muddling within Russian imposing, and of course, cyber warfare and cognitive warfare. This is something that we have to tackle, because cognitive warfare is not that something you can touch, but the impact of that you can definitely feel.
Yeah, you are very correct on that one. We have less than 10 minutes to the end of this panel. I would like to talk a bit more about the ripple effects that are felt from both battlefields. Now, Martin, how do you see Europe's defense capability evolving? To touch upon what Victoria mentioned, because we have the ongoing war in Ukraine, the increasing tensions in the Middle East, we have this push for greater EU defense independence. What can EU do here?
The EU can actually do a lot, and it has a lot of momentum, I have to say, and Reinhold already alluded to it. First time ever a defense commissioner in the European Commission. That already says a lot, even though the Commission's powers are rather limited in defense, and the treaties also don't allow too much for the institutions to do the way that the European Union usually makes its biggest impact, right? I mean, imposing decisions and regulations.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't be the problem. I mean, here we talk about defense. We are talking about making Europe stronger, creating more capabilities. And one thing I want to say that it's not a second NATO that the EU wants to actually create. This is about shifting the balance in the only alliance that we have for the defense and collective defense of the European continent, and that's NATO. But right now we have a balance where the US provides approximately 900 billion and the Europeans 300 billion euros, dollars, whatever. We want to shift that. I mean, that's unnatural. That's not really representing the importance that Europe now feels for defense. And the countries are doing it. They're spending the 2%. This year is actually the first year that the European countries, in average, spend 2% on defense. I think that has never happened before, which illustrates how much the Europeans are doing. So there's going to be a lot of money, national money, going into national capabilities, which is the way that defense always works. And the European Union has to find a way how to facilitate that and add value where it can in defense industry, in some of the regulations where the Commission can come up with good proposals for military mobility, to make sure that we are able to move the forces to Ukraine or even to the eastern countries as quickly as possible, not within days but within hours basically. And you need the infrastructure. There's money in the EU available for that. So it's not only the capabilities. I mean, there's going to be a lot of work on that to shift the balance between the US and Europe, but also how can the European Union actually help defend the continent when it comes to that, to defend it with the US, with Canada and Norway, and other countries.
Foreign policy is really important, and the European Union has a lot of work to do ahead of itself, one of which is Russia's growing alignment with China and Iran. Should EU give this more thought, this new reality of global order, or is it giving it enough thought?
I think we lost a lot of ground in the last decades, but it doesn't make any sense to complain about its effect. Russia and Beijing, they increased their defense budget by much, much more than 100, 200, 300%, and we in the last 10 years only 20%. So I can directly continue where Martin ended. Here we have to change a lot. But I think we are doing it. The first thing is, I think NATO is really stronger as it was before. and also Sweden and Finland are now new strong members of NATO. And this relationship, for me, for Europe, should be the cornerstone. We should not forget Europe has to do much more, but we should stay close with the United States. The second thing, the Europeans are proud of the internal market. It's a success story, but we don't have it when we look to the defense sector.
Yeah.
Here, still it remains fragmented. Here we need a big change. And this is one of the main issues for the new commissioner. And I hope he will be successful to build a true European single market for defense.
Yeah, we hit snooze button a lot of times, as Victoria said, and then this wake-up call came and we aren't as prepared as we wanted to be.
I think we realized this wake-up call, and when I look at the new commission, I see on the top of the agenda 3 points, and one of these 3 points, beside competitiveness and migration, is defense, and this is the right order.
James, the energy crisis has triggered really inflation and problems throughout the continent, and this continues to be the cause. Are we fully awake to what Russia is prepared to do in the months and years ahead regarding this energy as a weapon?
Jasmina, could I be disobedient and
yeah, sure.
add to the important question you posed, Reinhold, because we only have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I think it is of vital importance that all European decision makers understand that without the support of China, North Korea, and Iran, Russia's defense industrial complex would be on the point of collapse, and Russia would no longer be capable of waging this war. Let's understand that. China supplies the Russian defense industry with 70% of its new machine tools and 90% of its microprocessors. This is the reality. If we want to pretend it's not there, that's we're sovereign countries, we can do that. But it's not responsible. And secondly, although I can't prove it, I am intellectually and morally convinced that in Moscow, Beijing, and Tehran, it's understood that if Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan are removed from the map, the West ceases to exist as such. Whatever we think about the merits of various conflicts taking place. So this is how all this is connected.
Yeah, global interdependence.
It is regional and global, and we need the imagination to think about it. A final point, which comes back also to what you spoke to Martin about. I think when we talk about what the EU can do and do better, I feel as if I'm listening to a discussion about how we trim the garden in a house we haven't built yet, in a house we haven't committed the investment and capital to build yet from the foundations, which in this case is an integrated, potent European defense industry, but also we need to invest, we need to support people who will build a culture of action rather than talking about how we act.
Action.
And particularly in the face of what we inadequately call hybrid war, which is not principally, of course, the cognitive dimension is enormous, but it is also about penetration, intimidation, sabotage, disruption, destabilization, assassination, and murder. That is what we have seen across Europe, not just in the frontier areas. We've had factories producing munitions for Ukraine burnt down in England. Okay? And we seem paralyzed in the face of all of this.
There are many actions and many consequences of this war. Victoria, for the very end, what it all comes down to are people. So the human toll of the war is huge, is enormous. Is that one of the topics that comes under the radar when we talk about security, global security, changing of the security structure and everything, where are people in our discussions?
It's impossible to consider all the refugees and consider the refugees we will have.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James.
If Ukraine completely collapses. How can we not be aware of this? I'm sorry, Victoria.
No, it's fine. It's just thank you for telling that, because, Yasmina, we have to balance. It's not definitely understanding that we, as Ukrainians, we literally want peace, and that's something ordinary. But it's not only something that Russia is demanding us. So therefore, we'll continue our resistance. At the same time, we have also voiced this message each and every time in this audience, and thank you for bringing me for the first time here. We also are limited, and that's why we want that you help us in advancing in technologies. We want your political support, because we want to protect the most important, our lives.
With this very important and central thought, we will conclude this panel discussion. Thank you so much for being a part of 2BS Forum. Thank you so much. Thank you to our audience. I have been disobedient as well as James, and we used up more time that was allocated to me, but Adnan will continue with the program. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Will you see Alexander Khan? Will you give him a big hand?
It's a time to discuss about Bosnia and Herzegovina future amid regional challenges with Mr. Christian Schmidt, High Representative in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yes, please. This is your place. Unfortunately, Mr. Schmidt, very, very bad news from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Cataclysmic sense. In the floods in the town Jablanica, 14 people lost their lives. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that is not a final number, that people in other part of the country as well, and I hope that they will be found to help people in those areas. Just of course, your message for the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
This very catastrophic information, I think we feel all of those suffering. I just have had private contacts as well to hear how people are staying and how it is going on. I see that the disaster management assistance is working. There's nothing which could be not done better. I will, after our exchange, have as well contact on my behalf on the international community and with responsible people in the canton and the federation to hear whether we have to improve and give more assistance. Unfortunately, this is part of this our experience that the climate change has brought such a lot of challenges and to losses and to disasters that we cannot go around. This is one of the key challenges which we have in this region, especially with the huge number of mountains and valleys and easy possibility to water running and unfortunately killing people.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All my regrets and condolences.
Let's start to discuss. We have just 15 minutes to discuss about Bosnia and Herzegovina future amid regional challenges. And Mr. Smith, how would you describe the current situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, of course, in terms of internal political relations, but also the influence that comes from the neighbors, primarily Serbia, but also Croatia?
I would like to just to follow and take the statement my estimated colleague and predecessor Miroslav Lajčák has given in this context about situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think he's right. This is the year of political opportunity. This is the year of political possibilities, but it is as well the year of political action and decisions. You are describing that we have a very complicated political framework. So far I hear, and I hope that this will be done in due time, there has not been a possibility to nominate a chief negotiator for the process of accession to European Union due to some internal dissenting positions. I think this is the time that we have to address all political responsible peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina to say only, right or wrong, this is your country and this is the opportunity for your country, and go and set aside some ethnic political reservations that jump in, as Miroslav Lajčák said, all those who publicly are declaring that they are in favor of European integration. It's time to prove.
How would you rate your relations with the key political leader in Bosnia and Herzegovina, especially when it comes to Euro-Atlantic integration?
I see there's a different position about Euro-Atlantic integration. I think we, in this country, in a NATO country, it is easy to talk about NATO. If you allow me just to say that I'm here as well on behalf in my position as President of the German Atlantic Council.
Yes.
So I'm very happy to share the colleagues in Montenegro. But we all know and see that there is a strong reservation and the attitude towards whether one wants to have NATO or transatlantic relations integrated, yes or no, is politically not unified. We have on the Republika Srpska political people and some influence from Serbia, a lot of reservation, and this is one of the key challenges for Bosnia-Herzegovina. NATO has put a focus on Bosnia-Herzegovina in a positive way. I don't know whether Reinhard Lobatka is back again. We just have met you being with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. The NATO Council has been in Sarajevo. You have been in Sarajevo. The chairman of the military committee has been there, and the SACEUR. So there is an underlining that there's a preparedness to understand that security is one of the key issues of the future stability of this region. And this includes just a very clear commitment to the common goal of maintaining security without, how should I say, foreign interference.
During the September, you met some of the, or most of the key Bosnian politicians. And when we talk about Euro-Atlantic integration, I know definitely, or I have a very good sense, that they just, tell you, oh, of course, we are for the Euro-Atlantic integration, it's our path, it's the best way for our country, but
maybe there are unsaid sentences as well. I would see and hope that we get more understanding that, including in terms of European integration, it is necessary to understand that for people in Bosnia-Herzegovina, I would not distinguish between ethnic background. I would say they just want to stay in a peaceful development and situation, want to have a sustainability. And this is something which should be better addressed. And I think they count as well, first on NATO, especially one country, but as well on European Union and the member states. So I think we have an opportunity if we answer this in a positive way. And I say I can basically assure you, because there's a lot of work to be done to avoid any constellation. This needs sometimes as well integration and the European and NATO access.
Let's talk a little bit about public perception of you and your job in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the Bosnian entity of RS, those who, or mostly, of support Milorad Dodik's SNSD, and Milorad Dodik as well, call you a fake high representative. How is going with Dodik?
You know, I'm Bavarian. My party, president of the party I'm coming from, was Franz Josef Strauss. He once said, everybody's darling has to avoid to be everybody's fool. I think if we have all some level of dissent, it's okay. They have the interest, I have to fulfill my mandate, and so I don't take it personal, and sometimes I'm a little bit optimistic with some reason that there is remaining a way to be constructively together.
Just before my next question, shortly, some introduction. Part of the public part of the electorate which is gathered around the opposition parties whose headquarters are in Sarajevo, in principle support the activities of OHR in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but they have a whole series of objections of your work. It's often heard, I know it's an old story, but it's often heard that you favor Herzegovina and its leader, Dragan Čović, and there will be the influence of the HDZ-led Croatian government of Bosnia and Herzegovina. In your opinion, is
especially in this country, to make it easy, categorize, mix it with a little bit of conspiracy theories, and developing, sometimes I'm reading things about me which I'm interested to read about me because I have never read that, heard myself that I would have thought things about things like this. No, it is just very simple. I think my mandate is to keep functionality due to the Dayton general framework of peace. This is the lack, and when I arrived, I had, for example, in the Federation, one of the largest entity of Bosnia-Herzegovina, a dysfunctional government, a dysfunctional presidency, and a dysfunctional court. I managed, with all humble reference, that this is over. We have a functional court, we have a functional parliament, we have a functional presidency and a functional government. Yes, I had to intervene. This makes some people happy, some people not. I have amended the constitution of the Federation after this because there was no regulation in what happens if they do not agree. They should consult. But consult to the at Kalendas Graecas, no. So I put in an amendment which comes at the end to the dissolution of the parliament and new elections if this is not the case. 1 year snapback rule. So I said comes into force after 1 year if not the parliament has agreed in having their own way to make it. May I inform you that nothing happened except one attempt, 1 week, in the last of the 52 weeks to try to find an own way. There was one attempt, but not a discussion in the parliament. So this describes, unfortunately, a little bit more about the real situation in Bosnia-Herzegovina than all you could read sometimes in video.
Okay. And we have just 19 seconds and just key challenges in the coming period for Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Bosnia-Herzegovina will be and has to be part of European integration. we have to focus on regional cooperation. I'm very happy that the Berlin process just 2 days ago, excuse me, I think found a good consent of having regional cooperation, and we have to address one thing which I think as well is lacking. Beyond, this is not about Bosniaks or Croats or Serbs or others. Young people of all of this ethnic background, they are looking very strictly about the development, the political development. Unfortunately, a lot of them take out of this the conclusion that if European Union comes not to us, we come to European Union. The brain drain, which we see in all member states of the region of Western Balkans, that is dramatic in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I feel that one could address a little bit more this issue, because this is the decision about the future of this country, whether the dynamic part of the society remains, contributes, or is leaving. We have to work to give them a possibility to stay, and this means, I don't know whether, with all respect, and I am allowed to say as a long-standing member of the Ministerial Council of European Union and short-time member of European Parliament, I do not know whether our traditional way, which I would call the Méthode Jean Monnet, the ever closer union, with 35 chapters, like we hopefully have to see in Montenegro done, whether on the long run of time, in a complicated situation, can be the only answer, or whether we would have intermediate, short time, developments and agreements to bring the country and the people closer to European integration ahead of full membership. I hope that Montenegro will be somehow the torchbearer for the Western Balkans, and I'm confident, hearing what all is done, what we hear today from the state president, what I heard from the prime minister and the government, that things are going their way. This will have an impact as well on other countries. But don't forget that we cannot make it very easily, and we cannot promise anybody to say, wait more 20 years, people will be not polite to us. They will say, then I make another decision. We have to avoid this. We have to be constructive and creative, and I think this is important.
It's enough for the 15 minutes, and it was just 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Program. No rest for us. It's a back-to-back program, but after this there is lunch. So, our next panel discussion is Balkan World, Building Future and Security Posture Amid Geopolitical Challenges. We have 3 panelists on this panel. Petar Grk, is he here? I don't see him, but maybe that is because of the... Yep, I didn't see you because of the lights. Dobrodošli. Hello, welcome, please. Nikola Lunic, an executive director of the Belgrade-based Council for Strategic and You're all too quick for me. Please take a seat, and then I will introduce you properly. Our 3 speakers are Petar Grk, National Coordinator for the Western Balkans at Slovenia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Secretary General of the Bled Strategic Forum. Nikola Lunic is an Executive Director of the Belgrade-based Council for Strategic Policy, a retired Navy captain who was in defense field for Serbian armed forces. And of course, our 3rd panelist, Kurt Walker, is an advisory board co-chair of BGR Group and a former US ambassador to NATO, bringing decades of transatlantic security experience. Now, why am I talking so quickly? Because our first panelist needs to catch an airplane really soon, and we are late on our program. So if you don't mind, this panel will begin a bit differently. I will ask all the questions first to Petar, and then we will continue with the discussion. I hope you don't mind. Croatian ili lokalni jezik? Whichever you prefer.
English, it's okay.
Okay. Now, recently you said fragmented processes yield fragmented and unjust solutions. You were, of course, talking about the global picture, but this can also apply to the Western Balkans. Now, given the geopolitical challenges, can the region afford not to work more closely with each other?
No.
Okay. Next one. This will be yes or no session of the panel.
No, I think it can't, you know. I was talking, I had some interviews before, and basically, you know, all these questions, I think the mindset of the region needs to change. How? I think, okay, it's a long process. It's 20 years of the enlargement which was not going anywhere. But now I think the change of the mindset with the Russian aggression on Ukraine changed the European Union. Mm-hmm. I don't see right now that this mindset change is also similar in the Western Balkans. Because the problem is, in the Western Balkans, there are still voices, a lot of voices, who are dealing with the past, with the issues of the past, and there are not a lot of voices which are dealing with the things of the future. So I think, you know, what we need is the political elites to understand that while they are opening the wounds and the issues of the past, the time flies by. And you know how they say, in the meantime, time is mean. So given the geostrategic outlook of Europe, but also other regions, we know what is happening in Ukraine, we know what is happening in Gaza and the Middle East, there is no more time to lose. So, you know, my plea would be for the region and especially the political elites to understand the geostrategic moment that we are facing and actually implement what they have been so diligently saying in the past. To conclude with this, what European Union, I think, needs, because of all the issues and the problems that we have on our plate, we need a voice and action from the region saying and doing, we want to enter the European Union, we want to enter now, and we are going to do everything which is in our power to be ready, by 2030 so that the European Union can enlarge and basically Europe can consolidate. Because it's also in our interest. Consolidated Europe, I think, is the only guarantee that we Europeans are going to matter in the next geostrategic playground.
So just to underline, would you say that the lack of political will and unresolved history are the two main things keeping the region from achieving this goal you mentioned?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, what Ursula von der Leyen at this year's Bled Strategic Forum said is that enlargement must be a full-time job that requires undivided attention. The nomination of Slovenia's Marta Kos as European Commissioner for Enlargement, candidate at this moment, is seen as a good news throughout Western Balkans because it will keep the region in focus. Do you think this is important, or will it have any influence? Or is it what the region is doing on its EU path more important?
I think, you know, it's important because you know how Slovenia is positioning itself when it comes to enlargement. It's in our strategic interest, it's in our vital interest, not because we are an altruistic country, but because basically we see that by securing democracy and rule of law in this region, we are securing also European posture which is stable, which is secure, and which can mean something in the wider international arena. So yes, I think it's important that our candidate and that Slovenia got the enlargement portfolio, because we are going to do everything which is in our power to actually keep this process in the focus. But by saying this, let me underline again, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if the Pope would be the enlargement commissioner, if the region and the political elites are not going to do their part of the work. And now, you know, for 20 years we have been talking about the process which is not clear, nobody knows where it's going, there was, you know, different voices inside of the European Union and so on and so on, and you had the region who was observing this closely, but now, and when we are talking, for example, regarding Montenegro, we have a clean slate. We have a process which is clear. We know what Montenegro needs to do, and when Montenegro is going to do that, I think the enlargement process is going to continue. And, you know, it's a poetic justice that the next enlargement, and I hope it's going to be with Montenegro, is going to happen during the Slovenian Commissioner for Enlargement.
Even last year, Mr. Lajčák said that at that moment, European Union was more ready for the Western Balkans than the Western Balkans was ready for the European Union. Would you say that the situation is still like that, or has it changed in the last year?
I would say that definitely in the European Union, the appetite for enlargement for, you know, I wouldn't say nice reasons because of the Russian aggression in Ukraine, is much, much stronger than it was in the past. In the past, you had dissident voices from some countries that were reserved, they didn't know how to position themselves, but now even from the countries which have been reserved, you have a strong commitment to enlargement. So I would say European Union is ready. And now to come back, we need a strong voice from the Western Balkans that the political elites also
a strong response to this readiness. Now, the growth plan is on track, the financial incentives to those undertaking reforms on the EU path, a carrot rather than a stick approach, as one might say. What short-term results, do you expect some short-term results from this approach?
I mean, this is going to sound funny, but I don't think the growth plan is just about the money. There is this thinking, or at least I heard it by talking to various interlocutors, that entering the single market is going to solve all the issues of the region. The problem is that, you know, economies of the Western Balkans right now are not ready to enter the single market, are not ready. Why they're not ready? Because the rules of the singular market, especially when it comes to the rule of law, are not being observed. So I see the growth plan and everything which is connected to slowly enter into the single market, connected to actually establishing the viable and working and efficient rule of law institutions in the region. So there is no shortcuts. If the countries of the region would like to move closer to the single market with the growth plan, they will need to do their part of the work, and the most important part is the functioning institutions of the rule of law. So we always come back to this issue. You are not going to enter the single market without having a transparent a judiciary, rule of law institutions, which will be able to be resilient when it comes also to foreign influence from countries who not necessarily share the same interest as we do.
And Slovenia is there to help the Western Balkans in the years ahead, I imagine,
No, I think,
as it was.
I think, as I said, we have the Commissioner for Enlargement, and we think that the time is now that during this commission, the enlargement actually takes place, and we're going to do everything which is in our power to make it happen.
So 2 songs, The Time Is Now and You Have a Friend in Me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Peter, for joining us.
No
I will excuse you now. Hope you will catch your plane.
I will.
And then I will take your seat to be closer to my other panelists.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you so much. Sretan put. Okay, well, a different kind of panel, but now we have the discussion part of the panel. You're okay with first names? Yes? Sure. Kurt, we've recently seen, now to get on the serious side of things, we've recently seen assessments from US intelligence warning that tensions, especially in Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina, could potentially lead to violence. Now, it's not an easy thing to hear. I live in Sarajevo now, and every couple of weeks, somebody asks me as a journalist, is the war happening again? I mean, people are in this constant kind of tension, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I cannot imagine that people in Kosovo are relaxed about this issue. How do you view this US intelligence coming to this region?
Well, I wouldn't overemphasize the idea that it's coming from an intelligence assessment. Basically, intelligence is what people pick up and learn and then put a label on. And so it's what all of us have lived through, it's what all of us can see. What I would say is that, I spent a lot of time in this region in the 1990s when the war was going on, and it was terrible. And I now spend a lot of time dealing with Ukraine, which is just horrific in terms of the numbers of people affected by that. And what it reminds you is that these things are possible. You can't be complacent. You can't just assume that nothing bad is going to happen or that we can control things. You can't. And so we heard some very important messages today already, and I want to compliment the organizers here because this is a great forum. But from the American ambassador this morning, from Miro Lajčák as well, there is, I would argue, a complacency on the part of many leaders here that they can play games with nationalist rhetoric, with ethnic tensions, with little tiny steps that might gain a little political support and poke somebody else. But this is really dangerous because it can get out of hand. So I don't think that there's an imminent movement to violence. I don't think we're going to see, when we walk outside, things happening. But we can't take it for granted that that's never going to happen.
And militarily speaking, is the region complacent, or is it getting ready to be serious about a challenge like
it's
this?
Complacent, and it's complacent for a couple of reasons. One, there are leaders, political leaders, who benefit by playing nationalist and ethnic and religious cards, and they do that even though there's a risk of doing so. And second, they underestimate the intent of some nefarious actors from outside the region who really want to create this kind of disruption. And Russia in particular, I would say not only the Russian state, but the Russian church, they want to destabilize the region because it keeps it out of Europe and it creates opportunities to extend a sphere of influence from Russia. And there are some people in the region who are willing to play ball with that agenda, which is itself very dangerous.
Now, this will be a multilingual panel. I forgot to say in the beginning, so if you have your headphones, this is the time for them. Yes, Nikola, europske zemlje, vidjeli smo u posljednjim mjesecima, značajno povećavaju izdavanja za obranu, za troškove sigurnosti. Kako je stanje u vezi s tim u zemljama Zapadnog Balkana? Evo ono što je vidljivo u javnosti, vrlo su ovi borbeni zrakoplovi koje je nabavila Hrvatska i sada Srbija.
Ako uzmemo u obzir aktualnu globalnu geopolitičku situaciju, onda bi logično bilo da se vojna potrošnja povećava i na Zapadnom Balkanu. Međutim, ne ovoliko i ne u ovakvim obimima. Ja ću navesti i govorit ću pretežno o situaciji u Srbiji, odakle dolazi. Ali se to možda može odnositi na neke druge zapadno-balkanske zemlje. Naime, srpski budžet je procijenjen od Međunarodnog monetarnog fonda iznosi 76 milijardi evra. Formalno, ono što je transparentno, je 1,5 milijarda evra vojni budžet, najava predsjednika Vučića u januaru da će još 730 milijuna evra izdvojiti za nabavke i na kraju kupovina Rafala od kojih prva tranša otplate dolazi u ovoj godini, a to je 421 milijun evra. Kada se sve to, samo te transparentne stvari zbroje, ispada da Srbija troši na vojni budžet 3,5% svog GDP-a, a to je pozicionira kao praktički drugu zemlju Europe po pitanju vojne potrošnje. Ukoliko sada uzmemo u obzir šta nam piše u strateškim dokumentima iz oblasti odbrane, a to je strategija nacionalne bezbjednosti i strategija odbrane, ne postoji nikakvi indikatori koji ukazuju na to da bi sada trebali unapređivati vojne sposobnosti, jer ne postoji opasnost od sukoba. Samim tim ulazimo u jednu paradoksalnu situaciju gdje se naš balkanski geopolitički karusel ili vrteška zaustavila upravo na obaveznom služenju vojnog roka. I uvodimo svi u regionu, počev od najava iz Prištine, najava iz Zagreba, pa sada najava iz Beograda, obavezni vojni rok. Kad je reč o avionima, dozvolite mi da kažem. Znači, poslije Hrvatske i Srbija isto pristupila takozvanom klubu Rafal, kojeg praktički ne može priuštiti. Javnosti su prezentovani troškovi isključivo nabavke aviona, ali ne i nabavke municije za te avione, nabavke obuke pilota, obuka i održavanja i generalnog remonta, gdje bi uglavnom učestvovali sa Francuskom. U jednom smislu to je dobro zato jer Srbiju povezuje sa Zapadom u tehnološkom, pa na kraju krajeva i spoljnopolitičkom kontekstu. Međutim, ako mene lično pitate, ja bi radije onda izvršio nabavku F-35. Ako hoćemo da imamo u regionu spoljnopolitički benefit, bilo za jednu naciju, bilo za cijeli region.
Kada spomenuli ste balkanski karusel, sada spominjete vanjsko-politički benefit za regiju, stječe se dojam kao da možda zemlje Zapadnog Balkana se međusobno natječu više nego strateški razmišljaju o nekoj zajedničkoj, mislim ne zajedničkoj obrani u onom smislu, ali o zajedničkom razmišljanju strategije o obrani.
Odavno su političari regiona shvatili kakva je matematička računica o njihovom rejtingu. Jedna od stvari su medije, ali isto tako jedna od stvari transfer popularnosti iz vojske prema njim. I zato možemo često vidjeti fotografije političara sa novonabavljenim sredstvima, ali i sa vojnim licima i posjetama kasarni i tako dalje. Upravo radi toga što ne shvataju dovoljno oblast bezbjednosti ili je ne percipiraju dovoljno ozbiljno, vidjeli smo, spomenuo sam, uvodi se obavezno vojnog roka, gdje se javnosti prezentuje da bi to moglo biti, bar u Srbiji tako, da bi to moglo biti dobro radi toga što će vojska vaspitati mladiće. Međutim, vojska nikada nije bila vaspitna ustanova, niti ima stručne sposobnosti za vaspitavanje. Ima isključivo samo za drill i vojnu obuku.
Kurt, talking about external actors, Russia is very active in this region already, but the reports say that it is expected that Russia will exploit the situation to further destabilize the region, the situation being the war and the reflection of war in Ukraine. Now, from your perspective, why does the Western Balkans remain so much vulnerable to Russian influence?
Well, I think it's a simple explanation. It's that together, the leaders in the region and the European Union have failed to find a way to really solidify strong democratic rule of law and multi-ethnic, multicultural institutions and bring those countries into the European Union. I think if we had finished the job, go back to the early 2000s or late 90s, if we had finished the job quickly, we'd be in a very different situation today and see a region that is much less vulnerable to those kind of pressures. And we still have to get this done.
NATO is sometimes referred to as a vehicle for Euro-Atlantic integration. How important do you think it is for all the countries in the region to get on board?
Well, I do think NATO membership is a critical step for everybody. I'm delighted that Montenegro made it, North Macedonia made it, others, Albania made it, others still have that opportunity ahead of them. But I think it does create an integrated sense of security. So on the one hand, every country knows they don't have anything to worry about. On the other, it then creates an integrative platform, a common way of working together so that security becomes something where, I can't say you can take it for granted, but everyone's working on the same agenda So it drastically diminishes the risk of conflict among countries, as well as providing external security outside of NATO. So I do think that that is critically important. It also, I appreciate, and it was said earlier today, the European Union has so much more when it comes to structuring rules, structuring the economy, structuring society, going well beyond what NATO does. But NATO already provides a certain common ground in terms of values and in terms of security perspectives, which is an incredible building block and eases the way for EU membership.
Nikola, nedavno ste izjavili Srbija je pod iluzijom vojne neutralnosti koju političari koriste za stjecanje popularnosti, o kojoj ste već i danas govorili, ali istovremeno ugrožavaju Srbiju. Možete li pojasniti što ste mislili pod ovim ugrožavaju?
Da. Znači, vojna neutralnost Srbije je donijeta 2007. godine u predvečerje proglašenja nezavisnog Kosova. Kao mera da u rezoluciji koju je Skupština donijela, jedna od tačaka je bila tačka 6, proglašenje nezavisnosti u odnosu na vojne saveze. Sad, da bi ta vojna neutralnost bila kredibilna, ona bi morala imati pod broj 1 historijski kontekst, pod broj 2 unutrašnji konsenzus i pod broj 3 međunarodno priznanje. Paradoks je da mi nismo ni tražili ni bilateralno ni multilateralno međunarodno priznanje vojne neutralnosti. Paradoks je isto tako što mi nemamo historijski kontekst neutralnosti, jer kao što vam je poznato, Jugoslavija je bila i članica male Atante i prvog i drugog Balkanskog pakta, pa čak je 50. godina pregovaralo o ulasku u NATO. A nesvrstanost nemojmo brkati sa vojnom neutralnošću, dve odvojene stvari. Prema tome, vojna neutralnost u ovom trenutku, koja je po strateškim dokumentima bazirana na konceptu totalne odbrane, je potpuno virtuelna. Virtuelna jer ne podržava spoljnu politiku. Sam predsjednik Vučić je rekao da mi jesmo vojno neutralni, ali sve dok smo na europskom putu nismo i spoljno-politički neutralni. A to jednostavno, izvučeno iz konteksta, znači da nema ništa od takve vojne neutralnosti.
Ova kupnja Rafalea sada, koja je, ona također vezuje Srbiju uz Europsku uniju, uz Francusku u ovome trenutku.
Tačno, u ovom trenutku, da. To je jedan imali smo mi i drugih kupovina, znači od Ruske federacije, čak i kupovina gdje smo isplatili sredstva za neke borbene sisteme, kao što je sistem Krasuha, borbeni sistem za elektronsko ratovanje, koji nam nije isporučen, na primjer. Ali poenta je da kroz kupovinu ovakvih sistema i kroz saradnju sa Zapadom unapređujemo pod broj 1 operativne sposobnosti, pod broj 2 vezujemo Srbiju za Zapad. Ukoliko i dalje budemo nacionalni interes kolektivnog bezbjednosnog sistema i budemo inzistirali na vojnoj neutralnosti, mi ugrožavamo bezbjednost Srbije, pre svega. Jer nemojmo zaboraviti, današnji ovakav nagli, rapidni tehnološki razvoj nikada u istoriji civilizacije nije oblikovao geopolitički kontekst globalni kao što to radi danas. Ali isto tako nije kreirao sofisticirane bezbjednosne prijetnje kao što to radi danas. Zemlje poput Srbije i poput zemalja u regionu ne mogu samostalno odgovoriti na takve bezbjednosne prijetnje. Moramo se integrisati. Moramo ući u kolektivni sistem bezbjednosti, ali i se integrisati na Zapadnom Balkanu. I koliko god to sada utopijski zvučalo, iskoristit ću ovu priliku govora na To Be Secure, ali bilo bi idealno da kreiramo, na primjer, EU Battle Group Western Balkans. To bi bilo idealno. To bi pokazao kredibilitet cijelog regiona prema integraciji u Europskoj uniji.
Od 1 do 10 koliko ima političke volje za tim?
Nema političke volje.
Okay. Kurt, could you comment on the potential implications of US withdrawal? from NATO or reduce in support, because we all here are looking ahead to the US elections and to whether Trump is going to win the second term or not, and what would it mean for the security of the Western Balkans in this respect, given all the things Trump has said during his last mandate and now during the campaign?
Yeah, so let me start just by saying that I don't, in today's world, really understand the concept of neutrality. When I see what Russia's doing with war crimes, with attacking other countries, seizing territory, abducting children, things like that, I don't see how anyone can look at that and be neutral. I can understand a little bit the concept of military non-alignment, that we're trying not to be military aligned. But even Sweden has looked at this, and Finland has looked at this and said, you know what?
It's not working anymore.
It's not working.
Yeah.
It's not working. And so I think that Serbia needs to and eventually will make a decision that it's part of the same civilization as the rest of us, and will be a member of NATO, will be welcome as a member of NATO. But as long as there's hesitation over that, and in some places in Serbia, then I think it holds Serbia back. Now, as far as the US goes, it's a very different phenomenon, which is President Trump has given voice to frustrations that the US has done too much and pays too much of its share of defense, of overall NATO defense expenditure, and that a pattern developed of a lot of Europeans being free riders. That's what he talked about. So it wasn't, when you say threatening to get out of NATO, would the US pull out of NATO, I don't think that's on the table. I don't think President Trump would do that. I don't think anyone else would do that. What he was doing was expressing frustration and demanding that European allies do more. Mm-hmm. In the 4 years since he has been president, European allies are doing more. And so the level of defense expenditure in several European countries, it went from about 3 spending more than 2% of GDP on defense to 23 or 24 today. And some of them are spending substantially more. So I was just in Poland yesterday, and Poland is on a trajectory to get to 5% of GDP on defense, which is remarkable. If former President Trump is reelected as president, I am confident you're going to hear the same thing. You're going to hear demand, 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 push European allies to carry more of the burden, but not for the purpose of weakening NATO or getting the US out of it, but for the purpose of strengthening NATO and sharing the burden better.
So no withdrawal?
No.
Okay, but reduction in support, even more. The push is one thing, but the reduction of support is another.
Well, you know, I don't see that either. If you look at his first term as president, assuming he has a second term, but if you look at his first term, there was actually an increase in US troop presence. There was a movement of forces further forward within NATO to where they are more needed. The Fifth Corps is now headquartered in Poland. We saw a deployment of forces in the Baltic states, which I think has proven to be very important for demonstrating to Vladimir Putin that NATO was serious about defense. So all of these things, I think, were done despite the rhetoric. And so I'm not even sure I would see a diminution of support, but rather a push for Europe to do more. One other thought, since we're covering a lot of ground here, I do think that there will be a very strong push from former President Trump, if he's elected, to try to speed up an end to the war in Ukraine. But the only way you end that war is to convince Putin it's too costly. The only reason there's a war today is because he wants a war, and he's getting away with it. So we actually have to increase support for Ukraine and lift restrictions on support for Ukraine in order to convince Putin that it's going to be too costly. We're not there today, but I hope that that is the direction that this goes in if President Trump is reelected.
Gospodine Luniću, evo, spominjali smo i druge oblike ratovanja, da tako kažemo, koji su u ovo doba nekako možda i prevalentniji. Cyber napadi nisu novosti, nisu strane ni u zemljama Zapadnog Balkana. I sada, vi ste spomenuli uvođenje obvezne vojne službe. je li to stvarno učinkovit način ili je samo stvar politike i popularnosti koja može preći ono što ste govorili sa obrambenog sektora na političare, jer moderni izazovi poput cyber i hibridnog ratovanja daleko su izvan onoga što osnovna vojna obuka u stvari može ponuditi i obučiti ljude.
Koncept masovnih armija je koncept 19. veka. I u tom kontekstu ne možemo percipirati da bi to trebao biti interes niti jedne zemlje. Treba visoko profesionalni, specijalizovan kadar u svakoj vojsci kako bi mogli odgovoriti ovakvim izazovima kakvi su danas u svijetu. Ono što bi trebalo istaći je da u regionu, ukoliko želimo da se vratimo na u regionu neki političari smatraju da bi trka u naoružanju eventualno mogla predstavljati tonu čelika u vojsci, odnosno koliko ko ima tone čelika. Međutim, današnja trka u naoružanju je mogućnost proizvođenja poluprovodnika, odnosno mikročipova. Sutra će već biti način i mogućnost upravljanja veštačkom inteligencijom. Ne znamo to još, ali pretpostavljam. Upravo se što se tiče sajbera. Čak je i deklaracija sa nedavnog NATO samita u Washingtonu u jednom članu se osvrnila na hibridne prijetnje koji mogu doseći nivo takve ugroženosti da se zemlje članice mogu pozvati na član 5. Ali nisu samo one problem. Problem su u savremenom ratovanju i uključivanje, odnosno integrisanje javno-privatnog sektora. U današnje vrijeme vidimo da mogućnosti, naravno ne na Balkanu, ali ukoliko gledamo globalno, određenih javno-privatnih multinacionalnih kompanija mogu utjecati na ishod bitaka, možda čak i ratova. I zato bi trebali da budu integrisaniji u kolektivni sistem bezbjednosti nego što su to danas. To će biti izazov za novog generalnog sekretara Marka Rutea u NATO-u, ali isto tako naravno ostaje povećavanje industrijske proizvodnje sa čim se mora izboriti.
Budućnost je već ovdje. The future is already here. Kurt, where do you see Western Balkans in terms of readiness for cyber attacks, for hybrid warfare? And let's finish with these questions and then the lunch is next.
Well, you know, we had a major cyber attack here in Montenegro not long ago, so obviously there is a high degree of vulnerability. The fact is that the whole world is vulnerable. We're vulnerable in the United States. There's no immunity to cyber attacks. It is a constant vigilance that needs to be applied. And you have to recognize that there are actors out there who will willfully go after information systems of governments, of militaries, of industry, critical infrastructure. So we just have to be constantly on.
Okay. Keep an eye on the future. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for being a part of this panel, to the both of you and to Petar Grk, who had to leave us. It's time for lunch now and to replenish our energy for the rest of the program. I will invite you to be here with us again at 3 p.m. sharp when we continue with our program. Thank you so much. Hvala. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're feeling refreshed. This is an especially challenging part of the program when everyone has just eaten and we are a little slow, but we have an excellent speaker joining us next. In the spotlight, conversation with NATO military high official. Please welcome Deputy Chair of the NATO Military Committee, Lieutenant General Andrew M. Rowling. It's nice to have you. Now, we have 20 minutes for this one-on-one session in the spotlight, and we will focus on strategies regarding the security of this country and the region, Russian influence, the readiness of Montenegro's armed forces, and of course, cyber defense efforts. Now, we didn't anticipate you having an introductory speech, no. But if there is a general message you would like to share with us after being here for the previous part of the program, now is your chance.
No, thank you, Yasmina. Thanks for having me today. No, I mean, I have no long speech, and as you've pointed out, everybody after lunch doesn't want to hear a long speech anyway. Mostly to say thank you for having me today. I think it's part of what I would hope there'd be the people walk away knowing that NATO is firmly committed as an organization to Montenegro, which is a key part of it, and that although we've changed our Secretary General here on Tuesday, that really no major change to NATO's overall efforts to promote security across Europe. And as I think most people have seen in the news, Secretary Rutte was in Ukraine yesterday, so his first priority has been to maintain and increase support for Ukraine. He demonstrated that yesterday. His second is to maintain cohesion amongst the alliance, and these efforts like this do that. And then lastly, innovation and moving forward across the board. So I think events like this help us in his three priorities, and it's a good time for that. So thank you again.
So let's start with this. As you mentioned, Russia is in the focus, and given Russia's influence and overt ambitions of Russia and its allies in this part of Europe, how does NATO plan to counter Russian interference in Montenegro and the surrounding region? It's not just Montenegro, especially in the light of recent geopolitical, challenges is a really soft word.
Yeah, no, thanks, Yasmin, for that question. I think we don't have to look at how will we do it in a questionable sense. I think we can show how we have done it. Okay. As you know, Russia was behind the August, or last year's, or 2 years ago's cyber attack here in Montenegro, and NATO, together with Montenegro, put a pretty good defense back to counter that. And so I think that's a real example of how NATO is involved in the security of Montenegro on a day-to-day basis, and using those capabilities of all 32 members of the alliance in an area where Russia more and more, and other state and non-state actors, not just Russia, are spreading disinformation and other ways to try to weaken our resolve. And I think NATO as an alliance and Montenegro as a key part of that together provides a more stable and more secure environment collectively.
How does NATO evaluate the situation within the Montenegrin armed forces, considering the lack of consensus among the members of the Council of Defense and Security regarding the dismissal of the current chief of the General Staff?
That's an internal Montenegro issue that I won't really have a comment on, other to say that NATO needs strong leadership, and I hope that we get strong leadership as well.
But how can you assess the current? How would you assess the current state of military readiness of Montenegro's armed forces, given that it's a NATO member?
I would give not necessarily a subjective, but I'd give you a very objective assessment. And as lately, in the last 2 months, we had an element of the Montenegrin forces went and did training in Grafenwehr and Hohenfeld's training area in Germany as a member of a larger U.S. brigade in Operation Sabre Junction. And frankly, by all accounts, they were a phenomenal element to that exercise, and really did. So I think that's a real hands-on display of the capabilities and readiness that the Montenegrin forces have. Montenegro is involved in United Nations mission Iraq, in the Kosovo. They have elements in Bulgaria and Latvia, all of them doing extremely well. And so I think Montenegrin armed forces are an integral part of NATO.
We had earlier in the program a Minister of Defense of Montenegro, and he said that they are steadfast in their fulfilling every obligation from NATO membership. Your view of the situation is
Very positive.
Yeah.
I mean, Montenegro has increased to well over 2%, one of 23 countries that of the 32 that have met their 2% spending limit. More than 30% investment in defense articles and in modernization. So I think that Montenegro is on a great path to keeping a capable and ready army.
Let's talk about the region a little bit with ethnic tensions in Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina especially. How does NATO perceive the risk of this renewed conflict in the region?
Yeah, first and foremost, NATO is absolutely committed to the Western Balkans. And so while I would say it's secure today, there's some fragility in it based on external actors and to those areas. But NATO 100% committed, and it's committed. And as you can see, we've have a large, or not large, but the same size force there has been there since 1999. The NATO members have committed to that force for the next 2 years as the force sourcing continues. We are deploying, as of Monday, elements of the Allied Rapid Reaction Force, did an exercise into North Macedonia. They'll spend a little over 200 soldiers for the next couple weeks there, training their forces and the ability to deploy, but also providing an extra added show that NATO, again, continues to be committed in there. And then within Bosnia and Herzegovina, NATO continues to support the EU and UN missions there with forces that are there. In fact, their commander's here today. So I think that we have real tangible examples of how NATO continues to be enforced. And then lastly, I'll say General Cavoli, as the Supreme Allied Commander, when he testified at the North Atlantic Council last week, he came in and said, I have 2 priorities. One being Ukraine and second being the Western Balkans. And so from the commander of all of NATO forces, I think when Western Balkans is his focus, I think that we're in good hands.
Now, what really made a little explosion in all of our ears in the Western Balkans was the US intelligence reports that mentioning the possible conflict in the region. Now, earlier in the program, our speakers said, okay, it's just information combined in a document and then it's a report. But when we hear US intelligence stamp on it, then we tend to take it really seriously. So how serious are these informations?
Yeah, I think you're referring to a report that I don't actually, it's not a part of a NATO, I'm a NATO guy today, so I will tell you in my NATO role. I think that the situation in the Balkans area is always a concern. There's always the elements of instability that are there, and hence the reason that NATO is fully committed to it. So whether something will happen tomorrow, I don't know. But what I do know is that NATO is ready for what might come.
What would you, as a NATO guy, would like to see from the Western Balkans, from the Western Balkan countries, what they need to do more? Is it more spending? Is it more political will? Is it for all the countries in the Western Balkans to try to get on board the NATO train, so to speak? What is it that you would want to see?
I think I would like to see open and honest dialogue amongst all members, both members of NATO and non-members of NATO, that work together towards stability. I mean, I think it's very clear that a very stable Western Balkans is an absolute necessity for a stable Europe. And so the investment we make in as you put it, increase military spending, okay, increase commitments to NATO, that's great, but really an open, honest dialogue and commitment to peace and stability is what would be good.
Is there any difference with Montenegro being a member of NATO and other parts of NATO alliance? Is there a difference of a country being in the Western Balkans region as compared to other countries?
Yeah, I think with the importance of the Western Balkans for stability in all of Europe, having more and strong NATO members here are vitally important. It's the ability then for NATO members from the Balkans to be able to work with NATO members from the Baltics and NATO members from the High North, all moving in one direction with a common purpose, with common capabilities, with common standards. So having that here in the Balkans is vitally important.
Is the focus even more now on the region of the Western Balkans with the conflict in Ukraine, conflict with war in Ukraine? And has this focused really the need to pay more attention to defense, to security strategies and so on?
Yeah, absolutely, because clearly the war in the Ukraine is the immediate threat, but instability in the Western Balkans has been around for some time, and to make sure that we can get to a more stable area is vitally important now. What we can't afford is instability in Ukraine, or a war in Ukraine and instability in the Western Balkans. So there's a significant effort across NATO to make sure that we promote stability.
I will just open the floor to the questions. If you have any, you can freely raise your hand and ask the question. But before you do that, what steps is NATO taking to strengthen? You mentioned already the cyber attacks that were happening, and shown that as an example of what NATO has been, how NATO has been helping Montenegro. But you know, what steps should be taken to strengthen the cyber defense capabilities of its member states as a whole? Because as we heard during the program, this is the future, and the future that is already here in part.
So NATO stood up the NATO Cyber Center of Excellence in Estonia. Estonia is the lead nation. So all member nations have the ability to work together through the Cyber Center of Excellence to counter that. I think if you were in Brussels, you'd start seeing more and more discussions within the NATO Council and the NATO working groups on how to counter hybrid threats that you've been seeing, many of which I think we talked about earlier today, and into the future, and then putting a strategy together that aligns the NATO members to move in a common direction, so it's not 32 individual nations working against a cyber threat or a hybrid threat, but a NATO as a whole. It's a relatively new concept. The hybrid and really cyber, although cyber has been around some time, but Russia is weaponizing it in a way that we haven't seen in some time, and so NATO's taking, I think, real concrete efforts to kind of put together a strategy that then everybody can move in the one direction with. So I think we're moving forward there.
What are maybe we have one question. Can we get a microphone here, please? I would just like to ask you, before we get to the microphone, what are the lessons learned from the last cyber attack here in Montenegro and NATO offering its help? What are the lessons learned? What do we need to work on?
Yeah, I think and I'm an infantry officer by trade, so we're already, turning on my phone is quite the cyber bit of activity for me. But I would say what we learned is that a lot of the weaknesses are correctable by individual nations in their own cyber defense. They've left themselves vulnerable in many ways. And so I think what the attack here and in other areas has taught us collectively is that we have to really look hard at how we've invested in cyber defense. And so if you don't invest in your own internal defenses first, then it's kind of hard to counter an attack from someone else. And so I think that was probably the biggest lesson learned first is how do you defend yourself and make yourself not vulnerable, and then compounding on that is the other capabilities, and to include, in individual national capabilities that each nation brings to the forefront.
Opening the floor to the questions, Stephen Erlanger has one.
Hello, it's Stephen Erlanger from the New York Times, sir. Admiral Bauer, a man you know very well, has said that he thinks European industry should turn in part from civilian production to military production. Because he sees a threat coming from Russia in the next 6 or 7 years. Seems like, for many Europeans, a rather radical push, but I wondered how you felt about it, whether that should happen. Are people taking the threat to them seriously enough, or if they hit the snooze button? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So first, I would never disagree with my boss in public, so of course he's 100% right. But no, I think the larger point is, does the defense industrial base of all individual countries, both in the United States and in Europe, are they moving in the direction that to face the threat we're seeing today? And there's plenty of evidence that says we're not moving fast enough. There's if you looked at the backlog of some of our most key assets that we need, 155 artillery production, which I think Montenegro has the capability and to move forward in that, and others, which would be great. And across the board in other defense materials, we need to do better. And if that equals nationalization, that's way out of my lane. I'll let Admiral Bauer speak to that one. But I would say that we collectively, members, both NATO and the EU, need to work harder in the production of defense materials and a commitment to do so into the future.
Do you think the monies there? I mean,
the money's there if countries wish to use it.
Yeah, well,
they have to make some real tough decisions.
Mr. Kubilius has this new job as defense commissioner, but he has a budget of 1.6 billion euros for the next 5 years. Is that enough? Is that useful?
I mean, that's a hard one for me to say. I would say each country needs to give the money that it can afford to give in all of its other national priorities to meet its national defense requirements.
Thank you so much. We are running late on our program. Thank you so much for joining us here on 2BS Forum. Up next is Adnan, joined by two speakers whose opinion, regional and global, is always interesting to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Once again. Thank you.
Hvala Jasmini, hvala našem gostu. Vrijeme za naredni panel. Meni je drago što mogu pozvati najprije da mi se pridruže ovdje na ovoj našoj bini dvojica nekadašnjih predsjednika. Jedan je gospodin Borut Pahor, nekadašnji predsjednik Republike Slovenije. Izvolite. Sa nama danas gospodin Milo Đukanović, nekadašnji predsjednik Crne Gore. Jeste, izvolite. Dobar vam dan.
Dobar dan.
I dobro nam došli. Gospodine Pahor, ja bi nekako da krenemo s vama. Ja sam domaćin ovog panela, gospodin Đukanović je domaćin i ovako i onako. Tako da, evo, red je gostu, u svakom slučaju da damo priliku da prvi govori. Kratko da probamo da ilustriramo otprilike šta se to između dva foruma, a bili ste na prošlogodišnjem, zapravo desilo u ovom našem dijelu svijeta, a što bi bilo važno istaknuti u kontekstu dakako svih dešavanja kojima svjedočimo u ovom razlomljenom svijetu.
Mislite u smislu proširenja?
U smislu onoga što vi mislite da je zapravo važno istaći.
Pa nažalost postoji neki status quo koji i zapravo nije dobar. Status quo znači korak nazad. Nije samo status quo. Status quo za Zapadni Balkan ne znači nešto dobro, nego znači da treba više napraviti, recimo u vezi proširenja i EU i NATO-a. Trebam još jedanput naglasiti da imamo sreću, da imamo 3 države u Zapadnom Balkanu u NATO-u, Albaniju, Severnu Makedoniju i Crnu Goru. To je bitan element stabilnosti Zapadnog Balkana, taj moment. Ja se nadam da će doći do daljnjeg proširenja sa Bosnom i Hercegovinom.
Koga koči? Zašto imamo status quo?
Još jedna stvar u vezi proširenja EU. Tu su neki određeni koraci, Bosna i Hercegovina, ima tu Crna Gora, ali već prošle godine sam rekao da postoji sada neka veća politička volja u Briselu za proširenje zbog agresije Rusije u Ukrajinu iz geopolitičkog ugla, ali do sada nije došlo do nekih velikih promjena. Nadam se da uz novi sastav komisije, nova komisija, vijeće i parlament imat će više posluha za proširenje. Mislim da postoji neki konsenzus da treba imati tako geopolitički pristup do proširenja EU na Zapadni Balkan i merit-based approach. Tako da ako bih sada mi zapravo inspirirali vlade i čitave narode u prostoru Zapadnog Balkana da se vrati neko poverenje u proširenje EU, mi bi zapravo mogli tu napraviti neki pomak naprijed, što ja mislim da je od bitnog značaja za stabilnost na Zapadnom Balkanu. Ja mislim da je tu Crna Gora u jednoj sjajnoj situaciji. Sada kad razgovaram kao bivši predsjednik vlade, bivši premijer sa mojim kolegama koji su bili ili su sada u funkcijama u 27 zemalja, vidim da postoji neko mišljenje da bih možda Crna Gora bila država koja bi u Zapadnom Balkanu mogla biti ona koja bi mogla biti prva na redu za proširenje, ako postoji i koliko postoji takva vizija i filozofija, ja mislim da Crna Gora treba to iskoristiti. Dakle, da sam ja sada i vrlo rado ću slušati Milota da mi kaže kakvo je njegovo mišljenje. Sada, kada Crna Gora treba napraviti sve što je moguće da ispuni sve one uslove koji su potrebni za to, da bih moglo doći do takve odluke za proširenje EU.
Evo, gospodina Đukanovića hoću da pitam, je li Crna Gora u sjajnoj poziciji kad je riječ o priključenju Europskoj uniji?
Ja mislim da je Crna Gora ukupnim svojim razvojem na evropskom i euroatlantskom kolosijeku potvrdila da ima unutrašnji kapacitet da uspješno realizuje reforme i da se pridruži porodici evropskih i euroatlantskih naroda i država. Nažalost, ne možemo da ne primijetimo zastoj i regresiju koja se dogodila tokom posljednje 4 godine. Ove 4 godine su Crnoj Gori donijele ozbiljno ruiniranje onih krhkih ostvarenja do kojih smo došli u 14-godišnjem periodu između 2006. i 2020. godine. I to svih. Prije svega na bezbjednosnom planu, ali jednako tako na ekonomskom planu, na planu javnih financija, na planu obrazovanja i na planu zdravstva. Dakle, nažalost, Crna Gora je u tom periodu izgubila ključnu pretpostavku onog što je na neki način kvalifikovalo kao zemlju lidera, zemlju predvodnicu ovog regiona, a to je jedna uzorna politička stabilnost. O tome najbolje svjedoči da smo mi u toku ove 4 godine promijenili 3 vlade. Od prve kleronacionalističke do druge koja je bila anticrnogorska, velikosrpska i diletantska, do treće koja je sada opet velikosrpska i jednako tako populistička. Dakle, to nijesu kvalifikativi koji obećavaju da bi Crna Gora sa takvom upravom mogla iskoristiti šansu koja se ukazuje. Predsjednik Pahor je s pravom kazao da mi prije svega zahvaljujući krizi u Ukrajini imamo sada opet odškrinuta vrata za proces proširenja. I ako se ta vrata odškrinu i ako ostanu odškrinuta, onda nema nikakve sumnje da je Crna Gora ispred ostalih zemalja sa Zapadnog Balkana u pogledu kvalifikacija za članstvo u Europskoj uniji. Naravno, treba voditi računa da naš domaći zadatak ne može niko obaviti do mi. Ponavljam vam, potencijala u crnogorskom društvu ima, ali taj potencijal traži ozbiljan državno-politički menadžment kojeg Crna Gora u ovom periodu nema. Prema tome, ostaje blaga neizvjesnost u odnosu na vaše pitanje.
Govorite dakle o posljednje 4 godine, kvalificirali ste vlade kako jeste, je li? Kakva je onda ostavština vaše vladavine ako su se stvari tako brzo, uvjetno rečeno, pomaknule, je li, u nevaljalom pravcu, evo tako da kažem?
Hajde da to objektiviziramo, jer čini mi se da tu ima dosta konfuzije. Znate, kada slušate te tonove, političke tonove sa svih regionalnih adresa, onda tu imate neko nadmetanje dosta isprazno oko toga ko je bolji od koga. Suština je da smo mi svi u istim jadima i da smo mi svi, nažalost, duboko istorijski zaostali i da je proces emancipacije naših društava krenuo u nekom periodu posle ratnih 90-ih. U Crnoj Gori smo realno preuzeli odgovornost za svoju europsku budućnost 2006. Od 2006. do 2020. je urađeno dosta toga. I Crna Gora je iz pozicije nekada ponajmanje razvijenije jugoslovenske članice federacije došla u poziciju najrazvijenije države na Zapadnom Balkanu. Pa nije to dar s neba. Dakle, radilo se na tim reformama. Crna Gora je ušla u NATO, Crna Gora je došla u predvorje Evrope, ali zar neko misli da je za 14 godina moguće savladati vjekove zaostajanja? Pa ne. Zato sam vam kazao, tekovine savremenog razvoja su tu, ali
vi ste pomenuli ovaj termin
ali su krhke. Prema tome, potreban je mnogo duži period da bismo učvrstili institucije, da bismo učvrstili modele naše ekonomske i demokratske politike, da bismo sve to harmonizovali sa Evropom i da bismo kazali Crna Gora je sada nepovratno na putu ka članstvu. Promjena vlasti je to ugrozila, to primjećujemo, ali ona nas opominje samo na ono što znamo, ne samo u Crnoj Gori, nego u regionu. Vi danas u regionu imate samo dvije ponude na političkom meniju. Jedna je multietnička demokratija, reforme, Evropa i NATO, a druga je nacionalizam. Crna Gora je do 2020. godine bila prepoznata kao zemlja reformi. Konačno, pa nije nas niko častio članstvom u NATO. Niti nas je neko častio onim dostignućem na putu evropskog razvoja. Niti nas danas neko nepravedno kažnjava što nijesmo napravili milimetar pomaka, osim Ibara, dakle, za ove 4 godine. Prema tome, ja mislim da moramo samo objektivizirati sliku. Uradilo se, po mom sudu, dosta, pri tome se učinilo i puno grešaka. Ljudi su na izborima posle 30 godina kontinuiteta jedne vlasti poželjeli da vide nekog drugog, čestitali smo, jer je to u duhu demokratske kulture, ali danas ne možemo da držimo povez preko očiju i da posle 4 godine ne primjećujemo slabosti da nam neko ne bi zamjerio da zapravo mi imamo žal zbog gubitka vlasti. Ne, nije riječ o tome. Nije riječ o tome. 4 godine kasnije je dovoljno dug period da sagledamo učinke i slabosti. I mi mislimo da dominiraju slabosti.
Pričat ćemo, dakako, posebno na primjeru, vrlo važnom, oglednom primjeru podgoričkih izbora, ali prije toga, gospodina Pahora, hoću da upitam jednu stvar. Dakle, negdje na tragu vašeg prethodnog odgovora, kakav je utjecaj, kakve već jesu posljedice ruske agresije na Ukrajinu, na ovaj naš dio svijeta? I da negdje pozicioniramo i Srbiju u cijeloj ovoj priči, upravo zbog, evo, i njenog značaja u ovom dijelu svijeta i ove jedne politike, i tamo i ovamo, ni tamo ni ovamo, a u stvari tamo.
Mislim da je bila agresija Rusije u Ukrajinu game changer za mentalitet Brisela u vezi proširenja na Zapadni Balkan. Jer to je moja observacija, delikatna, politički vrlo delikatna. Do agresije Rusije u Ukrajinu, da je neko dao garanciju Briselu da neće biti destabilizacije ili nekih konflikta na području Zapadnog Balkana, tu ne bih bilo stvarne političke volje za proširenje. Ali poslije agresije, ta mentalitet je apsolutno promijenjen. I ja kažem mojim prijateljima ovdje u regiji, nemojte podcjenjivati tu promjenu mentaliteta u vezi proširenja na Zapadni Balkan u Briselu. Ta promjena je stvarna. Sada postoji politička volja da se ipak ide sa proširenjem na Zapadni Balkan. Sa geopolitičkog vidika apsolutno, ali trebate imati u vidu da ipak Brisel traži da su tu reforme stvarne, da nije samo taj geopolitički vidik, mi idemo za svaku cenu na Zapadni Balkan zbog stabilnosti i mjera, nego da bi ta stabilnost i mir bio, potrebne su i promjene u vašim državama. Tako da uz kombinaciju geopolitičkog i merit-based approacha mi, nadam se, sada stvarno vidimo jednu šansu da dolazi do proširenja u sve države Zapadnog Balkana, jer ste spomenuli Srbiju. Vi znate da...
Oprostite, pomenuo sam Srbiju, posebno u kontekstu, da budemo malo jasniji, da budemo malo precizniji. Dakle, te posljedice o kojima govorimo, ako govorimo o važnosti očuvanja mira i stabilnosti ovog dijela svijeta, ovdje mora postojati neko ko će destabilizirati ovaj dio svijeta. Dakle, ne može baš Rusija tenkovima doći ovdje.
Vidite, pa malo prije smo pričali neformalno, odakle bih zapravo došla neka stvarna grožnja za mir i stabilnost na Zapadnom Balkanu, van Zapadnog Balkana. To bi Rusija bila.
Kako?
Mislim da li ta mogućnost postoji ili ne, da li će se to desiti, ne znamo.
Ima različitih, naravno, različitih vrsta, tenkove sam pomenuo kao simbol.
Mi vidimo da Rusija prati šta se dešava na Zapadnom Balkanu i mi vidimo da kroz različite signale ona zna, ona kaže i Dodiku i Vučiću i ostalim da očekuje neka ravnanja tih država ili tih društava u vezi Zapadnog Balkana. Ja sam uvijek bio sklon tomu da napravimo sve što je moguće, da Srbiju imamo na našoj strani, na strani Zapadne Europe, na strani Evropske unije.
Rusija evidentno računa na Vučića, evo ako govorimo personalno, i na Milorada Dodika kao izvođače na ovaj ili onaj način.
Ne možemo reći da ne. Za Dodika je to sigurno. Dakle, ja mislim da postoji jedno pitanje, to je i za mene pitanje, a mislim da za moje kolege u Briselu svakako, kakav odnos imati do Vučića na strateškoj razini da ne bi ispali naivni i da bi zaista Srbiju polako ipak uveli na našu stranu, da ne bi ostala slučajno kad doći će poslije rata u Ukrajini do nove razdjele Europe na strani Rusije. Ja mislim da je naš interes da je Srbija na zapadnoj strani te granice, ali i Srbija treba učiniti nešto da bi si to zaslužila. Tako da, to je sada vrlo delikatno pitanje kako.
Gospodine Đukanoviću, može li Srbija u ovoj konstelaciji odnosa i sa ovakvim rukovodstvom biti na našoj strani, šta god ta naša strana značila u ovom momentu, evo, pretpostavljamo šta bi trebala da znači. Mislim, jasno nam je.
Da li Srbija također ima unutrašnji potencijal da bude na europskoj i euroatlantskoj strani? Nema sumnje da ona taj potencijal ima, ali mislim da je problematična državna politika koja je, nažalost, u posljednje vrijeme dominantno obilježena ideologijom velikosrpskog nacionalizma. Sve dotle dok je velikosrpski nacionalizam van institucija državne politike jeste problem, ali nije dramatičan. Kada to postane državna politika, to je onda opasno i to je ugrožavajuće po mir i stabilnost regiona. Treba primijetiti da Srbija već dugo vremena balansira na tankoj žici između istoka i zapada. Moram reći da koliko god ne podržavao takvu politiku, ne mogu da ne primijetim da je takva politika bila, da kažem, politika nekog uspjeha na kratak rok, jer se predsjednik Vučić uspio održati na toj tankoj žici, da kažem, taktizirajući i na istoku i na zapadu. Ali ja ne mislim da je to dobra politika zato što kada se završi vrijeme trajanja te politike, onda je ta država na istom mjestu na kojem je bila prije njenog početka. I tu se onda realno gleda šta je istorijski domet nekog ko je bio na čelu države. Ako je prije svega definisao dobar strateški kurs i onda ako je učinio neke važne korake ka tom strateškom cilju, onda je on uspješan. Ali ako je država u istom mjestu u kojem je bila, taktizirajući između istoka i zapada, onda to nije uspješna politika. Nažalost, ja mislim da je dominantno politikom zapada omogućeno Srbiji da igra jednu takvu politiku koja je bila, po meni, neuspješna sa stanovišta interesa građana Srbije da budu na zapadu, neuspješna je sa stanovišta interesa zapadnih uticajnih država koje su željele Srbiju u svom sastavu, neuspješna je dakle i sa stanovišta onoga što je interes regiona. Jer interes regiona je stabilnost. Ako ste vi velikosrpskom nacionalizmu dozvolili da takvom neodlučnom politikom zapada uz jasnu destruktivnu politiku iz Moskve, ako ste dozvolili Srbiji, dakle da opet se poigra Miloševićevom mantrom, a to je Srbi u regionu su ugroženi pa treba da ih Srbija zaštiti. Srbija ih ne može zaštititi, uz to kada govorimo o Crnoj Gori, oni u Crnoj Gori nijesu ni ugroženi, ali ono što može takvom politikom ugrožava suverenost susjednih država, ugrožava stabilnost i zaustavlja razvoj. To je učinak međunarodne politike u ovom regionu u prethodnom periodu.
U vezi Rusije treba reći još jednu stvar. Kad je došlo do početka konflikta na Bliskom istoku, ja sam se malo pribojao da će zbog proširenja, recimo, konfliktu u Ukrajini, na Bliskom istoku, da će doći do oslabljenja konsenzusa zapadnih država da se pomogne Ukrajini do kraja. Do toga nije, hvala Bogu, došlo. Mi stojimo za Ukrajinu 100%. To je dobro. Nisam siguran koliko je Rusija imala kod napada Hamasa na Izrael, ali sigurno je to bilo u njenom interesu, da dolazi do tenzija.
Šta mislite po tim kad kažete niste sigurni koliko je?
Ne znam, jer to ne znam, ali sigurno je to koristilo Rusiji.
Mislite na direktno učešće
ne znam,
Rusije u tom događaju? Pa krenuli ste da
nemam teh informacija,
kažete,
samo dolazim do Zapadnog Balkana sada. Ako Rusija neće moći postignuti svojih ciljeva u Ukrajini, i za sada nije ih postignula, možda će tražiti neko novo žarište konflikta. To bi mogao biti Zapadni Balkan. Tako da, po jednoj strani mislim da nema uzroka da bi na Zapadnom Balkanu došlo do nekih konflikta. Ali, ako izvan njega ima neko interes da dolazi, to bi Rusija mogla biti. Tako da trebamo biti vrlo pažljivi da se to na svaki način ne desi.
E sad, gospodine Đukanoviću, kad govorimo dakle o aktualnoj političkoj situaciji u Crnoj Gori, nju u svakom slučaju obilježavaju netom održani lokalni izbori u glavnom gradu, u Podgorici, 1/3 biračkog tijela je tu. Prije nego što pređemo na moje konkretno pitanje vezano za taj moment, jeste li vi pjevali zaista "Ne može nam niko ništa, jači smo od Srbije"? Ja sam čekirao onaj snimak i nekako ne mogu da dobijem jasnu sliku.
Vjerujte mi da ne znam. Radovao sam se svakako i zato sam i bio tu u uspjehu građanske i proevropske politike na izborima, a moje pitanje je, a šta i da jesam?
Samo da vam nešto kažem.
Šta i da jesam? Dakle, ako bi pjevali da je Crna Gora jača od Srbije ili Amerike ili Rusije, jer je to mržnja.
U tom kontekstu, ajde, Kurti i Šolak podržali Mila, to od Informera očekujete, pa onda Milo od jataka Ratka Mladića do Srbomrsca, to je sutradan sve bilo, nevezano najdirektnije za pjesmu, mislim više za izborni rezultat. Milo se teši pesmom protiv Srbije jer zna da mu je došao politički kraj, šta god to značilo, penzionisani Milo i puni staž mržnje prema Srbiji. Evo, imam ja još, samo, evo, nećemo. To su bili naslovi srbijanskih ili prorežimskih medija dan nakon izbora u Podgorici.
Kao što svakako znate, to nije prvi put.
Tako je.
Dakle, postoji obsesija velikosrpskog nacionalizma.
Kaže Vučić da ste vas dvojica zajedno dijelite obsesiju prema Srbiji, on iz ovih, vi iz onih razloga.
Ne bih se upuštao u komentarisanje predsjednika Srbije, jedne bizarne situacije u kojoj neko nešto pjeva u kafani. Ali postoji obsesija velikosrpskog nacionalizma da otkrije ko je brana punijem ostvarivanju velikosrpskih interesa u Crnoj Gori. I mislim da pravilno primjećuju da to nije ni prva, ni druga, ni treća od ovih vlada tokom posljednje 4 godine. Prepoznaje tu jednu probuđenu crnogorsku intelektualnu građansku svijest i prepoznaje na političkoj sceni partiju koja, kao što rekoh, ima respektibilnih 25 ili 30% crnogorskom biračkom tijelu. Onda naravno pokušavaju da personalizuju odgovornost u Crnoj Gori za ono što je neostvarivanje velikosrpskih interesa u Crnoj Gori i onda to zaista dovodi do obsesije, dovodi do neke satanizacije, ali s obzirom da sa tim živim posljednjih 30 godina, vjerujte mi da to više i ne primjećujem.
Šta ovi rezultati izbora u Podgorici govore? Podsjetit ćemo još jednom, 1/3 biračkog tijela.
Oni su indikativni prije svega zbog toga što tokom ove posljednje 4 godine vladajuće partije na državnom nivou nemaju većinu na jednim važnim izborima, kakvi su lokalni izbori u Podgorici. I to ne samo da nemaju većinu, nego imaju otprilike 42% sve zajedno. Prema tome, to je ozbiljan pad. I mislim da je drugo dominantno zapažanje, a to je strmoglavi pad nekih novih i samoproglašeno modernih, proevropskih, kako oni vole za sebe da kažu, partija. Dakle, da ne bih duljio tu priču, na izborima prije 2 godine, lokalnim izborima u Podgorici, Pokret Evropa sad i Demokrate Crne Gore su imali oko 33%. Na ovim izborima tek nešto iznad 21%. Drugo, na parlamentarnim izborima prošle godine te dvije partije ojačane sa beznačajnom partijom kakva je URA koja ima 3 ili 3,5% su imali 46%. Na ovim izborima 21,5%. Dakle, gubitak od 25% poena, ne 25%, 25% poena. To je strmoglav pad tih politika i to, vjerujem, govori da smo na početku očekivanog procesa otrežnjenja crnogorske javnosti i na početku procesa ponovne konsolidacije građanske i europske Crne Gore. To je poruka.
Kad već pominjete, vi ste pomenuli brojeve, kako bi ta kombinatorika mogla u perspektivi da i 2 put sam pitao danas gospodina Jakova Milatovića kako će se ponašati s obzirom na važnost političke opcije, koalicije, koja i njegovo ime nosi u nazivu, nije mi odgovorio.
Čista je tu slika, vjerujte mi. Samo neće da je vidi onaj ko nema hrabrosti da napravi poteze, a bez hrabrosti nema ozbiljne politike, a posebno nema D od državnika. Dakle, tu je situaciju imao premijer Spajić prije godinu dana. Tada je njegova partija, čini se, imala 23 poslanika, DPS 21, zajedno 44. Više nego dovoljna većina da dvije partije koje se deklarišu za Evropu i za NATO stabilno vladaju sljedećih, ja bih rekao, ne 4, nego 8 godina. Jer je realno da bi se u tih prvih 4 godine napravio ozbiljan iskorak ka članstvu u Europskoj uniji, što bi bila najjača legitimacija te vlade i za one izbore koji će uslijediti. Nije imao hrabrosti za to. Prema tome, Milatović je danas pred tim istim iskušenjem. I njemu je slika jasna. On ne vidi svoju budućnost sa velikosrpskim nacionalizmom Mandića i Kneževića. Posvađan je na pasje obojke sa svojim dojučerašnjim kolegom Spajićem. Prema tome, njemu je jasno s kim on može da sarađuje u ostvarivanju svojih ciljeva. Postoje samo pitanje ima li on hrabrosti da povuče taj posao.
Šta vi mislite ima li hrabrosti?
Hajde da ne budem potpuno otvoren i iskren u ovom dijelu razgovora, ostavljajući nadu da će pravilno pročitati poruku birača sa ovih izbora.
Hvala lijepo. Evo ga, imamo još nekih 4-5 minuta do kraja. Trebali bismo dati neke, hajde da kažemo, globalnije poruke u cijeloj ovoj priči. Pa evo, gospodine Pahor, pominjemo Ukrajinu sve vrijeme i razumljivo je i zbog čega. Međutim, bliskoistočna kriza, rat protiv Gaze, rat Izraela i Hezbolaha, Iran-Izrael. Dakle, negdje nam se čini ili negdje mi se čini da nam se to čini dalekim, a sve je samo nedaleko.
Ne, to je sve blizu. To je sve blizu. Ja mislim da, ja nisam vjerovao od početka da će Putin ići u agresiju na Ukrajinu, jer se mi nije činilo logični i iskazalo se da nije bilo logični, jer on nije postigao rezultate za koje je mislio da će ih postići. On je sasvim sigurno sada razočaran i traži neke alternative i mi vidimo da je odlučio da krene dalje. Mi trebamo to shvatiti vrlo ozbiljno. Dakle, taj konsenzus Zapada da pomogne Ukrajini do pravednog mjera treba da ostane. Ako mi ovdje izgubimo taj konsenzus, onda su to za Europu vrlo, vrlo teška vremena. Bliski istok, i ja se nadam da ipak na neki način doći će do limitiranja tog konflikta. Ja razumem da je Hezbolah napravio vrlo tragičnu stvar 7. oktobra. Hamas, pardon. I da Izrael ima pravo na obranu. Znam da treba imati neko sorazmjerno upotrebu snaga, ali Izrael to pravo ima. Nadam se da će ostati u nekim limitima, da ne bih došlo do proširenja, jer onda...
A teško da je ostao u limitima s obzirom na broj mrtvih u Gazi. Među njima najvećim dijelom. U početku se sumnjalo u izvore informacija, ponavljam stvari koje znate, dakako najveći broj žena, djece, staraca, ljudi raseljeni po nekoliko puta na tako malom prostoru i tako veliki broj.
Mislim da...
Mislim da ne bi bilo fair da ne pomenemo to.
Da, apsolutno, apsolutno. Mislim da sva ta tragedija još jedanput navodi sve nas na to da napravimo sve da bi došlo na kraju krajeva do rješenja dviju država. Izrael treba to prihvatiti. To je jedina solucija za jedan pravedan mir i trajan mir na Bliskom istoku.
Da, tu je potrebna suglasnost, najprije zainteresiranih strana direktno, a onda, što je još važnije, dakako i onih koji o svemu tome odlučuju. Gospodine Đukanoviću, volio bih vas čuti kad je riječ o ovome što se dešava na Bliskom istoku i u kontekstu konsekvenciji na naš dio svijeta, općenito globalno, ali evo, što ne reći i u jednom ljudskom kontekstu.
Situacija je tu, rekao bih, kristalno jasna. Dakle, prije svega, to je jako blizu, nemojte da to provedimo, to je jako blizu ovom regionu. Drugo, mislim da su vrlo jasne dvije komponente politike međunarodne zajednice u odnosu na to pitanje. Prva je beskompromisna borba protiv terorizma, beskompromisna borba. Druga je jasno poštovanje pravila ratovanja. A ta pravila ratovanja jasno potenciraju crvenu liniju između onih koji su ratne mete i onih koji su civilne žrtve, prije svega djeca i žene. Prema onome što ja čitam, mislim da je ta crvena linija pregažena.
Davno.
Pregažena. Ako međunarodna zajednica pristane da ostane samo pri jednoj komponenti, a zanemari drugu komponentu, to je kraj međunarodne politike, to je kraj Ujedinjenih nacija, jer to je zapostavljanje, rekao bih, temeljne odrednice razloga za postajanje Ujedinjenih nacija, a to je zaštita ljudskih prava. Prema tome, ovo je vrlo delikatno pitanje i ako neko napravi previd ili se poigra sa odgovornošću za tu temu, ja mislim da je napravio neprocjenjivu štetu međunarodnoj politici.
Hvala vam lijepa. Hvala vam puno obojici. Dakle, naš sljedeći panel, Allied World, Guiding Strategic Resilience in the Face of Uncertainties. There are 4 speakers in this 40 minutes panel. First, Mr. Werner Fasel-Aben, President of AIES and European security expert. Mr. Tomas Jermalavicius, Head of Studies, ICDC Estonia. Mr. Tomasz Pojar, National Security Advisor, Czech Republic. And Mr. Fritz Redmacher, Professor, Regional Security Studies, George C. Marshall European Center. Yes, take your place. Okay. Guys, we have 40 minutes. My suggestion is that we start with the questions without any my long introductions. Mr. Fasel-Aben, Werner, with Russia's ongoing aggression in Ukraine and NATO's new leadership, can Europe really achieve strategic autonomy within NATO without causing divisions in the alliance?
Yeah, this is let me call it an eternal question.
Yeah.
And it probably will stay. From the beginning, I have seen not only the contest about this question, but also the need. There is certainly a need, because otherwise Europe never will develop the necessary capabilities for defense. And in addition to it, for Europe, it also will become a big problem, because without a European defense industry, Europe will lag behind on the technology sector behind America and China in a way that in the long run, this certainly cannot be accepted. And insofar, I think you have to find a way. And I think now the situation in Ukraine has made it absolutely clear. Without NATO, there cannot be a European defense, and there will not be a European defense. No question about that. But in addition to that, you also have to say that Europe has to develop a will to defend itself and a strategy to do so, and the capabilities. I mean, if I just look back, you know, even after the war in Nagorno-Karabakh, where Turkish drones humiliated Russian military people, you had in Germany a discussion whether Germany should introduce drones. I mean, you could see there is such a lagging behind, there was at least such a lagging behind the development that was necessary to change the situation. And now, what is the difference and what can be done? What I see is, of course, defense is a question for NATO. Mm-hmm. But there is also a field of security policy. You have to be aware that around Europe, whether this is Northern Africa, the Middle East, Caucasian region, and so on, of course, the Americans cannot and will not engage in the future. And Europe will have to do it, at least to a high extent itself. If you look now, and if you compare, what is European influence in Northern Africa? After the more or less failed post-colonial politics of France, nothing. The same is in the Middle East. The same is in the Caucasian region. If you compare it with a country like Turkey, a country with 80 million people, you know, not with the highest development, but they are present in all of those regions, in the Caucasian region, in Libya, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iraq, and so on. So far, you see, there is quite a field for that. And therefore, I'm absolutely sure, if America wants to win the race with China, and Europe wants to have its own stability and good development, there's no question about developing a European pillar within NATO.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yermalavicius, as NATO's capability, development moving the speed necessary to contain Russia?
I'm afraid not.
Yeah.
You know, you have to understand that I'm talking from a position of a country up in the north, exposed. Well, to cut a story short, you know, when I was telling to my friend I'm going to the soft underbelly of of Europe to tell about the Baltic vulnerabilities, he said, "Oh, so you're going to tell about how the exposed buttock of Europe feels about?" I take a noble view, perhaps a bit of a exposed arm or forearm of Europe, but our sense, you know, is a bit maybe distorted a little bit because we're really next door to Russia. So we want more ambition, we want more speed, we want more inputs. Now we are congratulating ourselves, patting on our soldiers, saying, 2%. Europeans are achieving 2%. This should have been done years ago. Now when the new capability targets dropped in, based on the defense plans that were produced and approved by NATO just in the previous summit in Vilnius, suddenly everybody realizes those 2% are not adequate. Estonian defense minister said we need 5%. Which nearly caused the heart attack of the finance minister, but still. So we are still kind of, moving at the pace which is not a wartime pace. Whether about, regenerating defense industry capacity and scaling it up, whether in regenerating our reserves of munitions, of equipment, of manpower. So everything seems to be like a slow motion movie when you are living in Estonia. And the sense is that and everything comes together in Ukraine. You see how slow we are to support. We are slow dripping support to Ukraine. We're not giving nearly enough to Ukraine, just not to keep in the battle, but also to win and prevail over Russia. So our sense that if we continue on that trajectory, and you can hear it from many very high-level officials in Estonia, if we continue on that trajectory at that speed, trajectory is right, but at this speed, the war is with Russia is pretty much inevitable.
Okay, Mr. Poyar, what are the main challenges Mark Rutte faces as NATO's new Secretary General, especially considering the war in Ukraine and, of course, wars in the Middle East? How can he, I could say, align the different interests of member states while maintaining the unity of the alliance?
Well, first of all, I think there is not that much room or almost no room at all for NATO in the Middle East. Okay? So it's a North Atlantic treaty, North Atlantic alliance, and let's not fool ourselves into thinking that we will do anything in the Middle East. Okay? There are certain NATO member states, one United States of America, and then maybe some others who can contribute and do something. But NATO as such will not do anything in the Middle East, besides harboring our own space in the Mediterranean, for example. But I forgot to mention Turkey, okay, so they are involved in the Middle East very much. But Mark Rutte's task will be to keep unity, which I hope Vladimir Putin will help us in that. He is helping a lot, so I thank him for that, because at the end he's making the alliance stronger. And I agree with everything what was said, how us as Europeans are useless. Okay, I agree with that. But at the same time, we are not so useless because we haven't entered the war, and the Russians have great difficulties conquering Ukraine. I'm confident that if we have entered the war, Russia would lose immediately. Of course, taking the nuclear arms aside. Okay, but Mark Rutte's main task will be to keeping the unity in support of Ukraine, and keeping the unity in investing into our own defense, especially on the European side. Because if we are weak, one of the reasons why we are weak is that we have not invested for 30 years into our defense. So now it is for the next 30 years to invest into our defense, and then we can talk about strategic autonomy. So it's a nice discussion to talk about strategic autonomy now. And by the way, I have no problem with the concept of strategic autonomy. But at the end, if we don't invest for the next 30 years, there is no strategic autonomy on the table.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Redmacher, how can NATO ensure its defense industry keeps up with technological advancement to match Russia and China, especially in missile defense? And of course, I think it's interesting AI warfare. What urgent reforms are needed to prevent a logistical industrial gap that could weaken NATO's readiness?
Indeed, the alliance is facing a double challenge. First of all, I should have mentioned how grateful I am for you to have me. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's such a fantastic conference. And so I commend the organizer for doing this. But coming back to the point, NATO is facing a double challenge, if you will. We are seeing in Ukraine that mass still matters. Our defense industrial base has, perhaps for good or not so good reasons, not done much, didn't have to do much in the past decades, at least not in terms of full spectrum forces. But at the same time, we also see in Ukraine that actually the advancements in technologies, you mentioned some of the areas, play an increasingly large role in the way we are conducting war. And so this double challenge means for the alliance that we do not only need political will and money, but we also need to ensure that we keep the edge, the technological edge, as we did in the past.
And this will require major efforts. We are all aware of what the alliance is doing in these areas. But, and this goes back to the points of my distinguished co-panelists, and as my old boss, Jim Mattis, used to say, we have to do this at the speed of relevance.
Okay. Mr. Fasalaven, as Europe deals with fragmentation over energy security and defense spending, how can NATO's new leadership keep the alliance united against pressures from Russia and China?
I mean, the situation certainly will continue. There will be insecurities. And if you look at the global scene, the global stage, you can see, you know, there are technological developments, but there are also other developments. I mean, the competition between number one and number two on the global stage. And this will mean that we certainly will have to change our horizon. What do I mean? Now we are only looking at defense for Eastern Europe, let me call it this way. But if you look at the global stage, you have to see our main interest in the future will be to save and secure our lifeline. And what is our lifeline? Our lifeline is the way from the Mediterranean through Suez Canal, Red Sea, Indian Ocean, Strait of Malacca, up to Japan and to Korea. This is necessary, not only for imports, but especially also for exports. Are we able to do so? No. And I'm absolutely sure that saving not only territory, but also the lifelines for Europe is in the same way interesting as for America. And this certainly also will be a background for cooperation in the future. It is not just by chance that in the document of the Washington summit, you have, I don't know, I think 30 times Russia mentioned and 33 times China was mentioned. So far, there will be certainly a big need in order to cooperate very intensely. And if you look to the pager situation in the Middle East, for example, you can see, you know, how necessary it is to be really at the very last technological development. And this, in addition, will be a good reason to cooperate very, very closely.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yermalavicius, before my next question, would you like maybe to comment part of the
yes,
Mr. Poyar's
I probably
answer?
would just disagree a little bit with the point about that NATO would win hands down against Russia. You know, this is still based on a notion, of course, that the war would be quick, short, you know, kind of a lightning speed one, and then we go home. You know, everything is done. But if, you know, in CSIS report, I think from June or July this year, just before NATO Washington summit, stated very clearly, you know, yes, NATO is ready for a war today, but for a short war. If there is a long, protracted, large-scale war in which the industrial capacity, reserves, the societal and political will to persist, endure the hardship of war, take high risks, you know, this is where I have lots of doubt. I asked, you know, one British senior general in Tallinn when he was visiting. So right, you know, you're looking at the size of a British army, which is now the smallest in the Napoleonic times. So you win the Battle of Narva, and then the war doesn't end. You know, how long is your bench? You know, how much reserves do you have? You don't have conscription, so your manpower reserves of trained manpower are not so big. You know, the number of munitions, which are expensive, exquisite, excellent, very capable, but there are a few of them, you know, will run out soon. In Libya war, we ran out in what? Europeans, because they were in the lead, they ran out of munitions in a month. You know, so how long can we actually stay in the fight with Russia, especially if it is supported by resources of China, you know, in that conflict? This is where I would have serious doubts, and I think this is where the alliance is not doing enough. We should not congratulate ourselves too early that we've done so much and we're such a brilliant shape and we'll win over Russia. You know, the war in Ukraine is not over. We still don't know the outcome of it.
We are not not in a brilliant shape, but Russia is even in a worse shape. Okay, so thanks for that. Okay, it's just. And by the way, I was saying NATO. I wasn't saying Europe. With Europe, it's different. But NATO with US, if it functions, then Russians do not have chance. It's not per granted. We have to invest. We have to invest more every year for the next decade or decades in order to keep it. But I am quite confident that if Russia attacked now, not only in Ukraine but on other fronts, that in conventional way we would be able to push back and Russians would not be able to succeed. Look how much difficulties they have in there. They have thrown their whole army to attack Kiev, which was not expecting and to Kharkiv, and which was not expecting the attack, and they were able to stop them. Of course, then with our aid, and a lot of aid, and we should do more. I agree, we should be doing more, and we can always be doing more. But at the same time, who would bet in Europe, by the way, also in Russia, that within few days after attack on Kiev, European Union will agree to be sending tanks and individual member states will be sending tanks to Ukraine? Who would imagine that Berlin would be funding arms for Ukrainians once Berlin prior to that was blocking arms sales to anywhere when they needed to defend themselves? By the way, the good guys as well as the bad guys. So there is a change. Are there going to be forces which will want to reverse it in the future? And are there those forces now? Yes. Should we really focus and should we do more? Yes. But we should not be also saying that we are completely like doomed, and I'm not saying that you said that, and that we cannot do anything. By the way, that we cannot increase production of arms. There are two Czech companies which have production facilities in European countries producing also 155 millimeter ammunition. In the last 2.5 years, they increased production 12 and 15 times. Okay? All right, from 5,000 to 100,000, and and the other one from 40,000 to 550,000 per year. Is it enough? No. Is it 15 and 12 times more if you calculate over the time? Yes. So are we doing enough? No. But can it be much worse? Yes. And have we really reached new levels? Yes. So it's possible to do. In the arms production, let's not regulate it inside the EU. Let's use capitalism forces. If we use capitalism forces to work, it will be better production and faster than in Russia.
In that context, Mr. Radmacher, we will come back on your questions. What immediate steps are needed to improve collaboration between NATO member nations with different military technologies during, for example, joint operations?
I'm sorry, the acoustics is very bad here at this end of the room, so I hope I got your question properly. But let me add to the discussion, which is a very interesting one. And sorry?
Of course, just give your comment.
And add to what my Czech colleague and distinguished co-panelist said. I find it interesting in many of the discussions that I have the privilege to attend that we have this tendency of talking ourselves weaker than we are. And I find it almost a delicious irony that some of our, if not most of our adversaries have a stronger belief in our ability to deter and defend than we ourselves. After all, this is the strongest alliance in history for a reason. And that doesn't mean that we absolutely have to do more than before at a quicker pace. And coming to your question, we need demand signals. We need the ability and the will to aggregate procurement
be it in bilateral or multilateral formations. There are various ways of incentivizing industry to do more, and we are doing it already, but we have to do much more at the end. I can't give a precise figure to what it should be beyond 2%, but I remind everybody here that during the Cold War, it was 3.5%, perhaps a bit more, including in countries like Germany, my own. So it has been done, it can be done, and unfortunately we're in a situation where it will have to be done again.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Fassel-Aben, would you like to comment to last answers?
Yeah, I think, that we are still far away from really being very sufficiently outfitted in order to do so. Just look at the fact that EU promised to deliver for Ukraine 1 million pieces of artillery armament. It only became half of it. And if you look, to the fact that Putin now, when he visited Pyongyang, North Korea, he got 2 million pieces at once. Of course, this is also the advantage of authoritarian regimes, that they can give an order to their industry, that they can deliver quicker. But I'm not pessimist. I think, the situation is not easy. We will have to fight against, to cross the hurdles in the future. The only thing that I really hope is that the time in order to fade away after the war in Ukraine will be pretty long, because this is the big danger that, then the question is, what shall happen in the future? So the Americans will defend us and so on. So far, this will not work.
And Mr. Yarmolavicius, yes, of course, but I have a question for
very
you.
Quickly, coming from the Baltics, we basically see the alliance's weakness not as a generic matter. Of course there are issues with it, but how that power is distributed along geographically. We are in the Baltics there. We are still having tripwire forces. So the posture of the alliance is that they will expel the invader rather than repel. The forward defense posture is still not there. Even if we build up the brigades, which are actually thanks to the bilateral arrangements rather than with partners, allies, rather than through central NATO, if you like, still a tripwire force. So if we want to repel, because we don't want to have a push of expelling invaders. We know what happens when they invade. We know what happens to the territories they occupy. We see that in Ukraine, and we know how the alliance will think about the risks of actually recapturing the territory when NATO is blackmailing with a nuclear response. So we want to see the posture that's credibly configured to repel the aggression, even if that requires starting firing very deep into Russia from our borders and destroying targets. We see again how some NATO capitals are coy doing that, permitting Ukraine to do that. So we are concerned about the psychological dimension as much about the physical, the capabilities dimension here. So again, the generic power is not, there was something which we kind of, we doubt that much. It's the strongest alliance, although the Roman Empire was also very strong until it was not, and imploded. So again, this is we have to bear in mind that, there are other multiple factors, tangible and intangible, which we need to continuously attend to in order to keep the deterrence credible. And I think we're not doing ourselves favors in the way we support Ukraine, with the restrictions on the weapons use, with the very kind of a slow support, without actually responding to Russia's provocations of using our own airspace to attack targets in Ukraine. If you think the Shahed that crashed in Latvia was an incident or an error, think again, because this is they're demonstrating a message of what they think about NATO's own self-deterrence and red lines we're drawing in our own head
and they are just basically through the reflexive control techniques are very masterfully stimulating. We are self-deterring because we fear Russia.
Okay, in that moment, any comment, any question from the audience? I don't see. Okay.
I would add one thing. Why Europe, EU, has not been able to provide those 1 million rounds in a year? I think there is one simple reason. Because Europe decided to go through the subsidies of the production. It didn't want to buy it, okay? I would rather say, go and buy, put orders on the table, and then you will see that the companies will produce. But we were, again, rethinking the system and recreating the system of subsidies, and it again failed, okay? So let's forget about subsidies and let's go buying arms, and then the arms production is gonna be up as we do see it. Really, capitalism does work also in the very well regulated, and for the reason so regulated defense industry.
Okay. Mr. Yermalavic, just to be clear for the end, is it West able or willing, one more, is it West able or willing to throw its full weight to enable Russia's defeat in this war, or how united are the allies when it comes to political and societal resilience?
It's interesting, it's an interesting question whether some of the allies are really interested in seeing Russia's defeat, because they fear the consequences of Russia's defeat more than the loss of Ukraine in this war. So this is where the first caveat I would make. The second point is about the societal resilience, really. If you look at some of the polls that come out of the capitals, the closer to Russia, the more determined people are to defend the countries. The popular will for self-defense is really higher when you get too closer to Russia. But it also correlates actually with military preparedness. If you've been through military service, which in the countries that practice conscription is more the case than the countries that don't practice conscription, the willingness is higher. Again, when you know what to do, with the weapons, you're prepared to defend the country. The further you go from the Russian borders, this starts dissipating to the point where you hear the advisors of some prime ministers in the country nearby here saying, that all this kind of resistance is futile. My country wouldn't even have resisted, if there had been an attack like Ukraine. This is a dagger into the heart of the societal and political resilience of the alliance. This is the will for self-defense. This is where it all starts. And if the other side is applying all sorts of dirty tricks to undermine that will, starting with, the propaganda, disinformation, buying off influence, all sorts of dirty tricks I've heard about, the hybrid warfare things, and this succeeds in that, the Article 5 will be a paper tiger. It may not, but they will miscalculate, because one of the things they've done in Ukraine, they miscalculated. They thought that a hybrid campaign to erode Ukraine was succeeding splendidly. And now it will just drop into their hand as a ripe apple. And they miscalculated. They can also miscalculate it in our direction if we do not continuously work to sustain the political and societal will to confront them and defeat if necessary.
Thank you. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, well, what I see, that of course the war in Ukraine has changed also the strategic situation in Europe. Germany, more or less by hesitation, has lost its original function of the very center of gravity. Poland certainly has become a new function and will have an important function in the future. Poland will spend 4.7% of its GDP next year for military issues. And this certainly will change also the political landscape sooner or later. And what I mean is also in European politics, probably the so-called Weimar Triangle, which means Paris, Berlin, and Warsaw, will more or less overtake the function that the French-German partnership has had in the past. And insofar things are moving, we have a new, more or less, a new Eastern Shield in Europe. I mean, if you look to to the landscape, you can say, okay, Sweden, Finland, Baltic countries, Poland, and Ukraine. They certainly will have a function of a shield against Russian aggression in the future that cannot easily be overcome. And the big question is, therefore, what will happen in the other countries, you know? This is what I
One more question before the conclusions. Mr. Fasel-Aben, for you, with the rise of populist movements in Europe, how should NATO change its public diplomacy, you know, and soft power strategies to maintain support for collective defense?
Yeah, I think, you know, that, of course, Europe needs to shape its will for security and defense. And this is not a question of military people, this is the question of society and politics. We have to confront people with the fact that there are dangers, that there will be dangers, that dangers will change, and maybe change very quickly, and that we have to be prepared, you know? When the notion of resilience, I don't know, 20 years ago became more or less modern in papers of European Union and NATO, I was not very happy about this notion because I think it was a little bit artificial. I rather thought, you know, that preparedness, readiness, awareness, these are the notions we need in order to bring people to be ready if something is coming. Because what we need is not beautiful papers. What we need is really preparedness in a way like a sportsman, you know. He has to train to his utmost capabilities if he wants to win in a race. And a similar situation we also have in the military side. You only will be able to win and you only will be able to succeed if you take it seriously and train it, exercise it seriously.
And it's a time for very short conclusions of our discussion. Mr. Poja, your half a minute.
I think that the populist movements in Europe are not a response to NATO or the situation regarding defense, but they are a response to failed, stupid migration policies of certain European countries and messianistic policies of the Green Deal, which are devastating European industry. It's a little bit too harshly to say, but we should not look into the populist movements as a response to NATO or to the defense issues. It is to the domestic issues of certain countries and overall decisions of the EU, and I hope that we can go more to our senses and correct that. And first we should be saving ourselves, and then we should be saving the universe.
Okay, and you know, this guy didn't answer on my email, and I didn't make a preparation for questions for you, but never mind. Other guys were perfect, yeah, definitely. Thanks.
You are right,
Thanks.
I didn't
Thanks.
answer.
Yes,
I
yes.
don't know that I got some email.
Yeah,
but
good. Mr. Yermalavicius.
I think we have to keep our eyes firmly on the ball, and that ball, actually the main ball in the court is war in Ukraine. You know, if Ukraine wins and Russia is comprehensively defeated and Ukraine becomes a member of NATO, this is, you know, the ultimate, the example and the ultimate expression, manifestation of the alliance's resilience in supporting the country out of principle and also out of strategic interest, self-interest. And I think, you know, if we manage that through, in the end of the day, the next war will not happen, at least not in Europe. This is probably the key point. But if we drop that ball, it will turn out eventually, 5, 6, 10 years from now, that Ukraine probably was winning us time, but will not have won us peace. You know, so again, membership in NATO, Ukraine's victory and membership in NATO. This is all what is needed, and it's challenging, but we have to do it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Radmacher.
Yes, 3 remarks, if I may. The first one, it is exactly the same that keeps Mark Rutte up at night as what kept
Jens Stoltenberg up at night. It is to keep the shop together. And so unity, solidarity, cohesion remains the center of gravity. It's the source of the alliance's strength. This will not change. I would submit that in the last 2 years, we haven't done too shabbily. The second remark, resilience, whether one likes labels or not, is extremely important. It's actually part of Article 3 of the Washington Treaty. Here we really need to do more at various levels, even down to the individual in all our countries. Third remark, related to this, when we look at the strategic situation in the Baltic Sea region, I would say it has improved with the accession of Finland and Sweden considerably. Actually, it has also improved the security situation of Estonia. I find this interesting because here we have actually been in a position where we didn't have to react to developments elsewhere, but we acted, and it has brought us what I would say a strategic advantage, or at least something that is changing or impacting on the strategic calculus of President Putin. So coming back to resilience, these two countries with their total defense concepts, with their civil preparedness, with their functioning and exercised and trained civil-military relations, they are showing what many of the rest of the alliance will still need to do in order to be able to be capable of doing what's necessary when push indeed comes to shove. Thank you very much.
And on the very end, one more, Mr. Vassalaven.
Yeah, I agree absolutely that defense certainly is not the most important issue for populist movements all over Europe. Of course, one must not underestimate Putin and the Russians. I mean, they have managed to establish a certain climate, not only of relationships, but also of messages that one should not underestimate. But I think I agree absolutely that it will be, on the one hand, as a specific topic, it will be migration, and this will be the main question for the coming years. And in addition to that, it only means that we have to become more efficient. Not piles of papers to change the world, but acting and shaping achievements. This is what I need, and there we also will have to help Brussels, Brussels with NATO and Brussels with EU in order to perform better, and then also most of the populist movements will not have a really big chance.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the great discussion and for very useful information for me as a journalist. Thank you.
Just one more. Just one more.
Yes, of course, Yasmina. Sorry. Thank you.
Just one more panel, the one I like to consider the cherry on top, the last panel of this program.
Sorry.
No problem. So, yes, please join me. The last but not least world we are talking about today is the US world. Europe's strategy redux in a post-election landscape. Stephen, please. Hi, nice to meet you. You will be in the middle, and hello once again at the end. Please, in the, yeah. Okay, so the last 30 minutes, if we may. Thank you for your ongoing support to this program and to this agenda, which is really back-to-back today. But for the last panel of this program, we have a very important topic, which is US world, Europe's strategy redux in a post-election landscape. And we also have excellent speakers on this panel. Stephen Erlanger, Chief Diplomatic Correspondent in Europe for the New York Times. Welcome, hello. Rachel Tausenfreund, Senior Research Fellow at the German Council of Foreign Relations. Welcome. And Klaus Wille, Academic Council Chairman at the Wilfried Martens Center for European Studies. Hello and welcome. Now, as the US approaches a critical election, we have been talking about it throughout the program, the global balance of power is shifting, and especially for Europe, which now faces the challenge of balancing its strategic autonomy with continued dependence on US defense commitments. Now, in this panel, we will explore how US post-election policy could possibly reshape transatlantic ties and what strategic moves Europe must consider whether or not Donald Trump wins the elections. It's not all about him. Some of the responsibility is on Europe also. Now, is it okay if we use first names? Yes. Stephen, as the US possibly turns inward after this election, what does this mean for Europe?
Well, first of all, Yasmina, thank you and your colleagues for your hard work today. It's exhausting.
We have energy for one more.
Yes, well, that's great. So thank you. I don't think America's turning inward. That's the first thing. Doesn't matter. I mean, we have interests all over the world. We have corporations all over the world. We have troops all over the world. That's not going to happen. But what the US is doing, and it will happen in a bipartisan way, it is moving outward. It's moving more toward Asia than toward Europe. I mean, don't forget, it was Obama who had actually pulled a whole tank brigade out of Europe. Trump put it back in after 2014. The Americans would love Europe to step up. Yep. Robert Gates has been talking, I covered him in Brussels, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago, talking about the same thing, Europe should step up. Has Europe stepped up? Not really, to be honest. Yeah, it's spending a little more. You can say now, as Stoltenberg keeps saying, 23 of 32 spend 2%, but a third do not. Yeah. And 2% isn't enough anyway, and 2% is duplicative. I mean, people are spending the money on the same things. I mean, Europe sent 10 different kinds of howitzers to Ukraine, all of them supposedly using 155 millimeter artillery shells, but they don't all fit the same things. Now, Europe should have more than one howitzer. Consolidation is dangerous, but it should be a little more efficient. And also, as the US turns toward other things, it's not leaving Europe. It's not going to close the nuclear umbrella. And it will, I think, continue to support Ukraine, but not to $61 billion a year. I think those days are over. And Europe has to do, I think it'll take a decade if Europe is serious. And you know, they talk about strategic enablers, which we can talk about, the things that the US only provides NATO that Europe does not. Yeah. And those are important and expensive things, ranging from sophisticated integrated air missile defenses to air refueling, to big transport planes, to satellite, to intelligence. There's just a lot Europe can do if it wants to get its act together. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, is this, at this moment, the Europe building itself in this security and manner, is it a matter of too little, too late kind of deal? Because you mentioned the snooze button earlier in the panels. We mentioned this snooze button. Have we overslept? I mean, Europe.
Well, I think we've all overslept a bit. I mean, you know, Russia is different.
Yeah.
I mean, Putin might not have done this 10 years ago. I mean, I was very struck on Ukraine because my Russian friends all said, Putin's not stupid, he won't do this, but if he does it, Ukraine will fight. My American and British friend says he's going to do it, but Ukraine will collapse in a day. and my French and German friends didn't even want to hear about it. So I think we've all kind of learned something, but we are in a generational struggle now, and I do feel, much as our Estonian colleague just said, that the farther you get away from the front, the more the snooze button works. I mean, I think there's still a lot of Germans who think you can go back to where you were before February 2022. I think that's a big mistake, and I think even German leaders know this. But Ukraine, you know, represents a serious question about how long, how much, right? And when people say, oh, well, Russia must be defeated, they don't really explain what that means. And they say Ukraine must win. It's not really clear what that means. And the Germans like to say, well, Ukraine mustn't lose and Russia mustn't win, which in a way is a recipe for a ceasefire and a stalemate and negotiations, which I think most Europeans in their heart of hearts kind of want, but may not be the right response to a Russia that is deliberately seeing this war as a defensive war, a war started by NATO, which is the way Russians think about it, and a Russia that's militarizing its economy.
You opened up a lot of questions. We will touch on some of them later. Rachel, Europe, we are all well aware, remains deeply reliant on US support for its security in this moment in time. But let's look at it from another perspective. How important it is for the US to maintain strong ties to NATO? Is it?
Sure, it's important. Also for the United States. I mean, the funny thing is, if you do public opinion surveys, it still is the case that if you ask Americans and Europeans, you know, how important is NATO for your security? More Americans will say NATO is important for their security than will Germans, for example, which is frankly nonsense. But that just goes to show you it's still the case that Americans have this idea that NATO is quite important to them. And we haven't, you know, the previous panel didn't mention politics, but actually politics are a big part of this and are an important part of this, because most of the countries we're talking about are democracies and it's not getting easier. And in the US is one of those countries where these things aren't getting easier. I mean, I agree with Stephen, the US isn't withdrawing from the world, but it is getting harder to make the case to the American public that we need to be as much in the world as we have been, and we need to spend that much. And NATO is part of that. So the US definitely on a public level, on a military level, on a political level, is deeply engaged with NATO, finds NATO still to be very important, but also on a political level, on a public level, and even on a military level, thinks the US cannot be the dominant player in NATO to the extent that it has been. And something has to change.
How vulnerable is the alliance with this mindset and with this difficulty to explain to the American public that this is the case?
I mean, for the American side of it, you know, I'm not sure. It's reasonably vulnerable, right? We all know what Trump has said about NATO, but I think it's bigger than that, right? Deterrence in the end, it's a mindset thing. It's like stock prices, right? Company is only worth something if everybody believes it's worth something. It's the same with Article 5. You know, Article 5 is only worth what everyone believes it means. And, you know, lots of people are talking about Trump undermining Article 5, but what we're forgetting in that is the reason it's so important that Trump is undermining Article 5 or is undermining the deterrence capability of NATO is that Europeans have been undermining the deterrence capability of NATO, well, since 1990, essentially. And therefore, we really run the risk, unless Europeans are able to strengthen that European pillar of NATO that was talked about in the last session, of it beginning to look more like a sham, you know, like WeWork or something. I don't know if anyone caught that reference. It's a good show, by the way. And so, I mean, it's something I think we really have to take seriously, and Europeans need to understand that it's not just Trump.
Yeah. Now, Klaus, talking about Europe, how far has it come really in terms of building its own defense capabilities?
I'm a firm believer that if we want to do this, we can only do this efficiently with the European Union. We cannot have 27 national defense markets. We cannot have 27 separate research programs. We cannot have 170 weapon systems when the Americans have 30. So there's always the discussion, do we have to spend more money? But first we have to spend it more efficiently. And the current estimate is that the waste rate, because we are not doing it together in the European Union, is about 30%. So let's address that issue first. And we've made a good start. There's now a defense commissioner of the European Union designated, and it's Andrius Kubilius, twice Prime Minister of Lithuania. Sitting where he is sitting in Lithuania, he has a very clear idea of the importance of his job. And he knows what he's talking about because he had the highest responsibility. And I think he came up already, without having been confirmed yet, with one very good proposal, which is to say, why don't we do in the European Union what we did with gas storage? Because we decided that now the member states have to keep gas storage when they go into winter 90% full. Why don't we do the same thing for ammunition? If we were to have a common rule that ammunition has to be 90% there, with a certain delay, of course, now for production, then the market will be there because those who produce it know there's a market and there's a necessity to buy it. So I think we are going here in the right direction. He has to present within the first 100 days a white book on defense. There are all the strategic issues he has to put in. And I'm representing here the Martin Center, which is the political foundation of the EPP. We've just published a 100-page document which I've coordinated on how to come to a European defense in 10 steps. And that's something we would like to fit in, and we are fitting it into the debate about the White Book. So what should concretely be done? And there are many things where the EU is absolutely complementary to NATO. For example, building up production capacity. For example, military mobility. It's not good enough, and somebody said it in the last round, if the capacity is there, but it's stuck in Spain or in France. We need to get it to the Baltics and in good time. And that means bridges and roads and harbor infrastructure. It means building our own EU DARPA, because the Americans are complaining, and correctly so, that if we were to have to fight a war together, there's high-tech on one side, but is it still compatible with what we have? So the European Union has a huge research fund, and that's going to be relaunched in debates next year with the multi-annual financial framework. And there the European Union can do a lot to put the money on the table if this is really our priority.
Now, it all has to do with putting our minds in one place and then going in one decisive direction. But during these panels, previous panels, we spoke about EU not having one voice. You already mentioned it's having multiple voices, even when it comes to, not just the Middle East, when it comes to Ukraine and the way the war is supposed to finish. Is there a one voice or a strategy that can bring us to one conclusion that will bring us to this point of having 90% of ammunition here and, you know, like just focusing more on one close strategic direction of movement?
I fully agree with you. It's a very important step that now we have one EU Commissioner for Defense. That was thought to be impossible 5 years ago. We also need one Council of Defense Ministers and a permanent standing Council of Defense Ministers. We will need not a subcommittee, but a full Committee of Defense in the European Parliament. We need to professionalize. But for the rest, let's look back to when the war started. Financial crisis, the reaction took a couple of years, I would say, until it was sufficient. When Russia invaded Ukraine, the first sanction package was passed after 2 days. We haven't done that badly.
Stephen, you wanted to?
Well, with all respect to Klaus, who I admire, I'm very worried. I don't want the European Union setting standards for how much ammunition people should have and what kinds of ammunition. That is NATO's job. And 23 EU members or members of NATO, that's NATO's job. NATO already has requirements for its member states for ammunition. What the EU needs to do, and what I hope Kubilius can do, because he doesn't have enough money to do it right now, is to actually take the money and make the orders, invest the money in research, of course, but also in getting money to defense industries in Europe with real orders so that they can produce. Because right now, I mean, I've talked to people at the European Investment Bank. They have money to lend, and they can't give it away because they offer it to the manufacturers. The manufacturers say, well, that's fine, but we need the orders. And to even order the machine tools that create the machines that make the weapons will take 5 years. So this is really, I mean, it's heading in the right direction. I agree with you. I just want, and I say this as someone who really likes the European Union and values it, you know, do your best at the things you're doing and don't get in the way of what other people are supposed to be doing.
Did you want to comment?
Yeah, that's exactly what I've said.
Okay.
That's exactly what I said.
We have a consensus.
We have to steady the demand side. And that's what Kubilius has been proposing. If there is legislation that these storages for ammunition have to be 90% full with certain deadlines, that demand will be there. It will be either paid from the European Union budget, and we have paid with the peace facility quite a lot for Ukraine, or it will be paid from national budget. But for the first time, producers would know that there is a market for what they are producing. And there the European Union can create rules which are then applicable for everybody in the Union, for all the 27 member states.
Which would be great so long as they're producing what NATO thinks its members need, rather than what Brussels thinks its members need.
Is there a discrepancy in this?
Enough about defense.
Yeah, I think we have just found out that if we just leave it to the current procedures, ammunition stocks are empty. So it has not been enough what has been doing now. So if there were to be legislation by the European Union that ammunition stocks have to be 90% full, we would be much better positioned than we have been when this Ukraine war started.
Now, let's go to politics, which translates to society, then which translates back to defense and security, and look back on 2016, and when Stephen won the election, it shook up Europe's political landscape. Would it be the same this time around? We see what is happening in member states of the European Union, such as Austria, with the rise of right-wing politics. How would it shape Europe?
Well, I think about this a lot. Don't forget, it was Trump who said it was you aggressive Montenegrins that was going to get us into the next world war.
Be aware.
So be aware.
Be aware.
I mean, he's very unpredictable,
Yeah.
first of all. And I think, you know, what we heard before is basically right. Trump has this obsession in his head that NATO is a dues-paying club and people aren't paying enough dues. Mark Rutte has been very good at being a Trump whisperer, even a Trump Versteher, in convincing him that actually it's Trump, not the Russian annexation of Crimea, that produced increased defense spending. And Europe is spending more, and it will spend more. So that I think that part's okay. What we don't know, and this is a thought a friend of mine had, which I think is real, Trump didn't expect to win in 2016. It was a surprise to him as well as to many people. He wasn't prepared. He had around him all kinds of people he'd first met whose job was to keep this very unpredictable guy from screwing things up. If he wins this time, and he may win this time, he will have really smart people around him who know the system, who will want to turn his instincts into policy rather than restraining him. So I think this will be different. And I should just remind people, in my country's weird electoral system, very old-fashioned. Joe Biden last time won the election by more than 7 million votes, but he really won the election by 44,000 votes in 3 or 4 key states.
Yeah.
It's going to be the same issue this time. So it really is up in the air. I just want to say this. But I do think Europe is much better prepared for another Trump. They've had time to think about it. NATO's better prepared. Finland and Sweden help a lot. And I think if just people can convince Trump that the reliance on America is less and that they back him, you know, even if rhetorically on China, I think it can be managed, inshallah.
Rachel, how can Europe not just navigate these shifts in regards to US, but plan more effectively for them in the long run?
I mean, there's a difference between planning and then actually making those plans real.
Yeah.
And that's a political problem. So it is the case that, you know, now a lot of European countries think it's actually possible that Trump might win. I agree with Stephen, Trump 2 is going to be worse than Trump 1. And I think, you know, the German government definitely thinks that that's true. So people are trying to prepare and have contingency plans. But, you know, none of the answers are easy. I mean, some of the answers are easy in terms of, you know, everybody increase their spending by a tiny bit and sell it as a big victory for Trump, or these kinds of small appeasement things, that's doable. But, you know, the thing I mentioned before in terms of really doing the European part to keep NATO strong, that's going to take political will. And, you know, we've had 2 years now, and it would have been the best time for these things to manifest. I mean, a lot did happen. I don't want to say that things didn't happen, but the big things, you know, we need a lot more progress on joint procurement. We need, and we need a sort of political European thinking. Everyone spends all their time waiting for Germany, and I'm afraid the German window is closing. If you look at the last 3 election results, you had, you know, between the far right and the left-wing populist, whose sort of main thing is ending the war, you're talking about 40% of the population or more. So you now see German political leaders coming out and themselves saying, you know, we need to push for negotiations, as if this has been a thing that, you know, was possible and we were just resisting. I mean, the West was just resisting. And so it's an election year next year, and I'm worried that the small window that was opened by Germans realizing defense and security is an actual thing that you need in the world, which you know, they realized February 2022 for the most part, is now again politically going to be difficult. So I guess what I'm saying is, I think there needs to be some kind of real defense European integration step in accordance with NATO. It has to be understood that this is sort of making Europe within NATO stronger, but I think there has to be something very quickly written down that's believable. And I think the question of Ukraine, NATO membership and Ukrainian EU membership is also part of what makes that possible, part of what makes a political will possible. I don't know how, but that's what needs to happen.
Klaus, this military defense we are talking about is only part of the whole equation. What about economic resilience? What about technological sovereignty? What about the energy security? How does all this play into this picture?
Yeah, maybe a quick remark still on Germany. The window of the current government is also closing.
Yeah.
And that's maybe positive news in this sense, because if you have a Friedrich Merz-led government as of next autumn, I think they will take Ukraine extremely seriously. But what we need is, as you said, integrated defense in Europe. So, for example, the air shield, the European air shield, that could be a basis for a kind of next generation EU2 program where we are financing it together, because all the national member states have difficulties. But that's a debate that needs to be properly prepared. On economic resilience, I remember the attack of Putin on Ukraine. Everybody was saying, look, Europe won't resist, the winter will be cold, we don't have gas, we don't get through it. And we got through it. And we continue to have energy. Yes, it was expensive, but we basically decoupled now from Russia's energy resources. And that's a huge success, including for the governments who did it, including the German government, I would say, which did that transition in a remarkable time. And suddenly planning procedures could be simplified where before we had thought it was not. So I think economic resilience we have shown, but technology we will need to build up. And that's why I mentioned we need an EU DARPA. We need to build up our own technological base. Yes, we also need the simple things like ammunition, but we need to attack on both sides.
Do we have any questions from the audience? We are nearing the end of this panel, so if you want to raise your hand, it would be now. No? Okay, and just last question maybe for everyone. Are Europe and the US drifting apart? Is that the end game, to drift apart? Or are they just interconnected without the possibility of this breaking? Is this just another security cycle of things in the world?
These things go in cycles. I mean, we actually were kind of drifting apart, and then we came back together, and now we wonder a bit, right? I mean, I think more and more people realize, given the demographic changes in the world and the power changes in Brazil and China and the BRICS and blah, 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 that, you know, we are actually a very special alliance, and it's not just military, it's rule of law, it's freedom of the press, it's individual rights. And those things matter, actually, and they matter a lot. And I think they matter to Americans that we have European friends and allies who not only agree with those things, but are willing to fight for them. So I don't really worry too much about it, to be honest, but what would help a lot, and Klaus is talking rightly about this, is for Americans to see that Europeans are doing more for their own defense. I think this would make a tremendous amount of difference. I think I would just leave it at that. I'm not all that worried about the drifting apart. I mean, sometimes attention spans move and change, right?
Yeah. Rachel?
I mean, I also don't think it's a specific drifting apart. I mean, the relationship has actually always been pretty difficult. We tend to, look at the past decades as if they were great, but Obama and Merkel, who ended up having a very strong relationship, spent, the first years of the financial crisis, arguing pretty heatedly with each other. I think the problem isn't that the transatlantic alliance is drifting apart. I think the problem is that it's getting more constrained in its abilities, and I think the problem for Europeans is that Europe is no longer the center of the world, also not for Americans.
What do you mean? This is news for us.
And so
it's the Western Balkans, that's the center of the world.
And so I think the transatlantic relationship will continue to be strong if Europeans are able to look also elsewhere in the world together with Americans, and that's what they're going to have to be able to do while also doing what they need to do at home. So I think that's more the challenge.
Klaus, your thoughts?
Yes. American geopolitics has always three priorities. Control the Atlantic, control the Pacific, and nobody else should control Eurasia. Control the Atlantic is fine, but they are challenged both in the Pacific and in Eurasia by China. So America will focus on China. So the precondition for keeping that alliance healthy is that Europeans take key responsibility for the conventional defense on the European continent. And I think that's what we need to do. And if we do that, I think that alliance will still last for a very long time.
We have our homework set up for us, I think. Thank you so much for being a part of this last panel of Tobias Forum here in Montenegro in this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yasmin.
Thank you once again. Rachel, Stephen, Klaus, thank you so much. And it's about time we close this panel. Adnan, if you would like to join me? Until you do, I have a few numbers, of course, as usual. So, it's the 14th To Be Secure Forum. We had 24 speakers on our panels. We had 10 panel discussions or one-on-ones. We have a lot of bilateral meetings. We have hundreds of people attending. Azra will know how much are these hundreds. And we have a few headlines which you are responsible for.
Dakle, ja bih samo da dodam na ove brojeve koji su odlični. Svi smo headline, tako bih rekao. Sad sam baš malo slušao jednim uhom, vrlo pažljivo Jasminu i sjajne paneliste.
Jednim uhom vrlo pažljivo.
Vrlo pažljivo, a drugim uhom nekako neke druge stvari i pratio sam zaista medije, veliki i na pravi način čini mi se, uz možda određene izuzetke, ali dobro, ali najveći dio medija zaista prenio veliki broj informacija sa današnjeg foruma, ne samo sa ovih razgovora o kojima mislimo, na koje si aludirala, već općenito na poruke koje su danas otišle iz Budve, u cijeli svijet i iz cijelog svijeta zapravo. Negdje smo ovdje bili svi iz svih dijelova svijeta u jednom izazovnom vremenu, teškom vremenu i tu je negdje i važnost ovih brojeva koje je Jasmina pročitala. Zaista je ovo izuzetno veliki, značajan, važan broj i sjajne žene i sjajni muškarci koji su bili dio cijele ove priče.
Mnogi od vas komentirali su kako nismo imali online sugovornika, svima nam je korone dovdje otprilike i online razgovora. Mnogo je drugačija energija kada se ovako susretnemo oči u oči i uspijemo razmijeniti mišljenja i stavove i evo kao što smo vidjeli u ovom posljednjem panelu damo nekako domaću zadaću Europi o tome što mora napraviti, a dali smo domaću zadaću i Zapadnom Balkanu i svakoj državi ponaosob kako se treba ponašati i na svom europskom putu i u ispunjavanju obaveza iz NATO članstva i na kraju krajeva međusobnoj suradnji kako bi nam svima bilo mnogo bolje.
U tom smislu nekako i jesmo čuli vrlo konkretne poruke, u tom smislu čini mi se da na tragu tih poruka, evo i nas dvoje kao novinari, možemo mnogo toga uraditi do sljedećeg 15. To Be Secure foruma.
Sljedeće godine htjet ćete biti ovdje
budemo
u Budvi,
živi i zdravi.
čuli.
To će biti poseban događaj. Ja ću sad, Jasmina, da prekršim sve protokole, pravila i sve ostalo. Dakle, Atlantski savez Crne Gore godinama radi sjajno ovaj posao. Vrhunski svi od reda, bez greške, ali ja moju i našu Azru Karastanović hoću da pozovem ovdje, samo da dođe, ne mora ništa da priča. Ja ću pričati za nju, jeli? Dakle, od svih mogućih pitanja, seta pitanja koje jedna osoba može dobiti, mislim da Azra dobija od nas dvoje. Kako, šta? Dakle, mi smo sinoć i za 1 sat čekirali jesu li nam svi došli zbog vremenskih prilika, odnosno neprilika. Azra odgovara, dakle, onako trenutno kako je pošaljete pitanje, čini mi se i prije. U tom nekakvom smislu ja vas zaista molim da, evo, još jednom cijelu ekipu zapravo Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore. Imamo li jedan bežični mikrofon, a i dovoljno si ti glasna, doduše zbog ovog prijevoda, evo stiže, ja mogu da pričam koliko hoćeš dok dođe mikrofon, bez ikakvih problema, evo ga.
Evo, pošto si me ovako lijepo postavio u ugodnu poziciju,
drago mi je.
Prije svega da se zahvalim vama na odličnoj moderaciji, da se zahvalim svima vama koji ste ostali do kraja, ali ono najveće hvala ide mom timu, bez koga ne bi ništa od ovog bilo moguće, tako da ću ih zamoliti da se popnu na scenu.
Dođite.
Ajmo.
Dođite da i vas vidimo. Ovo je tim To Be Secure foruma, tim Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore koji godinama radi odličan posao, tako da ih sve dobro vidite.
I treba da ih dobro svi vidimo I evo negdje još jednom zahvala Azra, kao što sam i rekao, cijelom tvom, vašem timu i kao i obično bilo je više nego zadovoljstvo, dragi moji, raditi s vama i ove godine.
I ja ću još samo zahvaliti svima vama, bili ste divni kao i uvijek, bez naše
vas
publike.
nema priče.
Ništa, eto tako. Jedan pljesak vama.
Eto.
I to je to, zatvorili smo ga, mi ćemo se slikati sada, ako želite i vi slobodno.
Nina Redžepagić, gdje mi je Nina? Molim te, molim te. Također, jedna od osoba bez koje nema priče.
Ne bi znali kada početi pričati.
Tako je, eto ga.
Bravo, hvala vam mnogo još jedan.
Hvala puno.
Jel te pozvao?